Welcome in to the Football Debate Club live draft show, night 2. We are here in Columbus, Ohio, celebrating the NFL draft, the 2026 NFL draft. If you joined us last night, thank you. If you're joining us tonight for the first time, thank you. Thank you all for tuning in, though. I'm Cam Mellor, your host, and I'm joined by the PFSN duo. I'm going to go the other way tonight. Jacob Infante, who is wearing pants tonight.
Yeah. I learned my lesson.
And Ian Cummings, who does have a water spot on his shirt, but he's hiding it inconspicuously with his laptop.
Look, every time I wear a white shirt, I somehow get food splotch on it. Today we had Korean barbecue wings. I was being so careful, and I still got a speck on me anyway. So it is inevitable, but I'm covering it up so I can assume the appearance of uniformity. Cam, how are you doing today?
I'm great. Parents can relate to any time they put a white shirt or white pants on their children. It just happens. So I feel like I'm here with my petulant children over here who are...
petulant? Wow, okay.
So, yeah.
Wow. Listen, we've been learning about cumulonimbus and
I'm gonna fight you
rocks
right now.
over here. So
I'll back you up. I got you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So I gotta
2-on-1.
say, if you watched last night, you saw the consequences for these guys when they lost their debates. We're not gonna do a whole lot of that tonight. We're gonna go a little bit faster as the picks come in. It'll be a little bit faster. There'll be a lot more picks tonight than there were last night. So we're not going to make them suffer through too many consequences. But I will tell you one thing. Jacob Infante is going to be going through a table in support of the Buffalo Bills fans out there nationwide. Jacob going through a table here once we get to that Bills pick. So I promise you won't want to miss it. We are not going to want to miss it. We're all getting up from our seats. We're going elsewhere. He's going through a table to suffer the consequence of losing enough draft debates last night, we're calling it. And then a couple other things, surprises throughout the night. But we're going to give you grades, instant analysis, team fits, speculation. We're going to be talking about every draft eligible prospect that hits the broadcast tonight. So as we get into it, it is rounds 2 and 3 this evening. So a couple of picks. We start off at 33 with the San Francisco 49ers, though. So Ian Cummings, I'm going to go to you first. The Niners, biggest need. What do you think the Niners look at here at 33?
Well, they came to a resolution with Trent Williams at tackle, right? So at least a short-term resolution. And the tackle board got completely obliterated in round 1 as well. A lot of the guys that we thought might be available at the top end of round 2 were no longer such. So I look at the edge board, right? You still got Gabe Akis. You still got Zion Young. I think that's where they have to look first. I think there are potential options at wide receiver as well. We know Denzel Boston is still on the board if they wanted to go that route. There's some smaller guys too. Antonio Williams, I think, would be a phenomenal fit in the Kyle Shanahan system. But I would say receiver or edge. That's kind of the main thing. I would also selfishly love to see Oscar Delp in that offense with George Kittle. I know that's more of kind of a guilty pleasure pick, but I'd say those are the options there.
All right, so you had mentioned Kyle Shanahan, and we mentioned obviously his offense and what he's learned as a legacy coach, so to speak, but how talented he is as an offensive coordinator. Jacob Infante, when you're scouting these players, and when you're looking at landing spots and team fits, how much does someone like a Kyle Shanahan influence what you think a team would do, or where a prospect fits?
Yeah, so I think that especially for a guy who's been a head coach for a while now, you get an understanding of what works within his offense. I think, like, in particular, you're looking at wide receiver. I think you've seen success with Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and, you know, even at tight end, George Kittle. You have these guys, these tight ends or receivers who can make big plays after the catch. I think you get guys who are able to make that offense run by getting them out in space and letting them make plays out in the open field. So I think, like, specifically at receiver, to speak for that, I know that, you know, that's probably a position that they're going to look for either here or, you know, with their later second-round pick at number 58 overall. But other positions as well, you know, looking along the offensive line, some of the athletic guys that have succeeded in that kind of scheme, it makes it a little bit easier to pinpoint, all right, this guy's a good fit for what Shanahan wants to do on offense, and other prospects, maybe not so much.
Other prospects, not so much. Kyle Shanahan. All right, so let's look. While the Niners are on the clock here, next up behind them, divisional foe, divisional rival, the Arizona Cardinals. There's rumors and there's talk. We don't have this pick tipped. We don't know this true. But all of a sudden, the Carson Beck rumors have started to fly with how early Ty Simpson went. Obviously, not thinking he lands at 34. This is former Georgia, former Miami quarterback Carson Beck. Ian, how rich is too rich? Where do you legitimately think Carson Beck should be drafted? And Jacob, I'll go to you. The next question of that could be drafted.
Well, how rich is rich? Day 2 is way too rich, in my opinion. I mean, he had a great start to his collegiate career. He's experienced. He has the prototypical frame. We know that the NFL tends to gravitate to certain things, and I think the prototypical frame, having that collegiate experience, and he is a good processor. I think that experience shows with his ability to read pre-snap and post-snap. But you look at post-UCL surgery, right? I think that really sapped his arm strength and velocity generation. In 2025, it was clearly visible, right? The throws were getting there later. He wasn't able to drive it outside the numbers quite as consistently, and you still had those lapses in decision making and situational accuracy that led to turnover prone plays, right, including the game sealing interception in the national championship. So this guy is, he's got the experience in the prototypical frame, but to me the upside is not, and he's not even that much of a creator either at his side. So I'd say day 3 is probably the earliest. I have a late day 3 on him personally, but I could see an NFL team maybe taking him late day 2 as a surprise. I wouldn't be on board with the pick.
Okay, there you go. So, okay, it jumps perfectly into it. It's almost like you guys had mock draft earlier today. So, Jacob could be drafted. Carson Beck. I'm not talking if he's QB3. Garrett Nussmeier is likely QB3 or should be QB3 on our board. We just saw the best available. So, Carson Beck, where could he be drafted? What's a team you think could, if someone were to do a round 3 pick, a day 2 selection on Carson Beck, who and why?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple teams that come to mind, Arizona being one of them. I think 34 here coming up after this first pick is way too rich. But, a couple other teams as well. Maybe you look at the Jets as a team you want to have some competition for Geno Smith. Maybe take a shot on a young guy. Probably not going to develop into a long-term starter, but I feel like if you're in the situation that they are, it's worth just taking a flyer and seeing what sticks. Potentially you could look at the Colts, where Daniel Jones, they just signed him to, a solid deal, but at the same time, maybe they want to have a backup option because you're betting on a small sample size of great play with Daniel Jones when you have a much larger sample size of mediocre to worse play. So the Colts are a team I wouldn't rule out as well. I think he's going to end up going in the 3rd round, which, again, I'm with Ian. I think that's way too steep. But there are a good handful of teams, I think, maybe not so much late 2nd, but early 3rd especially, I could see taking a shot on a quarterback. Browns as well. I don't think I mentioned the Browns,
Yep.
So I think that'd be a team where, maybe they want to throw another name into the mix if they try and trade Dylan Gabriel or something like that.
What's a realistic thing they'd get for Dylan Gabriel? After a historically bad season in the PFSN QB impact grade, the lowest grade we've ever given to a quarterback, or at least to a specific rookie quarterback in his rookie year. But also, Shedeur was not much higher. So double dipped last year, but don't rule it out.
Yeah, I mean, they took him with a 3rd round pick. They wouldn't get a 3rd round pick back for him.
I'm thinking late round pick swap probably.
Yeah. Like maybe a 5th for Dylan Gabriel and a 6th maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, or even I don't know, 6, 7 maybe. I don't know.
I love the kid.
Come on, man. Come on.
I love the kid. I think Dylan's great, but
Whatever.
There were few better quarterbacks throwing deep outside the numbers during his time in college. Doesn't necessarily mean it was going to translate to the NFL level, which it clearly didn't. But yeah, Dylan Gabriel, very interesting choice there. So Cleveland Browns, they're up. It's at 39. So after we have Niners, Cardinals, Bills. Jacob going through a table. So I think that's the best part here. It's 3 picks in. So you said taking shots on somebody. Jacob's going to be taking a shot through a table here. So I do want to plug that and make sure we tune in for the Buffalo Bills pick. A couple other consequences as well as we come up. And as another reminder as well, the PFSN Mock Draft Simulator is powering our event, our live draft show tonight. It will be updated in real time with every single pick. Maybe even a little bit beforehand, maybe a couple seconds before the broadcast will get there. So be sure, if you were looking for best available for who your team could select, the PFSN MDS is definitely the place to go for everything that you want to prognosticate on for your team.
Prognosticate.
That's
listen,
a big
I heard
We're adding so many
longitudinal.
Longitudinal.
So
we're adding so many big words to the vernacular today.
Vernacular. When you use vernacular, we're just getting off the rails.
Vernacular is kind of a cheat because it's the same vocabulary. It's very similar and it's better.
Eminem would be proud.
That's a lot of letters. I don't know if I can
so
spell that.
Yeah.
The pick is in, and I want to discuss this here. So we're going to a receiver that I don't think we thought would be the top receiver off the board here tonight. So that the San Francisco 49ers are going to be selecting Ole Miss wide receiver Dejon Stribling.
Really?
33rd overall.
So
Wow.
I need analysis. I need the take on Stribling here. I don't know who is. We'll go back to it. We'll look at the grades. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at the data as it's here. The consensus rank on Stribling, and I will say we have this as we're tipping picks a little bit here. We're going off of that as well. We're talking about it as we get the information in. So I'm gonna confirm this is a 180th on the consensus board at 33 overall.
Oh, brother.
So credit to John Lynch. He knows what he's doing around the football field. This is a little bit of a head scratcher, though. So obviously getting a D- grade off the bat. Why? Why not Denzel Boston? Why not insert any another 10, 15 wide receivers we have on the board?
Yeah, I mean, look, and I'll say this. I liked Dejon Stribling. I still do as a prospect. I just think that this is way too high. I mean, the physical tools are there. Like, you're betting on upside with him. He's a guy who's 6'2", ran in the 4.3s at the 40-yard dash. Just a tremendous combination of size and speed, really good ball skills. And I think San Francisco is really going to like what he brings as a blocker as well. I know that's not what everybody likes in the 33rd overall pick in the NFL draft, to be like, oh, he's a wide receiver. One of his best traits, he's a really good blocker. They're like, what? Like, come on. I think he's pretty raw as a route runner. Honestly, I mean, that, the ball skills, the hands are really impressive. I think the ability to consistently separate, I do have some questions in that regard. The production, really good in those 2 playoff games, but otherwise pretty inconsistent during his time at the collegiate level. So still a lot to prove. I think that from a long-term perspective, this is your Mike Evans replacement.
All right.
But in the short term, I don't know for sure how much of an impact he's going to have right away. Long term, there's definitely upside you're betting on with there, but I don't know. 33rd is a bit steep for me. Sure.
All it takes is one. Yeah, we're watching Kyle Shanahan not necessarily be as enthused as the rest of his entire GM staff around him was with that selection. So all it takes is for one general manager, one person on that staff to fall in love with the prospect. Is there enough that you saw in Stribling's tape, Ian, that maybe made one person fall in love?
Well, here's the thing, too. This feels like a pick that Kyle Shanahan would be more into as well. I think, you look at what Shanahan's been able to do with receivers. Jawan Jennings was one who wasn't very heralded coming out of college, but ended up being a very good player. And the Shanahan scheme, it's so important to be able to do the dirty work, right? Because if you're a wide receiver who can insert into the C gap from outside, right, and play physical, that might also give you some unobstructed, rub routes or drag routes, right, if defenses are playing that aggressively. So I think Dejon Stribling is a pick that fits an offense that likes to disguise its tendencies, right, and get defenses to over pursue and open up opportunities. Obviously, the route running, I was in agreement on the film. I do think he has room to keep expanding his route tree. I think he's fluid enough for his size, but there are some instances on sharper transitions or breaking back toward the ball on comebacks and hitches where he needs a little bit more of a gather step. Doesn't have the best decel, but he's big, 6'2", 207. He's got sub 4.4 speed. He's explosive. He's long and he's physical. This is a pick that I could see them maximizing within their scheme. Again, it is a little rich on the consensus board, but I think it's a 49ers pick too, and I think because of that, he's gonna be all right.
It feels very much like a 49ers pick where you're a head scratcher. It's a head scratcher. So the Arizona Cardinals, divisional rival of the San Francisco 49ers, have made their selection as well at 34. So we are at the second pick of round 2 of the 2026 NFL draft. And the Arizona Cardinals are going to the interior offensive line with Texas A&M's Chase Bisontis.
Let's go.
So I got to call out the grades here as well. You guys are a little all over the map here. Ian, by your consensus, by your board, your final board gives it an A-. Jacob, a C. So Ian, he was 30th on your board, so a first-round prospect. Jacob, you haven't done it 49. So a top 50 kid, obviously. But we saw with the positional value of interior offensive linemen sort of being thrown out the window yesterday with last night's selections there. Honestly, the interior line, both sides, were sort of thrown out yesterday. Mm-hmm. But Bisontis, so I'll err on the side of caution. I want to say why necessarily he was 49th on your board. Still not a terrible grade, a top 50 kid, but why so much lower maybe than Ian was?
Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong. I know the grade might be a tiny bit lower, but I think for the Cardinals specifically with, starting to see interior offensive linemen go a little bit higher than expected, and given the fact they drafted Jeremiah Love at running back with the 3rd overall pick, I get drafting Bisontis here. And actually, in the mock draft that we made earlier today, we're picking rounds 2 and 3. Ian, you picked Bisontis for the Cardinals here. So I like what he brings to the table in terms of his physicality, his play strength, in a vacuum is really strong. I think the change of direction and, is a little bit of a worry to me. I think, he's got some good tackle guard versatility, in my opinion, good mean streak. I think a lot of it comes down to athletic upside is why I had him in like the mid kind of second round. I know he tested incredibly well, but I think on tape there are some times where maybe he doesn't change direction or doesn't have proper body control, at least in my opinion. Ian, I don't know, what your takeaways were on him, but I do like Bisontis as a pick for the Cardinals in terms of it fits the mentality, it fits very well with your first round pick. So I get why they did it. It's a little high for me, but I think you're going to start to see some of these interior offensive linemen, at least the top ones, fly off the board quickly because there's a little bit of a drop off from the top 2 or 3 who are available going into today, and then the rest of the class.
Yeah, personally, I was a little more complimentary with the change of direction and the athleticism. 9.85 RAS. I think he plays up to that, and I think the explosiveness, the range in the run game, there's some really impressive reach blocks where he's pulling from his gap, to the opposite B gap or C gap, and then managing to hinge around and seal guys off. And then obviously in pass protection, I think the upper lower sink is good. I think he's got active hands, violent hands. Can get a little bit stronger with his anchor. I think he's physically strong, but can be a little bit better, not giving up ground against power, right, against bull rushes, allowing guys to enter his frame. And part of that comes from the shorter arms. When you have shorter arms, you can't latch quite as well sometimes. You can get outreached by longer guys. So that's always going to be an issue. But in terms of two-phase production, right, run game, pass game, range and physicality in the run game, I think athleticism and good, upper lower sink, good flexibility in the pass game, to me, top 30 guy and exactly what Arizona needed.
We're very torn here on this next pick. Jacob, I believe I need to make sure that I'm accurate here, so I'm going through. I believe that the second time. So Ruben Bain to the Bucks got an A+ from you on your board. So it looks like Caleb Downs, which made sense, obviously, and then Mendoza. This is your 4th A+ grade coming up here for the Buffalo Bills in your selection. So despite the fact that you're going through a table here momentarily, the Buffalo Bills with the 3rd pick of the 2nd round, number 35 overall, are drafting edge defender from Clemson, TJ Parker.
Ooh.
So I'm going to save us some time here on analysis, you long-winded draft analysts, and we're going to get ready to get up because Jacob Infante is going through a table here. This is punishment for losing a handful of debate topics last night and then not suffering multiple consequences. So we're going to get the mobile camera ready. We're going to get set up here. TJ Parker to the Bills, though. Ian, you have a C on your grade here. He was your 56th ranked prospect. TJ Parker, though, is this a surprise?
A little bit, yeah. There was some first-round hype, and I never quite saw the first-round talent, right? I think, again, passable talent is what I've always come to, right? Not elite height, not elite mass, not elite length or explosion. You're kind of maxing out at good, not great in all areas, and that's fine. I don't think he's a guy that's going to take you over the top. That said, with the Bills, I think they needed, at the very least, sturdiness against the run, a little bit more power, and he's got that. I think when he's on, the pass rush arsenal is very clearly there. He's got the ability to execute with chop rips and club rips, and then also dipping rips as well. Enough finesse and flexibility. My comp for him has been Sean Phillips. That's been the one that stuck to me all through the cycle. Sean Phillips with the Chargers was a solid starter, solid two-phase producer. Not a guy that's going to take you over the top. Not a guy that's going to win multiple All-Pros, right? But a player that raises your floor at a very important position. So for the Bills in round 2, I think it's acceptable. But I also think, Zion Young had greater upside, in my opinion. But I also, with Zion Young, there's some questions too. So that's the main thing with TJ Parker. They are going to throw Jacob into a table now. So we're going to cut to the phone in just a minute, I think. Yep, John's got it.
Off the table, off the island of the peninsula here. Through the table. But everybody, you just gotta make sure you get through it. That's social media suicide if you don't go through the table here, sir.
Oh man, that's a lot of pressure.
I'm excited.
Are we on?
I'm going.
Are we going?
You got this, Jacob.
Oh Christ! All right.
It just got interesting.
All right. It's been a good life. I'll see you all on the other side.
Go again!
Get on the table! All right, I'm doing it again.
We're doing it live.
Oh, that was bad. All right, hold on.
Oh my
All
god.
right. I'm going off the chair now.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Be careful.
I don't know, man.
Matthew Infante, don't watch.
How the?
For the Bills.
I'm not doing a sound. Oh, what? What is this made of? This HDX
The
folding
table
table
is
is
winning.
incredibly sturdy.
You want?
If you want to sponsor us,
Try to title sponsor next year.
do I have to keep going through it?
I think we need a Buffalo Bills fan to do
Oh my god.
We need a substitute.
All right.
We're gonna have a substitute here.
All right.
This is
Settle for substitute.
Jonathan Gleason.
There you go.
He's been our runner for the week here. Poor guy. For the weekend.
Runs and gets us items.
Jacob softened it up. Hold on.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
like the spaghetti jar, right?
Oh my goodness.
Someone
Yes.
loosens it up, so if this breaks, we got to give Jacob some credit too.
Roger that.
All right, you're good.
Oh my god.
Get out of here!
Oh my
Well
god.
done. Well done. All right.
Bro.
Evidence.
Nice. Oh my gosh.
We went off the rails a long time ago.
Off a long time ago.
This is the train rolling in the ditch. now.
The crazy part is we've not missed a single thing on the broadcast.
Oh
We're
my
gonna clip
goodness.
those for those of you that are following for Jacob Infante.
Are you okay, Jacob?
I'm all right.
It's
Okay.
the pride that is hurt the most.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, I guess that's a good thing. I think all the people on Twitter who've been calling me fat, I think that's that's enough there.
All right, so while you're in pain and your pride is hurt
Yeah.
and sore,
John
need
got
to-
some height there, by the way.
That was,
He jumped a lot higher than I did.
committed to the bit fully. Not that you did.
Well, you know, you need
you
the
did soften it for
you
him,
need
though.
the
Let's talk
force of gravity as an accelerant.
We're
Thank
very
you.
proud of you.
So
That's true.
I'm proud of you too.
You can officially
I did not.
say,
I did
I'll
not risk
try.
my body. I did not put my body on the line. You did. So
don't be surprised when next year's ticker is sponsored by HDX. Very long
very
tables.
Yeah,
It's
submit
durable.
it.
All right,
Yeah. Write
the
us a blank
picks,
check,
the pick
please.
is in for the Houston Texans here at pick number 36.
Mm-hmm.
We'll touch on TJ Park a little bit more, but Ian, you did a great job. Thanks for holding down the fort.
Yeah.
Another Ohio State Buckeye off the board here.
Mm.
First one of night two, but that gives us a round handful of Buckeyes in the first 36 selections. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald
Yeah.
to the Houston Texans. So it's an A+ across the board here.
Love it.
Or an A for you, Ian, and A+ for you, Jacob. So that's your second A+ in a row. Caden McDonald, 23rd on your board. So Jacob, while you're nursing a sore elbow, sore hip,
Sore pride.
Caden McDonald, what does he do best?
I mean, I think to me he's the best interior run defender in this class. And I didn't realize too, the Texans moved up 2 spots with the Giants to be able to acquire him. And again, another guy that we had going to Houston in the mock draft that we ran earlier. Just a stout, low to the ground. Oh. All right.
The table can't talk into the microphone.
Yeah, this
This
is
guy.
rough
Can't bring him
start. Rough start for the Jakester. Come on. But yeah, stout, physical at the point of attack, really sturdy anchor that allows him to stand his ground, effective 2-gapper. I love what he brings to the table and the spatial awareness against the run to know when there's a runner going up his gap, how to stack and shed, and how to free up his hands and be able to make the tackle. Just a really impactful player in that regard. Pass rushing upside isn't unbelievable, but I do think he's better than a lot of people give him credit for. I mean, the short area quickness is pretty good. The hand usage is pretty good. He's, definitely on the bigger side, so he's not going to wow you with his agility or his flexibility or anything like that, but you're getting an impact run stuffer for Houston, which is exactly what they need. Having McDonald right up the middle with Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter rushing off the edge, that is a dangerous defensive line for a Houston defense that was already one of the best in the NFL this past season. So I love this pick for Houston.
Yeah, the analysis that we had, because we mocked this to Houston in our day 2, day 3 live mock that we did a few hours ago, and the analysis that I had was, I think he's a really good orbit DT, right? A guy who you can put at the fulcrum, 0 tech, 1 tech. He can 1 gap a little bit. He can 2 gap a little bit. Again, I think 2 gapping is where it's a little less consistent, right? Sometimes the balance can suffer against double teams and combos when he's not aligning his hips properly, or maybe peripheral vision can be a little late to sense those. But the physical framework is there, right? You got the linear explosion. You've got the point of attack strength, right, to a high degree. And at the end of the day, too, that linear explosion, that power, that can supplement some pass rush upside, too, within that mold. And he's got the ability to be the orbit DT with Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter and other guys.
It's
a scary defensive line, and it's the exact component that they needed on that interior. They could have taken him round 1, and I wouldn't have said anything. I would have said it's cool, it's a good pick, and they got him in round 2. So for me, it's an even greater value. It's the final piece, and I think it's what helps take this. It's scary to say take this Texans defense over the top, because they were really freaking good last year, but now I think they're poised to sustain, I would say.
There you go. So it is of note as well. The Texans traded up. They traded 38 and 91. So 2 picks tonight, 38 and then round 3, 36 to the Raiders. In addition for a 4th rounder. So
to jump the Giants.
To jump the Giants here, who the Giants pick is in as well. And so for those of you that said it was too slow in the broadcast, we're not going to be too slow. The New York Giants have made their selection, and the New York Giants have drafted the other Tennessee cornerback, not Jamal McCoy. They've gone Colton Hood at pick 37 tonight here, round 2. Colton Hood, still not a terrible grade overall in the consensus, but to me, obviously, maybe we're not weighing as heavy Jamal McCoy's medicals, or some teams are weighing them a little bit higher. So Colton Hood, though, a long-traveled career, very unique college arc where he finally found stability at Tennessee, was at his absolute best this past season. Colton Hood was a lockdown cornerback in the SEC. So, Ian, I want your thoughts here as well. We'll keep with you. 35th on your board, goes 37th overall. Not necessarily a need for the Giants, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of the top needs. I know they have Drew Phillips in the slot. They got Paulson Adebo. They've got Greg Newsome in the second. But Newsome, after being traded to the Jaguars last year, was kind of up and down, right? Paulson Adebo, since signing with New York, has been up and down. So I get it from that standpoint, right? I think you're hedging for continued regression with those top pieces. And you do get a young talent in Colton Hood, who, like we said, 35th overall, going 37th overall, properly valued. And Jermod McCoy, yes, is higher on our board, but you look at the knee injury, that seems to be a major concern. And the numbers are good for Colton Hood. 85.2 PFSN CB impact, 15.1% forcing completion percentage this past year. All of these things, and 2.6% missed tackle, right? Very sure and strong in run support. I think the reactive coil is my favorite thing about his game. He's just so quick to react, whether it's in press man, whether it's off man, in zone, overlapping route concepts. The playmaking discipline, right? There are times when extraneous physicality can get the best of him, both at stems and at the catch point, but the talent is through the roof. And I think this Giants team, yes, they don't have an immediate need relative to others at corner, but I do think they could stand to upgrade long term, and he gives them that at a very cheap, cost controlled price too.
That gives now the Giants Arvell Reese at 5 overall, an edge defender, Francis Mawanoa at 10, the offensive tackle, probably shifting into guard, and Colton Hood, a cornerback. Jacob, what did you like about Colton Hood as a Tennessee Volunteer this past season?
Yeah, so I think, Ian was spot on. I agree with a lot of what he mentioned as far as analyzing Hood. I think that, definitely I had a higher grade on McCoy for sure, but when you factor in the injury, I don't think there's an insane drop-off necessarily. I love what Colton Hood, going back to his time in Colorado as well, he led the Big 12 in interception return yardage in 2024. Just an effective, well-rounded corner. I love the athleticism he brings to the table, the scrappiness that he demonstrates close to the line of scrimmage. There's a true playmaking mentality when you watch him on tape. So there are some instances where I think he can be a split second too late to diagnose route concepts, and that can put him out of position sometimes. But I think that eventually he has the potential to be a really good starter at the next level. So even if that's not as a cornerback 1, even that's as a cornerback 2, I think that's really good value here, 37th overall for the Giants, where you look at that defense now, you lose Dexter Lawrence, but I think it's a more well-rounded unit now. You bring in Arvell Reese, you sign Tremaine Edmonds, you bring in Greg Newsome, now you get Colton Hood. I think that you're filling a lot more needs this offseason, and that was a big hold back point, I guess. I can't think of a better word. I'm not very smart for the
You-
Giants.
Hey, you said longitudinal or earlier today.
I did
so
say
don't give
I
me
did
that.
say longitude,
Don't
so
give
I
me
have that going for me. But yeah, at the same time, though, I do think that there might be some growing pains early on, but I do think that the potential in the long term is very, very high. with
I will say, looking at the rest of the board at this pick, I am a little bit surprised that they didn't go with a safety. Having a need, we know Tyler Newbin hasn't quite worked out for them thus far alongside Javon Holland. We know they have guys in the short term at corner with Newsome and Adebo. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is still on the board, and he was in some first-round mocks. Traden Stukes from Arizona is a really fun player, 25 years old, who, again, might not fit the Giants' exact window, but if they're trying to compete in 2 years, I think Stukes would be a good fit. I'm a bit surprised they went with a pure corner. I think there were options at safety. We'll see how it pans out, but the safety class is deep, too, so they've got a chance to back it up in round 3 or beyond.
How interesting you mention Traden Stukes, because the pick at number 38 for the Las Vegas Raiders is the Arizona cornerback.
Oh my
Traden
gosh.
Stukes.
Wow.
Let's
There you
go.
go.
Let's go.
A good overall value. You guys clearly like him as well, but not a need that we have on our board for the Raiders here.
Yeah.
So cornerback, not a need. Why is it Stukes, or is this just a start on now? Cornerbacks are off the board. Notable, this is the pick that the Raiders gained a third round in favor of a fourth round with just trading back with the Texans.
Well, it's important to note Traden Stukes, he's listed as a corner in our MDS, and there's a reason for that. Mainly a nickel corner at Arizona, right? Played some boundary earlier in his career, but he is a true glue guy on the back end. He can play nickel, he can play boundary, but he can play back at safety as well. Obviously, Arizona had two very good safeties in Genesis Smith and Dalton Johnson, so they didn't need to have Stukes back there all the time, and he played nickel the majority of his career, but also, moving around the front. And I think for the Raiders in particular, they've got a pretty young secondary. Darian Porter, right? They did sign Teron Johnson in free agency, Eric Stokes. Those guys have been, Teron Johnson's been very good for the Bills, but took a step back last year. Stokes has been kind of a journeyman, right? But acceptable. So I think Traden Stukes, you get him in that secondary, right? You've got Polamalu and Jeremy Chin at safety. I'd have to think he's going to slot in a little bit more at safety. So I think,
note, they announced him as a safety.
Yeah, so I think that
as the
solidifies
selection
it.
happened, so.
Yeah.
And at safety, he projects very well. Again, explosive, agile, twitched up, fluid as well. But also, you look at the elite processing ability too, right? And the numbers back it up. The 88.9 CB impact grade in 2025, 36 career forcing completions. So you know that the pass deflection ability, the playmaking at the catch point is there. 4 interceptions in 2025, and a QB rating allowed of just 34.4. Right. So this guy is a playmaker. He knows, where to be. He knows about positioning, right, route concepts, things like that. But again, also the injuries have been a concern for him. But when he's healthy, two-phase playmaker all the way. I love the pick personally.
I'm gonna call out the QB rating allowed there. That's a quarterback rating when he's targeted in the primary as the primary defender in that spot. The quarterback gets a 36.9 for just simply spiking the ball, meaning a quarterback fared worse than just simply throwing in a completion on every single pass with
That's
a targeted Stukes.
Yeah.
So to me, do you like the pick? Thinking more as a safety, does that change the pick for you as well?
Honestly, I like the pick a lot as far as, putting Stukes as a safety. I mean, like Ian mentioned, you have the versatility, the ability to cover out of the slot. I mean, the Raiders might not need it as much. They got a Teron Johnson over from the Bills. But, like you mentioned, you've got Jeremy Chin and Isaiah Polamalu at safety right now. I have to figure Stukes slides in and is able to start pretty quickly right away. Also a guy who can play in the box. And I think that having that versatility as, that projectability as a deep safety, but also that proven ability in the slot, that proven ability in the box, and having a safety in this case who can play in man coverage too, I think you can run so many different looks with a guy like that who's as intelligent processing route concepts as he is, a guy with the ball skills he has, 4.3 speed in the 40-yard dash at the combine, and that shows, and he maximizes it with the sheer motor that he demonstrates charging downhill, trying to jump on a route, or closing in on a ball carrier as a tackler. So I like this pick. I have a good feeling he's going to be a good starter. Yeah, there's the injury. It's in the, he's a little bit older, but I think with that age, you get a mature, well-adjusted individual. He was one of the guys I interviewed at PFSN leading up to the draft, and I came away impressed with how well-adjusted he was and his mentality as a team player and a guy who knows, all right, I'm going to have to put in the work to succeed at the next level, and he seems prepared to do so.
Somebody who also seems prepared to do well at the next level, probably didn't get talked about enough. He played in the Pacific Northwest, is heading to Northeast Ohio to the Cleveland Browns. It's Denzel Boston, wide receiver, going at 39.
They're
Tyler
doubling-
Sopchik,
I like
I
that,
need a
yeah.
They're
reaction.
doubling up. They
Yeah.
got KC in round one.
I believe he said it will take it. So the Browns played the most snaps by rookies last year, and I believe it was by a landslide. So Kyle Soppe, Jason Katz, I know you're watching, so we're gonna need do we see Denzel Boston as a high volume target, a fantasy relevant rookie early on in his career? It feels like he's a guy that was pro ready though when you watch him on tape.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, for sure. I think the Michael Pittman Jr. comp is one that's been thrown out a lot, and I think it tracks, right? More of a zone beater than a man beater, but again, I think has enough in his toolbox to beat press. I think definitely really fluid for his size, and that's kind of where it comes through. To separate independently at the NFL level, you need hip fluidity, you need ankle mobility. And I think those are two things that are very strong in Denzel Boston's film. But even more than that, right, the passable route running skill set, he is one of the best receivers in the class at the catch point as well, right? The metrics show that. And just watching the film, how he wins at the catch point. There was a play against Michigan where he was on a deep crosser, right? And he had a single high safety that he was trying to bait. And he adjusted his tracking angle late in the rep and then readjusted it as the ball was coming his way to bait the safety into over pursuing and clearing space for himself. That's the kind of spatial intelligence that Denzel Boston brings, on top of having vice grip hands, just a 3.6% drop percentage, right? So I love the pick. I think it's really bold of them to double up at wide receiver, getting Denzel Boston, KC Concepcion, but I think they complement each other perfectly. You have a guy in Denzel Boston who can stress defenses vertically, right, and get some rag targets in the short range, and you have the guy in KC Concepcion who's kind of the everyman who can play outside, inside, can separate at all three levels. I love the pick, and I love supporting a QB. We mentioned earlier yesterday with KC's pick, probably more for the QB that comes in 2027. He will be well supported when he does come.
We're talking directly about you, Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. So Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, if they can't move him. Whoever it is suiting up at quarterback, they have two new weapons to throw to. That is an interesting pick, though, or an interesting topic to have doubling up at wide receiver. Round one, KC Concepcion, and now Denzel Boston. So to you, Jacob, you were a little bit higher on Boston than Ian was on your final rankings, 32nd to 36. So we're talking splitting hairs. What do you like about Boston?
I'm with Ian on a lot of this. I think you're looking at one of the most sure-handed receivers in this entire class. I think that the size, the physicality of the catch point is tremendous. There's a large catch radius there. Specifically in 2025, I know we brought up it was 3.4 career drop rate. In 2025, it was 1.2. So you're talking about a guy with sticky hands, a guy who's very consistent in terms of making grabs away from his frame. I like the fluidity. I tend to agree as a pure separator, maybe not the best at sinking his hips and changing direction. I know a lot of those receivers at that size aren't, but I love the coordination he shows coming out of his breaks, the fluidity across the middle of the field, the ability to change direction and work the stem subtly with, quick movements one way or the other to exploit a defensive back's blind spot and work himself open. So I like this pick quite a bit for Cleveland. And like Ian said, too, I think that you have two guys now in Boston and Concepcion who complement each other very well. And, you factor in Jerry Jeudy. I don't know, probably not a long-term piece at this point, but at least in the short term, he's a guy who can create separation at will. Isaiah Bond has that raw, deep speed, the ability to stretch the field and, serve as that kind of another speed weapon in addition to Concepcion. So we all saw that Browns offense last year, and it wasn't very good. So I think in the short term, Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson are going to be happy. But in the long term, I think whoever ends up as this long-term starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, whether it's Sanders or somebody else, I think is going to be pretty happy with the situation they surround themselves in. Not even to mention Harold Fannin Jr. in the mix as well.
Yep.
The GOAT who's going to find himself in Canton one day here soon, Harold Fannin Jr. I have a soft spot for Fannin. So the pick here, speaking of a team who does not have a quarterback dilemma at all, the Kansas City Chiefs went to the defensive side of the ball with Mansour Delane at pick 6, and then they went back to the defensive line in Peter Woods last night as well, going R. Mason Thomas here at 40th overall.
Right.
So I believe we're going to start a little run on edge defenders here, it feels like. In round 2, we said one of the positions might be edge that gets a little bit of love. So I'm going to read the notes here because, and I'll go right to you, Ian, because your grade is a D for our Mason Thomas, at 40 to KC. Why a D for this grade overall?
Well, it's not the value that I would have liked. He's kind of more of a round 3 guy, and we got him in round 2, right? So that right there is kind of the void. You had Zion Young on board. You had Gabe Akis, who would have been my pick here. I think I look at the size, right? 6'2 and 1/4, 241 pounds, less than 32-inch arms. So the size profile is not ideal, and it's not typically what we see from Steve Spagnuolo, right? What he prefers. He tends to like longer guys, but again, the 80.6 PFSN edge impact score, right? Very productive behind the line of scrimmage as far as sack production. And I think the first step, he didn't test as an elite athlete for his size, but I do think he shows better quickness and a first step explosion on film as well. And he's got the cornering ability too. And I think, if I had to weigh him and Cassius Howell against one another, I do think R. Mason Thomas has better speed to power game, right? I think he's a little bit better attacking inside the torso, loading his base and fully siphoning that lower body power. But at the end of the day, man, round 3 value in round 2. I don't know if he's a schematic fit for Steve Spagnuolo. Probably going to be a DPR out of the gate, and the run defense profile is a little concerning because he's not the best at setting the edge and playing sturdy and limiting displacement even as a weak side defender too. So it's going to be an interesting fit, but if you need a pass rush catalyst, he can at least do that.
DPR, designated pass rusher. Jacob, you're a little bit higher on him. 47, so still technically a reach. It got a B, so we averaged it out here to a C. Obviously, we saw it on the screen for R. Mason Thomas to the Chiefs. A little bit higher, though. What does he do that you do like the most?
So my comparison for him in this pre-draft process was Yannick Ngakoue. And I think you see a lot of the similar. Ngakoue was never an elite run defender by any means. A little undersized historically by standards of the edge rusher position, and I think that's definitely the case with R. Mason Thomas. 37th percentile height, 23rd percentile weight, 5th percentile hand size, and 13th arm length. Definitely undersized, but I love the flexibility. I love the quickness, love the finesse. The pass rushing instincts are all there. DPR, but upside to be a solid complement to George Karlaftis.
All right, I like it. Compliment. So the Bengals now without a first-round pick. So we have the Cincinnati Bengals on the board for the first time here at pick number 41 overall, and they are going with, we mentioned Harold Fannin, Cassius Howell, also once a Bowling Green Falcon. Texas A&M edge defender Cassius Howell. I'm going to shout out Cassius Howell because he led the nation in quick pressures. So those are pressures within 2.5 seconds from the snap. If you watch any of his highlights, any Texas A&M highlight, it feels like all he did was pop off the screen. He did it all throughout his collegiate career. So the numbers are in, the grades are in. Another one you do not quite like, though, Ian. You have him as 77th, whereas Jacob, I'll go back to you. You have him as a first-round prospect, 25th on your board for Howell. So that slots you in with A+ for the Bengals here. A need, maybe not the biggest need, but certainly one that they wanted to get better on the defensive line. But it feels like we've double-dipped this offseason.
Yeah, so the reason that I like Howell, and I understand some of the concerns, obviously a lot of it's stemming from length, literally first percentile in edge rusher length, 30 and a quarter inch, very, short-armed kind of T-Rex of a human being. But I love similar to R. Mason Thomas, but I think even more so because I think Howell's more explosive. I think he's twitchier. He can turn the corner well as an outside presence on the speed rush. I like he's naturally low to the ground. That helps him with taking refined angles along with his ankle flexion. But he also wins with good pad level too. So definitely not the strongest edge rusher in the world, but he's got a pretty deep arsenal as a pass rusher, especially when it comes to finesse. Cross chops, swim moves, spin moves, rip moves. He has the finesse and the agility to be able to make all those work.
I will say I think Howell is probably more nuanced than R. Mason Thomas. I would give Howell the edge in terms of refinement. I just worry about the speed to power. That's the main thing, but it's a good pick.
I get it. Speed to power. I did feel like maybe there wasn't a lot of long pressures he got because if he didn't get there quick, he didn't get home at all. And so I understand the worries. I understand the concern. A player that I think needs to be talked about a little bit more that you both had as a first-round prospect, 32nd for you, Ian, 31st for you, just goes to the New Orleans Saints at 42. It's Christian Mellor, the defensive tackle from Georgia. We collectively give this an A on the board for both of you. So, Ian, I'll stick with you. Mellor to the Saints. I don't know it's a need, but this dude sort of breaks the mold with this type of value.
Yeah, and you look at what the Saints have at defensive tackle, kind of their nose tackle, right? But Brandon Staley can run some odd front, even front. It's multiple, right? But they got Devon Gachow, who's a veteran, kind of a journeyman, who's starting to pass his prime a little bit, right? So they have Brian Brzee at the other DT spot. I think getting an even front nose like Christian Mellor, yeah, it wasn't one of the top needs on our board, but it still is a need, and I think helping the edge talent as well that you're going to get later in the class. Obviously, there were edge guys on the board like Zion Young and Gabe Akis that I think could have garnered consideration. But Kristen Miller, to me, again, kind of like Caden McDonald, is that orbit DT. 6'4", 320, 33 inch arms, super heavy-handed. I mean, he's got cinder blocks for hands. He stacks, he punches and extends, and he resets the contact point with total and utter violence. It's really fun to watch. And the pass rushing, it's a little raw right now, but there were really bright flashes down the stretch in 2025 where this is a young player who has enough twitch for his size, enough agility for his size, and the linear power is really, really awe-inspiring. Where on bull rushes, he can completely cave in the pocket. So I do like the pick a lot. I think it fits what they need, and I think that he's going to be a good player for a long time.
I thought he carried his weight. Big guys, you see the numbers here, 6'4", 321. I thought he carried it so much better. He felt like such a lighter pass rusher or just player, but I don't know if he necessarily really jumped off the screen. And so if you don't know who Miller is, go back and watch the tape. There are some things that he does on that field, on that defensive front, that maybe don't eat up the stat sheet. So Jacob, he was 31st on your board. What do you like most about Miller?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that he's so pro-ready as a run defender. I mean, you mentioned the physicality, the violence, the play strength, the heavy hands, the sturdy anchor. I think for a guy who's 6'4", you start to get in that range where, sometimes you might have a little bit of a higher center of gravity naturally. I don't think that's as much of an issue for Miller whenever I watch him. Still developing as a pass rusher. I think his plan working off of counter moves can improve a little bit, but I like the tools that he shows there. I mean, like Ian said, the bull rush, the ability to win with power and push the pocket in that regard. The short area quickness is pretty good. I don't think he's the most agile in the world, but I like the athleticism he brings in a vacuum. Again, I didn't see the Saints going defensive tackle this early. I don't know if too many people did, but I really like this pure value for the Saints at 42 to take Christian Miller. I think he's someone who's going to be able to contribute pretty quickly at the next level.
Contributing really quickly. Another one here for the Miami Dolphins. The pick is in. I don't know if he contributes really quickly. I don't know if it's a big need for the Dolphins. And Matthew Canada can correct us. Is that a big need for the Dolphins as they select
Jordan Brooks, who they love.
Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker from Texas Tech, at 43?
Wow.
All right.
Where does Jacob Rodriguez slot on that defense? That's probably the question. So I will say, we have it as a 1. It's the lowest need for this team in the MDS there. Don't necessarily need a linebacker. You don't see a linebacker like this drafted. We had the discussion, him or C.J. Allen in round 1. We saw a couple other linebackers go, or players that were in between. Jacob Rodriguez is a true man in the middle, though. And so I'm concerned about this fit with this team. It gets a C- on our consensus board. Why do we like Jacob Rodriguez, but why maybe not this fit?
Well, I'll real quick. I'll say devil's advocate. Tyrell Dodson and Jordan Brooks are both on expiring contracts after the 2026 season. So long-term minded pick. Miami Dolphins have enough capital in the top 100 where I feel like they can go BPA to a degree. Obviously, I know the Caden Proctor pick was a little polarizing. Chris Johnson was a good one. Jacob Rodriguez is a good enough player that if you're in a BPA situation, if you have expiring contracts in the front view mirror pretty soon, this guy checks all the boxes, aside from size, right? 6'1", 231, sub 31-inch arms, but 4.57 speed, 40-inch vertical, elite explosion numbers, elite sideline-to-sideline range, elite football IQ, and the coverage ability as well, right? The fluidity, the agility, the foot speed, the ability to maintain zone depth, right? And then also run with running backs and tight ends on wheel routes and seam routes. All of those things are available to you with this guy. I think he can be a central force for defense for a long time. And a Dolphins team that probably won't be ready to compete in 2026, I think they can afford to look ahead, right, and pick with this mentality in mind. So I like the pick, even though it's a top need. I think the Dolphins are one of the few teams that were in a position to make it.
All right, I want to make, before we go to you, Jacob, to talk about Jacob, we have a trade to announce. So the New York Jets trade back. They trade 44 to the Detroit Lions, who trade 50 and 128. So the Lions moving up 6 picks to select somebody here at 44 next and giving up a 4th rounder tomorrow on there. So Jacob, though, to you, Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah.
His game, I mean, a captain at Texas Tech on a vaunted defense that played really, really good football this past season. What did you like about your Philip Jacob the most?
Yeah, I mean, I like his name first and foremost, but I think
that's a cop-out.
Yeah, so real quick here, I think, the Lions moving in front of specifically the Ravens at 45. The pick hasn't been tipped yet online, but I'm thinking maybe defensive tackle. Baltimore needs it, the Lions need it, could fit. Anyway, with Rodriguez specifically, I think the Dolphins need a little bit of everything, honestly. So just taking the best player available makes a lot of sense. Rodriguez, love the athleticism. I think he's just an intelligent, high motor linebacker. He does a good job of diagnosing the play pretty quickly, then acting upon his reads, whether it's in coverage, whether it's as a run defender. It dives a little bit at the ankles, a little too much, but I think the relentlessness and the athleticism and how quickly he processes what's going on in front of him is really going to entice Jeff Hafley on that defense. So I'm intrigued to see. I project him best as a will linebacker. I want to see, him being a little bit smaller. He can struggle with taking blocks head on and deconstructing at a consistent level, in my opinion. But I think there's a lot to like with him, especially when he's out in space. So I think as a pure value, 43 is good. He should be able to contribute pretty quickly for the Dolphins here.
He's got a great mustache as well.
Mm-hmm.
Way better than mine.
Yeah.
We're comparing Jacobs here. His
I bet
mustache
you he
wasn't
could go
out of
through a table.
Yeah.
Okay, that's too soon. Too soon. That's too
I had
soon.
to. I had to do it to him. No, so if you watch the tape with Jacob Rodriguez, if you watch the tape of that entire Texas Tech defense, Rodriguez pops every time.
Now I will.
It's every game.
To Ian's point, Hafley did say in the whole pre-draft process they were going to go BPA no matter what.
Yeah.
So if that was BPA for them, then
I will say the one issue I have with it is, again, Gabe Bacchus, Zion Young are both on the board, right? Whatever you think of these guys.
That was going to be my question. Was he BPA? Was he best player available?
I think he was in the BPA. To me, there's never one sole BPA. It's always kind of a pool of players that you can draw from, right? Pool of maybe 5 or 6 who are worthy of being considered the BPA. But the Dolphins need edge talent. And this edge class, after these guys that are still on the board, like Gabe Bacchus and Zion Young, there is a little bit of a drop-off, and you don't get that immediate impact in year one, right? So I wonder if passing on the premium talent at the premium position is going to hurt them. We'll see. But I don't know if you can recoup that value at edge later on. So we'll see. I think that's the one opportunity cost that I'm a little apprehensive about.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick, I want to jump in. Blockbuster news, the Cowboys are trading a 5th-round pick for 49ers linebacker D. Winters. So there you go.
That's news. We have it. You heard it here first.
That's the drama that we all tune into the NFL draft here. So, but
Hey, former TCU great D. Winters behind you.
yeah. I figured I'd mention it. It broke during the stream. It's hardly.
Megatron is on screen now, announcing the pick
Here you go.
for the Detroit Lions. So you had the side of the ball and the trenches correct for the Lions to move up and pass the Baltimore Ravens, but it's Derek Moore, the defensive end edge defender from Michigan.
Interesting.
So Michigan on Michigan here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Ian says, whoa, you heard it here. 106th on your board there, Ian. So they trade up for a player who was 106th on your board. It's a D+, C+ for you, Jacob, and it gets a D+ on the consensus board overall. Derek Moore, though, I feel like we heard from Kwity Paye and we heard from David Ojabo in that Michigan defensive front. I don't think we heard a whole, over the past few years, I don't think we heard a whole lot or not enough about Derek Moore to warrant moving up to select him here, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I will say, as someone, I'll admit I was higher on Derek Moore than the consensus for the most part. I was a little surprised maybe he didn't get more looks. I mean, he had 10 sacks this past season. I think Beer man. I think there you go. I'm good on beer, but I guess Cam needs one.
Why not? Why if
I'm
one
good.
is
Sure.
good,
Yeah,
is it two better?
One of you got. Yeah, I don't know.
It's very
Go
important.
nuts.
It's
Go
very
nuts,
important
guys.
to get your hydration. So hydration.
Absolutely. But I think Derek Moore, I think he has the best speed to power of the non-first-round edge rushers in this class.
All right.
I think he has good length, but what really impresses me is the way that he lands his strikes and the low pad level he shows, the churn, the effort that he demonstrates in his lower half. I mean, we can all point to in those one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl where he absolutely obliterated Markel Bell, a much bigger guy in those one-on-ones. But I think on tape in particular, you can see the ability to push the pocket is really impressive. I mean, the bend isn't amazing. I think he's very much a straight line type of linear athlete. But I think there's good quickness there. The speed to power, the effort is impressive to me too. I think his technical refinement as a run defender, his ability to set the edge and work through those blocks and make tackles closer to the line of scrimmage can improve a little bit. Would I have traded up for him here? No. But I do like Derek Moore, the player.
You stole my sort of segue there, so it's perfect to Ian. I know you wouldn't have traded up for him, but why is he 106th on your board? What was it? And obviously, we've talked about Zion Young. We've talked about Gabe. Akis. We did study that one today. But we've talked about those guys being there, being available. So maybe not necessarily why are they sliding, but why more, you think? What was there that they fell in love with? Is there any one trait you could pin your hat on, maybe?
Talent, raw talent. Look, listen, he's 6'4", 255, near 34-inch arms. He had one of the highest explosiveness grades that I gave out. I know he didn't test that. I think he did limited testing. He didn't test quite as explosive. But you watch the film. The first step is lethal. He gains ground so efficiently, and then he's got the long track acceleration to get up the arc and create angle advantages very quickly, and that can also supplement power exertion. So, I think that the talent is through the roof, right? The motor is hot. I just worry about the consistency on a down-to-down basis. It's as simple as that. I think he's mainly a power rusher right now. I think the counter arsenal, when he doesn't win quickly, it's very, very inconsistent, right? And there are times when he's very easily gathered because he doesn't have that deep pass rush arsenal or that counter plan. And then in run defense too, I think he's strong at the point. I think he can stack blocks effectively, but I do think the play recognition, right, the gap intelligence, the gap discipline, those things can fall by the wayside too. So I think talent-wise, it's an ideal pick, but I look at a guy like Gabe Akis who's got a lot of the same explosion numbers, right, and has the size and the frame, and I think is more consistent on tape and more productive as well. So wouldn't have been my pick, but I can see why they did it. It's a little high for me.
So I could probably tell you the Baltimore Ravens probably shaking in their boots over there, shaking in their Old Bay-filled boots. If you watched the show last night, Ian Cummings had a little bit of trouble with the Old Bay.
Yeah.
That's too soon as well.
It was a spoonful of Old Bay straight. Let's face it, no one's stomaching that really well, or even.
I didn't expect it to have such an immediate effect.
It got it, but I will say the Ravens are probably sitting there saying, "Oh, the Lions just moved above us. Specifically, was it for our guy?" They get Derek Moore. I don't think it was their guy that they went and got for because the Baltimore Ravens at 45 draft edge defender from Missouri, Zion Young. So no more talk about Zion Young sliding here. The Ravens grab the incredibly talented Missouri edge rusher. Jacob, another first rounder on your board here. Not quite midway through second round, but we're getting there. It's Zion Young. Look at the measurables on this guy, 6'6", 262. A first-round prospect gets an A on your grade, Jacob.
Yeah.
Why?
So this stings for me. I selfishly wanted him for my Chicago Bears. But at the same time, I think this is really good value for Baltimore. It makes a lot of sense. When you watch Young in particular, I think, the size, the length, the measurables all stand out. His power, his ability to set the edge in the run game. I love the anchor strength he plays with. He can stand his ground. Working against offensive tackles. He can work off of blocks to make tackles or at least to plug up gaps as a run defender. I mean, I like the tenacity he plays with. The motor, the intensity is really going to, I think, impress Baltimore coaches over the course of him working into that defense. Not the flashiest athlete in the world. I think his short area quickness is better than a lot of people give him credit for. Again, you can't bend super well. You don't expect that as much for a guy who's 6'6", but I think I don't know. I like him best as, like that hand in the dirt sort of, strong side defensive end. But you're looking at that Ravens defense now. You bring him in alongside Trey Hendrickson. You still have Mike Green in the mix, who's a little bit more of a speed rusher type of guy. You have a pretty nice arsenal now to work with to rush the passer. And, there's also the DWI that you have to factor in as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's part of why he didn't go as high as he did. But I had him, in that, like the fringe round 1-2 grade, not a true first round grade, but he was 26 overall on my board.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Not necessarily.
How dare you?
There's not always 32 first round prospects. Boo me! I made you almost go through a table.
I tried.
A for effort.
Yeah.
So Zion Young, a little bit lower on your board, Ian, though obviously we talked about him here. And I mean the measurables, what he was able to do. It's a two-headed attack they had at Missouri this year. Young, though, took the taco, so to speak. Mm-hmm. This was the guy who was disruptive every single game, it felt like.
Yeah. And honestly, him and Derek Moore, the conversation isn't too different for me. Like, I think the one reason Zion Young, he is higher than Derek Moore on my board by about a full round. And I think the reason for that is Zion Young is a lot more consistent in run defense. You put up the run defense. He's one of the most consistent run defenders in the class. He's got the stacking strength as well, but is more gap disciplined as well. I think the pursuit speed as a weak side defender is really intriguing too. And in the pass rush phase, the power profile is really apparent too. It's just about in pass rush. He had a high pass rush win rate, right? Pure pass rush. But you go to the true pass rush win rate, true pressure percentage on true dropbacks, it's more than halved, So I think a lot of it was hustle. I think a lot of it was athleticism and just beating tackles with that raw athleticism and power. he needs to expand his counter arsenal and be more precise with his punches and precise with his plan, at the NFL level, because NFL tackles are going to be able to beat him if he's not coming prepared, right? But you look at the Ravens rotation, they signed Trey Hendrickson. I think this moves Mike Green into more of a rotational role, which probably fits him a little bit better, right? And then Zion Young, if he reaches his ceiling, he can be a very good player. It's just there is some uncertainty with the projection.
I do want to say one thing too here. We have a second Missouri player coming up, but I want to put the bow on this Baltimore Ravens defensive end selection, edge defender selection. It seems like it's a stacked room, though. However, at this point, we didn't have it high on the need. So despite the A+, we side with the B overall grade for him here as well. So Baltimore, not necessarily drafting for need. I don't know. It's a unique strategy here. So next up, though, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock here with pick number 46, excuse me. They're going linebacker, Josiah Trotter.
Here we go.
And this is Jeremiah Trotter, the old linebacker from the Philadelphia Eagles of old. It's his son. Now, Josiah has bragging rights, the higher draft pick of the two brothers that have been drafted. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. drafted in the 5th round, I believe. So Josiah Trotter to the Bucs, though. A need for the Bucs, a linebacker, for sure. But this pushes C.J. Allen from Georgia, not as linebacker 4 or linebacker 3. I mean, definitely not where we thought C.J. Allen's going to fall. So we can talk about the slide for C.J. Allen. But Josiah Trotter, I'll go to you, Ian. He gets a C from you, an A- for you, Jacob, based on the board here. So we'll go to you, Jacob, for the friendly take here, though. Why should there be any buyer beware, though, for the Bucs with Trotter?
Buyer beware. Coverage mainly, and this is why with the Buccaneers, right? They drafted Servassier Denise from Pittsburgh, who I was a fan of as a blitzer, a run defender, and I thought that he had a lot of upside in coverage too. But fast forward to today, Servassier Denise has not worked out as a coverage defender. He's been a liability in that phase. Levante David at the tail end of his career was also depreciating there, right? So I think the Buccaneers got feasted on over the middle of their defense. Josiah Trotter is a guy who is probably the best run defending linebacker in the class, and I love that for the Buccaneers, but I also think he's a little bit limited in coverage. He's not the most fluid, and there are times when his blind spot awareness can be inconsistent. That shows with a QB rating allowed of over 100 in his final season. So, I feel like it's a pick that, C.J. Allen isn't the best in coverage either, but I would give him the edge over Josiah Trotter. I understand why they wouldn't go Allen, even though Allen is higher on my board. I think Allen's size profile might turn some teams away from him. Josiah Trotter is a little bit bigger, a little bit longer, and super physical and instinctive in the box. So I like the pick from that. The coverage profile is what worries me, and I don't think it's going to fix all of Tampa Bay's problems there.
Do you worry about the coverage for Trotter as well, Jacob? Noticeably a little bit higher, a little bit better grade, A- on your board. And, other than that, what do you like about Trotter the most?
Yeah, so I promise that's not my bias sticking in as a Mizzou alumnus or anything. I try my best to keep it, pretty right down the middle. But I definitely do have some concerns. I think that's the big weakness in Trotter's game. Not just the change of direction, but the feel for route concepts across the middle of the field, having an understanding of, all right, this is what my assignments are. But I think he's the most pro-ready run defender, like outside of say Sonny Styles in this linebacker class. I think the physicality, the pad level, the form as a tackler is all really good. And you're looking at a guy who's a redshirt sophomore. So he declared a year earlier. I mean, he had 2 years left of eligibility, but he's essentially a junior in college. So he's younger than most of these prospects. And the fact that he's so intelligent in understanding, and processing in the run, executing his run fits, knowing what angles to take in pursuit, having the physicality to wrap up at the point of attack and bring ball carriers down, and also the ability to take blocks head on. I like the potential and what he's shown a bit as a blitzing linebacker as well. So definitely, I did have a higher grade on C.J. Allen looking at the linebackers still on the board, but I think that Trotter is a rare high floor player for a guy who gets picked on day 2 and declares for the draft early. He has the youth. I think he has the potential to become more comfortable in zone coverage. I don't think he's ever going to be incredible in man necessarily, but in zone, I think he'll start to become more comfortable. But as a run defender, I think he has an instant impact for this Tampa Bay defense.
Instant impacts. I don't know if our next pick here for the Pittsburgh Steelers makes as big of an impact, at least on somebody's board here. So let's get to it. The Pittsburgh Steelers trading up with the Indianapolis Colts, going from 53 to 47, swapping late round, I believe round 7's 249, 237, but also Pittsburgh giving up 135 in this to draft wide receiver from Alabama, Jeremy Bernard. So, Jacob, another favorable grade for you. It feels like it's going your way. Your board's night tonight here.
Yeah.
Ian, 69th on your board. Nice. And Jacob, 42nd. So, Ian, I'll stick with you. It's a C-. Why not this pick? And we can get into whoever is going to be unfortunately throwing footballs to these guys, it feels like, for Steelers fans. But C- on your board is how the grade comes up. Ian, why?
Hey, I will not take that Will Howard slander. Come on now. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, he's in Columbus. He knows better right now.
But no, I like the pick and I like the idea. I think for me it's pretty simple. There were other receivers that I would have taken if you're targeting a receiver. I'm a big fan of Antonio Williams from Clemson. Skylar Bell from UConn is another one, right?
UConn?
But I think Jeremy Bernard. If I'm not trying to get brownie points from Matt either. I really do like Skylar Bell, but I think Jeremy Bernard, right? I think he's going to be a really good wide receiver 3 for Pittsburgh. And this is why I'm okay with it, because they got Michael Pittman Jr., they got DK Metcalf. Jeremy Bernard is a guy who is well built. He's not the most dynamic as a route runner, right? Again, more of a zone beater than a man beater, kind of like Denzel Boston. But, you look at the RAS, 9.06, so he's got good size-adjusted athleticism for a guy who's over 200 pounds, just a 2.5% career drop rate, a 105.8 career passer rating when targeted, and then a 60.6% catch rate as well. That's a little bit lower, but you look at the rack profile, right? The ability to capitalize on short targets, right? Drag routes, quick outs, quick slants as well. And then the ability to separate over the middle with in-breakers too. I think he's a guy who has that functional 3-level profile, and then he's a really, really good blocker. That's the main bonus too. You can put him on the field in any situation, and he's going to do his job. He's going to fill his role, and he's going to be dependable. I think that's the biggest thing. Again, a little high because he's not as dynamic as some of these other guys as a separator, but I can see the vision. Just a little rich for me.
It feels like Alabama receiver, good blocker. It's just on your trait card for an Alabama receiver.
Yeah.
So there's buyer beware. There's maybe too rich for the blood. Jacob, are you okay with them trading up to draft Bernard?
Sure. I mean, I don't necessarily think that they gave up an incredible amount to move up for him, so it's definitely passable. I mean, 135, that's like, what, a late 4th, early 5th round pick or something like that. I think, Bernard, I will say, looking at the receivers, DK, Pittman, Bernard, those guys are going to block their asses off.
Yeah, that's pretty fun, actually. Like, if you're a corner or a safety in that division, like, I'm terrified, actually, of playing.
Yeah, and you get Darnell Washington.
We're talking about wide receivers blocking in Pittsburgh. That's how dire the quarterback situation is.
Exactly, yeah.
Chase Claypool really did a number on them.
Literally,
that's for sure.
Literally. But no, I think Bernard is, like we talked about earlier in the live stream mock we did, I anticipate maybe more of like a traditional speed threat, but Bernard, I think, is somebody who can separate at all 3 levels, just an intelligent player. He can adjust the tempo of his routes well depending on the coverage he's facing. Really good hands, competitive at the catch point, good speed. I don't think he's elite in a particular aspect of his game, but he's good at a lot. And I think that that's going to give him a very high floor as a complementary receiver. I think he'd be able to maybe surpass Pittman by the end of this year on that Steelers depth chart. I think that he's got, reliable wide receiver 2 value written all over him. Those guys make a ton of money in the NFL. So you moved up, secured that, didn't give up an unbelievable amount in the process. I mean, I like this pick here for Pittsburgh.
Speaking of liking the pick, I'm going to tell you who also likes our next pick here. It's like a perfect segue, so give me a second here.
You're really good with those segues.
Incredible.
Every time.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shout out Mark Daniels, my longtime now friend and host in Orlando, who I've been on 10:33 a.m. every Thursday in Orlando. Mark Daniels, incredible with the segues as well. So we're looking at the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. At pick number 48, the pick is in. And it is Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell,
really,
who is reunited with his brother, AJ Terrell Jr. in the secondary. So Ben and Rolf and I were just talking. I know Shaquem and Shaquille Griffin played on the same team with the Seahawks as well. Not a very common occurrence to have cornerbacks that are brothers on the same NFL team here.
Yeah.
So let's look to the grade sheet. This gets an A+ from both of you. So feel free to jump out and explain why we like Terrell here to the Falcons.
Yeah, so it's an interesting case where it's the first player with a relative athletic score below a 5.0 to be selected here. But you watch the tape, I think that Terrell more than makes up for it. I mean, he's a smooth operator. He's never going to wow you with his long speed necessarily. Yeah, literally. I think, but I Soto Miedo, yeah. Oh, yeah, my microphone. All right. I'm sorry, man. I can't get it up. I'm sorry. I'm just. I'm sorry. I'm so nervous.
Well,
you know, it's my first time on a live stream. But
the failed table jump really did a number on him.
yeah, I might need some help on this later. But anyway,
There's a gas station down the street. We'll hook you up.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, so I think with Terrell, you know, the fluidity, the instincts in coverage, how quickly he processes routes and can stick with his stick with his assignment in man or zone. There's a lot to like with him there. He's, 8 career forced fumbles. He's got a nose for the football, execute those peanut punches. The long speed isn't incredible. I think he's best suited as a nickel, which I think, if you're taking it 48th overall, this is pretty fair value for him. I hope it works better now if you guys can hear me better. Who knows? A little bit of help can help get it up and go a long way.
And now we're going to cut to Ian Cummings on why he also gave it a C+ grade here.
I pushed too far. I'm sorry.
Well done. Not gonna lie, the puns are there for the audience past 8 o'clock here in local time. It gets
that just shows how quickly our brains are depreciating on this day 2. But it's it's fine. It's fine. We signed up for it. But I like the pick too. I think A+ on my grading sheet. The only issue I have is that D'Angelo Pons is my 12th overall player. And I would have picked Pons. I like Avion Terrell. I do, though. I think, watching the film, like Jacob said, he's such an instinctive, intelligent player, and it really makes up for a lot of the, athletic and even athletic deficiencies. Like I think he tweaked his hamstring on his pro day too. So you wonder if maybe he wasn't at 100%. Even though I don't think he's an elite athlete on film, I do think the vertical speed does show up as a slight deficiency. He can get stacked on the vertical plane, but you'll get him as a guy who can play off man, zone, press man a little bit too. The mirror motor is really strong, and off man he's really good at orienting and keeping hip leverage as guys work upfield and try to stem him up. He doesn't take the bait too often, and then in zone as well, he's really good at reading 2-on-1s. Again, spatial awareness, knowing when to pass off and carry, knowing when to trigger downhill. And then in the run support, what was the forced fumble number? It was something like 7 or 8 across his career. Very, very good at the peanut punch.
Yeah, the school record last year.
Exactly.
5
yeah.
So the peanut. Shout out Charles Tillman.
Exactly. Shout out Charles Tillman, the real peanut puncher. But at the end of the day, Avion Terrell, not an elite athlete, but a guy who I think is a really, really translatable skill set and is a two-phase playmaker all the way.
It is interesting. You watch his highlights and there's instincts for days, and it tracks with him and his brother being now in the NFL, being high draft picks, being reunited in Atlanta as well to boot. So I'm going to read the note here. The McCourty brothers were both corners, playing the same team, but Devin moved to safety, and they played together when he was a safety as well. So Brandon Dixon and Brian Dixon played cornerback and were teammates for the New Orleans Saints 2015 to 2016. So that's the last time that actual brothers played the same position in the NFL. And here we are with the Terrell brothers. So to me, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. We'll stick with the NFC South. We had the Bucks just 2 picks ago, the Falcons here, and now we go to Carolina. And there's a Minnesota trading the pick.
Yeah.
I do want to make a note. Jermod McCoy is still on the board. We know it's going to be interesting to see how far he falls because there's a lot of variance with that knee injury. Obviously, needing the extra surgery, not knowing when he's going to be fully healthy, or with the long recovery timeline, he missed the entire 2025 season. That's involved. It's developing as a major red flag for him, and I wonder if he'll slip even to round 3. We'll see. Whoever gets him is going to get a good value deal from a talent perspective, but this is the effect that we see: injury, medical concerns really manifesting on draft day.
And it's interesting, like I said earlier, it takes one trait, one player in a general management office to fall in love with the prospect to make it happen. One minor injury. It's a major injury, but one red flag, like an injury, can make a prospect fall like McCoy. So here, we'll do the trade. The Panthers moving up, passing the New York Jets, swapping 159 for 196 to move up 2 spots from 51 to 49 and draft Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle from Texas Tech, at 49th overall. The Carolina Panthers, that is. Lee Hunter, and an absolute disruptor. And this max hits A+ across the board here on the consensus grade for both of you. So Lee Hunter, Texas Tech. We have Jacob Rodriguez, and now we have Lee Hunter on the board. whoever wants to jump out and go first. Lee Hunter, the measurables are on the board there. Jacob, go why Lee Hunter is, he's the man.
Yeah,
He's
so
the fridge.
Yeah, he's the fridge.
I mean, literally, I love the space-eating component of his game. He's got that prototypical nose tackle frame, but I think he's got a little bit more juice than what you'd think of in a stereotypical type of nose tackle. I mean, just a gigantic individual, 6'3", 318. I'm sure he might have played a little bit heavier than that at some point during his time in Texas Tech. He's just a mountain of a human being. Physical at the point of attack. He's got a really strong anchor. He knows when and how to work off of blocks to free himself open and make plays against the run. I like him best as a nose tackle. He has a little bit of juice as a 2 technique. Kick him outside a little bit as a 3 tech as well. Didn't test all that well. He's the second prospect now with a sub-5 relative athletic score to get drafted, but just a absolute mammoth of a human being who I think his closing speed in space is a lot better than his testing indicated. I mean, you see some of the plays, like once he can shed those blocks and, shoot up the A gap or, even the B gap, depending on his alignment, and he gets open in space, deceptively quick.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way I'd use to describe
There's athletic
Hunter.
testing speed, and then there's football speed, and Lee Hunter has football speed for days, in my opinion. Am I
Absolutely.
wrong there, Ian? And the eval?
Yeah. No, I honestly, his testing, it was not super surprising because you see his calves. His calves are insanely thin for his size. It's kind of weird, proportionality, man. But at the same time, you watch the film, and Jacob, worded it well. I think he has a lot more juice than you would expect, and I ultimately think he plays more athletic than you would expect off his testing numbers. Right? I think he's explosive enough. I think he's quick enough for his size, and you see him take on a center at zero tech, that stacking strength. He can work guys upright completely, right? And stack and shed. He can 2-gap a little bit, right? He can split double teams, and then that pass rush juice helps as well to disrupt on his own. You look at the Panthers' depth chart, right? They have Derek Brown. They have Tershawn Wharton, who's hasn't really paid off his bargain as a free agent quite yet. They did sign Bobby Brown III from the Rams a couple cycles ago, I think, and he's a decent nose tackle, but I think he's better as a rotational guy. So I think you get Lee Hunter in there as the true starter at nose tackle, as the guy who can really encumber double teams and actually play the functionality of what the position is, which is, again, encumbering double teams, clogging interior gaps, right, stacking, shedding, 2-gapping, and allowing other players to play freer, right? Bobby Brown, more of an obstructing force. Lee Hunter is a disruptor, and I think that's going to help them out a lot.
So now we get to the New York Jets here, and I'm going to assess, make sure I've got all the data correctly here. This is the pick that the Jets traded back to gain. Where are we? Where are the notes?
The notes are
no notes.
No
Shout out Schmidt and Nick Miller. No notes. Yes. So the Lions gain pick 128 from the Jets. Or sorry, the Jets give. Excuse me, I'm all over the board here. I couldn't find my notes, and I shout out Nick Miller. The Jets traded 44, gained 128 from the Lions. And so with that pick, we're on the board here with consensus A-pluses in a row because this is former JMU Duke great, national champion Indiana cornerback D'Angelo Pons going to the New York Jets.
There you go.
Oh
Not
my
a
gosh.
position of need, but an A-plus across the board. Shout out to D'Angelo Pons and everything that he does playing football. Ian, I'll go to you. I'll start with you, though. Why this Jets pick? Maybe not necessarily why it makes sense for the Jets, but why it makes sense to grab a guy like Pons because you were noticeably higher on the board, on the big board with Pons.
Yeah, I'll jump right to it. He's my 12th overall prospect in this class. I know the size has been heavily scrutinized, right? Sub 5'9", sub 190, sub 30-inch arms, right? But you watch the film, he is so good in just about every other area, right? Not to mention the athleticism, running a sub 4.35 40 at his pro day, getting a 43.5-inch vertical, ran a 10.48 100-meter dash in high school. And then the numbers, man, 88.2 PFSN CB impact, 7 career interceptions, 40 career forced incompletions, and then just a missed tackle percentage of 2.1% as well in run support in 2025. The tape is so fun to watch because in spite of being a 5'9" guy, he's a long strider on the vertical plane who can just completely take away throwing windows in side saddle, right? But then he's also really good at playing overtop route combos, right? Planning and driving with efficiency, the hip fluidity, the swivel, the hinge fluidity, right? The agility and twitch, the corrective mobility to plant and drive with efficiency and click and close over top routes. And then I hate to throw the cliche out there, but he plays bigger than his size at the catch point too. So it's kind of funny that the Jets picked him because I have to think Aaron Glenn was kind of going through this trip like, oh, he reminds me of myself, you know, like I have to think that played into it a little bit. But I mean, the process to me, you know, they don't have an immediate need at corner. They got Brandon Stevens, they got Jarvis Brownlee in the slot, they've got Azariah Thomas. But none of those players would preclude me from taking a guy like Pons when he's this far down and he's this high on my board. I think he could be an impact player.
I'll throw to you, Jacob, here as well in a moment. But as Curtis Martin announces the pick on the broadcast here, a little low there, a little lagging. When you say that he plays higher and bigger than his size, I think yes, at the catch point, he's tenacious, he's ferocious, but it's his instincts. And if you watched him back to his JMU tape, this is a kid who popped all over the field for that team. And yeah, you're not playing maybe the best core coverage or the best wide receivers and the best quarterbacks in the Sun Belt, as much as the Sun Belt is the fun belt. He did exactly what you would want a dude like him to do at JMU, was dominate. And then this now gives transfers, obviously, with Kurt Cignetti to Indiana. And this gives the Jets a second Indiana Hoosier on the board. Omar Cooper and D'Angelo Pons. So he plays that much bigger than his size with his ferocity at the ball, but also his instincts. What do you love most about D'Angelo Pons?
Yeah, I love this pick for the Jets. I thought corner was a little bit of a sneakier need. I mean, ever since they traded Sauce Gardner, you mentioned the guys like last season, the Jets didn't have a single corner inside the top 40 in PFSN's cornerback impact scoring. They retained Quantez Stiggers, Azariah Thomas, Brandon Stevens, Jarvis Brownlee, but none of them graded incredibly high. I mean, you have Minkah Fitzpatrick in the nickel now, who's going to see some time there. You bring in Nashawn Wright, who has the playmaking ability, but, you know, speaking as a Bears fan, was wildly inconsistent. The highs were super high. The lows were incredibly low. So Pons, I think, gives you much more stability in theory. I'm a little bit lower compared to Ian, but I still think this is an incredible value. He's 24th overall on my board. If he were 2 inches taller, he'd be a top 15 pick, in my opinion. You mentioned the instincts, just how sound and how patient he is going through his back pedal, and then once he identifies what the route's going to be, he has the elite speed to that longitudinal agility. There you go. To shoot downhill and, you know, jump the route, make a play on the ball, or at least deliver a hit so that you don't have much room after the catch. Physical tackler, I mean, sometimes the size can come back to bite him in that regard, as it does the catch point, but the want to is there. The physicality, maybe the play strength is there at an incredible level. The physicality is. The fluidity's there, the ball skills, the ability to track the ball down. I think he high points the ball similar to a wide receiver. Elite leaping ability, you know, over a 40-inch vertical at the combine.
Ridiculous.
I really like this pick for the Jets, and I think that it helps, obviously, when you have such an abundance of draft capital to work with, but I think with the picks they have, they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, so far we'll get into like the team angle a little bit.
Yeah,
and you know what? Short kings represent too, right? Like
on God,
come on.
He went there, short kings.
No cap.
For real.
But hey, no, the pick.
I'm gonna mute your mics next time I hear a no cap or a fire. The mics are getting muted. No, that's a punishment to everybody else if they have to give an analysis like Gen Z, whatever it is that we're talking about here. All right, so it's the Kyler Murray era in Minnesota, and not gonna lie, we're waiting for the pick here, just like everybody else is on the broadcast. It feels like our pick tippers are slowing down as their interest wanes. But the Minnesota Vikings drafting Caleb Banks earlier in the first round as probably one of the bigger shock selections.
Whoa!
So I'm gonna need some Jake Golday analysis, linebacker from Cincinnati. This now solidifies the C.J. Allen fall, that linebacker. So we're going to talk 2 SEC players sliding. Jamal McCoy, corner, C.J. Allen, linebacker. So Jake Golday from Cincinnati flew largely under the radar. But as this comes in, Ian, a D- for you on your board. A little bit of a shocking pick here. Jacob, a B, so we'll let you talk nicely about Golday first. Just slightly, though.
Yeah, I mean, and at this rate, they're going to have you and me starting in their secondary. But, like, I like Golday as a value here. He's a really interesting story where he was a 190-pound edge rusher coming out of high school, and he bulked up. He played off the edge at Central Arkansas, and then eventually moved to off-ball linebacker, continued to bulk up. You know, it's interesting. Usually you don't think an edge rusher is going to move to a linebacker and then bulk up, but that's what happened with Jake Golday. And you see some of that edge rusher background in his tenacity as a pass rusher. Big dude, 6'4", just a hair under 240 pounds. He's a Popeye's biscuit away from 240.
Now we're talking.
Freak athlete. I mean, you're looking at a guy with good fluidity across the middle of the field. I like some of the flashes you've seen in coverage. I think the instincts are still a work in progress, but he has such a large catch radius to work with. He can change direction well. Essentially kind of served as like a hybrid Sam, kind of edge rusher sometimes at Cincinnati. Closing speed is very good. I think that him being relatively newer to an off-ball role, there's some times where he's a little bit more reactive than he is instinctive in terms of he identifies it after the fact more so than being able to be proactive in his progressions. But the upside here is really high with Minnesota. So you're getting two guys in Caleb Banks and Jake Golday where it's like, okay, they're still a little rough around the edges, but you're getting elite athletes with impressive physical measurements. Golday, and he's another one of those guys that I talked to leading up to the draft in a PFSN interview. You can check it out. There's a link somewhere. I don't know. Look it up.
Shout out.
But cheap plug. But yeah, Golday, I don't know if I love linebacker here for the Vikings.
Yeah.
But I think this is good overall value of where Golday's ending up. I think he's got too high a
You had him
tools
at
to fall in the
52nd,
second round.
and he's 51st. So this,
Yeah.
to me, though, feels like you said it. Okay, the talent's there, but maybe not necessarily the on-field skill. Ian, you're not quite as sold on Golday. Had him 92nd, so it produces a D- grade on your board. Why should the Vikings fans be yelling right now?
I wouldn't say yelling, but I don't like the pick. I think he was a round 3 guy on my board. He goes round 2. Devil's advocate. I do believe Blake Cashman is up for an expiring contract this year. But also, if you're the Minnesota Vikings, if you're going to be playing more in nickel, like most defenses, nickel is the new base, right? You're only getting 2 linebackers on the field. They've got Cashman and Eric Wilson. Where does Golday fit in the immediate timeline? And along the way, the secondary, they have not touched that unit yet. You've still got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren on the board. You've still got A.J. Halsey as well, Genesis Smith. You've still got Brandon Cizé at corner. And by the way, I think this also confirms that the fall for Jermod McCoy is real because a lot of mock drafts had him falling to the Vikings at 18. He's fallen to them twice. They still haven't taken him. I wonder how much farther he's going to fall. But listen, Jake Golday, from a talent perspective, 6'4", 240.
Those are measurable.
He's explosive. He's long. He's got range for sure. I think he's physical and support, but the coverage profile to me is a little bit inconsistent. I think a lot of the same issues that we had with Josiah Trotter earlier, not being the most fluid. I think he is a little bit more fluid than Trotter, but still the blind spot awareness, the depth discipline, sometimes coming a little bit too far upfield on those play action fakes, being a little too aggressive, coming downhill and voiding space for middle field targets. Those are the deficiencies that I see, and I don't know if it was worth it over some much-needed secondary help at a more optimal value for me.
So you mentioned his name. You say secondary help. The Packers probably very happy that maybe the Vikings didn't listen to their needs and drafted the secondary. Brandon Cizé, the pick here for the Green Bay Packers at 52, the cornerback from South Carolina, arguably their top need for the Packers there. We debated it on Football Debate Club. Shout out Brian Maffey. He did say cornerback was their biggest need. It was a very easy answer for him.
Yeah.
It fills a need with our Gamecock going here at 52nd. I'll talk about the grades here. Both of you, it's easy. A+ from both of you because 40 and 42nd on your boards respectively. 38th on the consensus. A top need for the Packers. So it gives it the A+ grade. So what do we like most about this pick, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, he's not the longest guy. He doesn't pass the traditional length thresholds that the Packers are normally accustomed to following under Brian Gutekunst. But to me, a fringe first-round prospect who just the pure coverage mobility. Look, that's at the foundation of any corner's play. You have to be able to play in space. And Brandon Cizé scored hyper-elite grades for me in explosiveness, agility, and fluidity. He's one of those guys who just moves different. And in 2025, a solid 80.1 CB impact score. He's one of those guys who just has the innate mobility and athleticism that you need to play the position, right? Obviously the instinct parts, right? I think those can be a little more fine-tuned, right? I think he's a little over-aggressive stylistically, and that causes him to bite on double moves a little bit too often, right? And then also at the catch point, I do think he needs to improve at fully tracking the ball and being a playmaker in that phase. But when we talk about explosiveness, hip sync, right? Those acute shin angles, right? You get into the geometry
Oh
of it,
man,
right?
we're at acute shit
We're
angles.
at acute
We're
shit
at the
angles.
acute shit
I am
angle part of the
raising
broadcast,
bar,
now,
gentlemen,
folks.
but no,
Nerd.
athletically, nerd alert.
blimey.
Athletically, this dude is S tier. And then I think he does have the reactive quickness and the raw processing that you need to build up the other parts of the position. You look at him in press man, the mere motor. He's energetic, but also very reactive in tight spaces and fluid on reaction too and response. So, and then physical and support. He can play the nickel. He can play the boundary. I really like the upside here. And I understand that there's a way to go before he reaches the ceiling, but already athletically, he's gonna be a terror for wide receivers to try and separate from.
It is interesting that the number one thing you watch or you can see when you watch that South Carolina tape is the physicality from not just him. It feels like since they had J.C. Horn coming off the board as well, that secondary, that whole grouping. But this most recent grouping, physical at the ball, physical all across the routes, physical in the run game, stopping even jet sweeps as well. So in that division, a lot of talented players, a lot of short area quickness guys, especially with the Lions that they're going to have to contend with. So bumping them, getting them off the ball, off their routes at the line of scrimmage, feels like it's paramount for them. So Jacob, this pick overall, he was a little bit higher on your board, 40th just to 42nd. So splitting hairs here as well, though. But what most about his game did you like?
I think it's the fluidity, the ability to change direction, to work across his body, to stay, coordinated, going, in and out of his transitions. There's a lot to like with him athletically. I'm with Ian in that. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have the best length in the world. He's maybe not the most physical in press coverage or, getting hands on receivers, when they're going through their stems off the line of scrimmage. But at the same time, I do think there's some competitiveness as a tackler and at the catch point as well. The ball skills are really intriguing to me. I love the raw athleticism he brings to the table. I'm a little disappointed he didn't run the 40-yard dash because I feel like he would have done well there, but still 96th percentile, 41-inch vertical, 93rd percentile, 10'11" broad jump. And you can see that too in his, even for having like average length, he does have a pretty big catch radius when you factor, the leaping ability and the ball skills, the ability to high point the ball effectively, getting into the mix as well. So, and I'm very grateful Pat McAfee's going incredibly long.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got about 5 more minutes if he's announcing
exactly.
the pick.
Yeah. But
All right, so the Indianapolis Colts pick is in. I also have a little bit of news for you here. Our consequences are back. But if you've ever been to the NFL Combine or been to the great city of Indianapolis, you've been to St. Elmo's, and if you haven't, you've missed out. St. Elmo's Steakhouse, famous for, their steaks, famous for their Combine presence at the NFL Combine in which everybody congregates, private parties. The C.J. Allen slide is officially over. C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia, going to the Colts here.
Love it.
At pick 53. So I'm going to need analysis for each of you, but I'm going to need you guys to take a dip of the shrimp cocktail.
we both have to do it?
What they're it's delightful. That's the thing, though. So I need a shrimp. I need you to dunk into the cocktail sauce, and I need you to prepare yourself to give analysis while your mouth is smoking hot.
I want one after.
Yeah, it's
All right.
delightful. It's worth the burn.
Beer man.
Beer man.
You don't have to go.
Something to drink.
So I gave you both. I gave you their normal cocktail sauce, which is quite spicy, and if you wanted to double down and make it even worse, I gave you fresh St. Elmo's horseradish as well. Prepare. I wouldn't recommend the horseradish. I would just go with the cocktail sauce
I
first.
love horseradish.
And then tell us why you like the pick. This is the St. Elmo's. This is legit. This is the St. Elmo's. Quote, very spicy.
I'll get in a little more for you. How about that?
So, yep, my man, committing to the bit here. And now, C.J. Allen, what do we like?
Well, I'm gonna wait for my drink.
You don't necessarily have to eat the shrimp if you watched last night. Is he sweating?
Okay. All right. Let's. All right.
Okay.
Compromise.
Here, compromise.
No
just
shrimp, but
snoot it.
But
No, this
I'll
is a
have-
safe for work episode,
yeah,
so you can
but-
absolutely take a
Yeah.
proverbial
Yeah.
bump. Then
Yeah.
you gotta get the cocktail
but
and the
I'm gonna
horseradish.
have a little bit of extra. I'm gonna have a little bit of both.
All right, that's
Hot-
what
cocktail
that
sauce
is
and
after all what she said.
Heyo. Wait. Is this the same as this?
Is it?
Oh.
Cam, is
Oh.
the red
Nope,
stuff-
don't even bother with that stuff. We're going St. Elmo's, pure St.
Oh,
Elmo's,
okay.
and we're gonna give you.
All right. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
If he's all right, if you do go horseradish, I need you to explain why CJ
No,
Allen.
I'm not doing the.
You're just dipping it.
I almost threw out. I
Yep.
almost threw up
Yep.
last time.
So he's going pure
I'm not
horseradish
trying to-
cocktail sauce,
We're good.
Here we go. All right.
and then while
We're exercising
yeah,
benevolence here.
CJ Allen is the pick for the Colts there at 53rd.
Oh, like that?
Oh my God, he went for the horseradish.
Oh no! Oh my god! Are you good? Are you good?
I'm all right.
I'm going
I'll
in.
live.
I'm going in. Proud of you,
so
committed to the
sorry.
bit. So CJ Allen to the Colts. What do we like?
Oh, you want me to go? You want me to go first?
No, I love the
We're going in.
athleticism in a straight line.
Oh, this is what I do for a living, though.
Yeah.
We got the camera on cam, see how it affects him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's check
it-
this out first.
I mean, hey, maybe I did dunk full on into the horseradish. So
Wow, he went all for it. You know, I'll talk about CJ Allen because we're burning daylight here. I like the pick for sure for the Colts.
is.
I think
It's
it's a
a-
phenomenal value. Obviously, you know the Colts have traditionally liked length at the linebacker position, right? But I also think that CJ Allen, even though he doesn't have the size profile, right? You look at the film. There was a green dot for the Georgia defense. That's what we kept coming back to with Kirby Smart. He was calling the plays at a certain point, right? You know, this is a guy who has hyper elite football intelligence, right? He's going to be the Mike. He's going to be the guy who gets everyone in position. And then in run defense, he's so instinctive coming downhill. He's angle sound. He's physical as well. He plays beyond his size. In coverage, I think the blind spot awareness can be a little bit inconsistent, but he's a guy that's going to be an impact starter pretty early on in his career, and it's a phenomenal value. So A+ for me.
all right, yeah. So A+, we both like. All three of us like it. We don't necessarily like the next pick, which we're a little bit behind. So we'll speed up the analysis here.
Yep.
The Eagles go to the tight end board and they grab Eli. Yeah,
Oh,
our
yeah.
CEO
Oh, my
just went
gosh.
with the full
Yeah,
on.
there you go.
Once we get the mobile shot of our CEO crying from horseradish, it's delightful.
Should I have tried the horseradish? Did I get off easy?
Absolutely. And then what you should
Yeah,
do
punch
is you
it
should
in
tell
the
us why Eli Stowers was way too much of a reach for the Eagles. Eli Stowers going at 54 to the Eagles, tight end for Vanderbilt.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting pick. 'Cause people are going to be split on it because of the archetype, right? He's a guy, I'm holding the bowl. I'm trying to manage all of this juggling.
Hold the ball, hold the bowl,
But,
hold the ball.
hold the Super Bowl. But you know, you got a guy who's not the best inline blocker, but he's a very good receiver, right?
No,
You
you're
know-
missing the point. You got to eat and suffer.
Oh, okay.
Suffer
I'll
while
suffer.
eating, while analyzing.
I'll suffer.
Big scoop of the horse.
No.
Well, everyone else did it, so I did. Okay, Jacob, you want to take the baton?
Hell
The Eli,
no.
the
No.
Eli Stowers.
No, I mean just.
Oh, Eli Stout. Oh, yeah.
Analyze. No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not forcing you to do
Oh
this
no,
again.
no, you're good. Eli
Don't worry.
Stowers, I love the athleticism. Obviously, jumped out of the gym at the combine, really fast, explosive.
You could get a little bit of that
Receiving
cocktail
tight
sauce in
end.
there too. Make it worse.
His experience as a quarterback during
I
his
don't
time
like you guys right now.
early at New
This is the
Mexico
only one we have.
State,
That's a lot of horseradish. Good for you. He's going
Yeah.
in. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to manage the heat, and I also saw what the next pick is, and I'm not happy about it as a Bears guy. But.
There it is.
Oh,
Isn't it
Oh,
good?
Christ.
You have to.
ah,
Horseradish is so
what
good.
a.
Who make that? Who produced horseradish?
It's
Who
a,
invented it?
I'm surprised you don't know. It's a root, and it's delightful.
I need to have a word with that person.
Could you imagine being a horseradish developer?
My
I believe there's a whole machine that they have to do that's hand sliced as well. It's a whole production.
My
It's a whole
sinuses
scene.
are
And honestly,
activated.
I'm gonna have another one.
This is
actually, real
impressive.
quick.
To our backstage people too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We're gonna. So, you guys feel free to have some backstage.
Yeah.
Suffer the consequence with us, which is delightful tonight.
All right, enough horsing around. Let's get to the pick.
Oh.
Let's do it.
All right, puns aplenty. As I
Yeah.
can't breathe.
I.
Yeah, so here we go. All right, let's
All
get
right.
back on track here. Let's rope it back in. So what we missed while we were suffering, 53, Indianapolis Colts draft linebacker from Georgia, CJ Allen. 54, the Philadelphia Eagles have drafted Eli Stowers, tight end, Vanderbilt. We are now live. We're caught back up. At 55, the New England Patriots are on the clock.
Someone tipped it.
We've been talking about him for a while. We've been talking about this name for a while. Illinois edge defender, Gabe Akis. We like this pick. This is a pick that if you watched any Illinois football for the past 4 years, you've witnessed basically a semi-professional football team. The way that this team is run is incredible, and Akis popped as a true freshman, playing all over this defense. So a noticeable A+ from both of you. Ian, we'll go to you since we were interrupted by our consequence and our horseradish.
Yeah.
Gabe Akis in that New England Patriots defense. What do we like most?
I think, with him, he's a pro-ready guy. He's one of those guys who has the two-phase skill set, right? The sack production, obviously, 6'3", 260, 33-inch arms. He's a 4-year starter, 2-time wrestling champion at the high school level.
Yep.
So the high floor is there. It's readily apparent. But then also I think his raw talent gets slept on a little bit. He's a guy who has a 10-yard split in the 95th percentile for his position. So, you look at the burst. I think it shows on the film, too, where he has the burst to get upfield, the lateral burst to track plays sideline to sideline. And then the pass rushing, the arsenal is very, very vast, where he can rush with power, bull rushes, and long arms. He's got the a club rip in his arsenal, chop rip. Guys, that horseradish has a delayed effect. I feel lightheaded. I'm not going to lie.
It'll warm me up. So hang on.
insane.
I will, since while we're suffering on this side of the couch over here, for those not uninitiated to the horseradish burn, the Patriots did move up as well. And they gave quite a bit to move up 8 picks. So they go from 63 to 55, and they give up 131 and 202. So that's a 5th and a 6th, I believe, or a 4th and a 6th to move up to grab Gabe Akis, which to me, I guess it makes sense. We love this pick. It felt like if you talk about best player overall, BPA, Akis might have been on their board. The best player available. It makes a lot of sense to give up what they gave up.
As an analyst, I love the pick. As a Bears fan, I hate it. There's no edge available for my Chicago Bears.
It is
at 50.
it is of
it's
note.
slim pickings.
Speaking of edge defenders, though, however, I'm going to jump in as well. We have an NFL trade. So the Vikings are sending edge Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles for 2 third-round draft picks. Mm-hmm. So Minnesota gets 98 and a 2027 third, while Philly gets Grenard and then 244 tomorrow night in the 7th round. So Jonathan Grenard, another edge on the move, heading from Minnesota to Philadelphia. So edge market is getting thin for those who need an edge in this NFL draft class. But back to Gabe Akis overall. Jacob, you said you want him on your Bears, right? This is a guy who, again...
He's such a good football player, and I wanted him on the Bears, and everything sucks. I just ate a bunch of horseradish, and everything is awful right now. This is such a good pick for the Patriots. I hate it. I hate this so much. I mean, he's got power. He's got short area quickness. He's got length. He's got size, physicality, instincts against the run, a deep pass rushing arsenal. Oh my God, why couldn't he have been a Chicago Bear? I am.
2 picks
Come
away.
on. It's
2 picks away.
We're 2 picks away. The pick is in for the Jaguars at 56. We'll see who it is. I hope the Bears trade back, but I love this for the Patriots. It makes all the sense in the world to trade up for Yakis. Far and away the best edge rusher available. There's a steep drop after that, and I hate it. I hate it so much.
It is interesting. It looks like, so not only is the edge market dwindling in this NFL draft class, the edge market for premier edge defenders in the NFL right now is thin, and that's why the Eagles not only trading for Grenard, signing him to a 4-year, $100 million extension as well. So big news in the edge defender market. Gabe Akis and Jonathan Grenard forever intrinsically linked now as we go forward. So Jacksonville Jaguars, Duval on the clock here. The pick is in at 56. Where are we going? What are we looking at? The pick has not been tipped. We have a wide variety, a wide arsenal of needs, and a wide variety of best players available potentially.
You could go defensive tackle. I know Grayson Halton's been a very popular pick here. You could go safety. I know Antonio Johnson's going to be a free agent next year. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still on the board. The pick is coming in now, so we'll see. But I think defense could be the move. I don't see as many needs on the offensive side of the ball, but also there are some running backs at optimal value. So we'll see if maybe they get a guy to complement Bashal Tootin. I don't view Tootin as a pure volume guy.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh,
That is a surprise.
Man.
Call it out. You're on.
Huh?
You're hosting.
Okay,
Ian.
here's the thing.
yeah.
Here's the thing.
All right.
At
It
pick
is
56.
a surprise. We know why. We know what the reason is. We know what the reason is. He's an elite blocking tight end. All right. He also had 19 career catches in four years. So this is a guy who does not have. Or no, it wasn't 19. It was in the 30s, but still less than 10 receptions per year. A guy who is not going to be an immediate catalyst as a pass catcher, right? But he's an elite run blocker, right? This is very similar to the Tip Ryman pick that the Cardinals made in round 3 a couple years ago that no one expected, right? A second rounder to me is way too rich.
You're not alone. I'm gonna throw
rich.
this out here. 188 on the consensus.
Oh, bro.
Jacob a little bit higher, 158. So the only reason it's not a straight F off the board fully flat here is because you're a D- for him. 188, Ian Young, 242, 19 catches this past season as well.
Yeah.
If you watch the highlights, those 19 catches, that he was not at all Marcel Reed's first read this past season.
No.
He was by all means, he was in at chip to chip protect, and then he was going to he's just the outlet at that point.
And can I expand real quick?
An F. You have an F
It's not.
for
It's
him.
not because blocking doesn't matter. Blocking matters a great deal at the tight end position. The reason that this is important and why it is a reach is because there were other better receivers on the board who are still really good blockers. Oscar Delp has not been picked yet.
Yeah,
And
that's
this is-
crazy,
and this is a guy who has
actually.
sub 4.5 speed at 6'5", who's an elite pass and run blocker.
But does the tightrope surgery, the ankle injury for Delp,
Potentially,
worry us?
yeah, but I mean, that's what we're seeing. I think teams, aside from the Caleb Banks pick, they seem to be very elastic toward injuries, right? Medical concerns. A lot of these guys, those flags are falling. Jermon McCoy still has not come off the board. So if they flagged him for the medical, I understand it. But even then, Max Clare is still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Eli Raridan is still on the board. Dallin Bentley. All of these guys have more receiving
Shout out
value
Utah
than
Utes.
Nate Borkacher. So Borkacher, again, I'm not hating on blocking tight ends. Blocking tight ends, I feel like he gets underrated. That's one reason that I didn't like Stowers as much is because he's almost infunctional as an inline blocker, right? But you can, I feel like you need both, right? Because you need to be able to disguise looks. You need to be able to be a threat as a pass or a runner on any given down from any given alignment. Borkacher doesn't really give you that. It might be a tell, yeah.
Borkacher, here we are. It's a fun name to say. I highly say it out loud. I'll get on my soapbox here a little bit. I'm going to say, besides quarterback, the tight end position at the NFL level is the hardest position to play in all team sports because you're asked to do everything. You're asked to inline pass protect. You're asked to run block. You are asked to be an escape valve. You're asked to be a primary receiver. You're asked to do all 4 of those at a high level. So that's why when we talk about scouting tight ends and scouting this position, you have to almost bucket those traits and bucket those abilities. And that's why it's very rare for a guy like Kyle Pitts, who did most of it, or at least did the receiving aspect at such an elite level to go as high as he did. You don't see tight ends do it. It's a rare thing in this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. That is a Family Matters shout out for those of you too young to watch Family Matters. That was the
Carl
theme song.
Winslow?
Carl Winslow, thank you
Hey,
very much.
there we go.
Yeah, I know that.
He knows ball. He knows ball.
Reginald Vell Johnson, thank you very much.
Urkel?
Chicago-based
Urkel.
show.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
But
Speaking
no,
of
for tight end,
Chicago.
it's the pick is in. We don't have it yet. So, but to you, you're a little bit higher. It's still a reach for you for this pick for the Jags. Is there anything that Jaguars fans should be excited about?
The blocking ability. I mean, and it's.
Sorry.
Huh?
Is that it? Is it that easy to get excited about a tight end who's going to block for you?
It's not the sexiest pick at
Blocking
all.
tight ends are pretty fun.
Yeah, but he's going to be a guy who's going to drive. He's going to, step in right away as an inline blocker. Maybe not as a traditional starting tight end, but he's going to bully some guys to the point of attack. He's going to be really effective for that run game, especially with Bashal Tutin being pretty unproven as a starting running back. You don't necessarily know what you have in that backfield. So to get another impact blocker, especially at tight end, that makes sense. I mean, he's super unproven as a receiver, such a low volume, and he doesn't have like the athletic tools again like an Oscar Delp. It's a reach to me.
I'm going to interrupt you here as well, Jacob Infante, and I'm going to ask you if you want to know the Bears pick yet or not.
Is the pick in?
The pick is officially in for the Chicago Bears.
Okay.
Do you want to go full screen to Jacob here, Tyler, so we can get Jacob's reaction when I give him this news?
Yeah, let's hear it.
This man had to eat 3 spoonfuls of
Listen,
horseradish.
I didn't do this
Cut
to
him some
you.
slack.
Ryan Poles has done this to you. At 57, the Chicago Bears draft Iowa center Logan Jones.
Oh. All right. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. It's a little higher than I was expecting, but I love Logan Jones, so I'll take it. There you go.
All right. I love Lamp as well. So Ian Cummings, you don't love Logan Jones as much. 129th on your board gets a D- for you on your grading system here. Logan Jones. Why should Jacob not love this pick?
Maybe just because there were better centers on the board, right? We
He is officially center 1. He becomes center 1 in this draft class.
in the
right?
draft, yeah.
Pure center 1 in this class.
Yeah, he came up the board first at his position, but I had Sam Hecht a little bit higher on my board. I think Logan Jones looked 6'2.5", 300 pounds, 30 3/4 inch arms, so below average length, right? Below average power capacity. And I think that was the main thing. On film, I didn't see very good anchor strength. I didn't see very good power capacity, right? I think he's a guy he is a very, very good athlete. He is incredibly explosive and rangy and agile and fluid for his size. And those things help him out. And also, I give him an elite awareness grade as well, you know? And you look at the grade in 2025, 89.4 OL impact score, 9.63 RAS with tracks with the athleticism, only 1 sack allowed across those 2 years. So even though he doesn't have the strongest anchor, again, he's kind of a bend, don't break blocker where he has really good leverage acquisition, natural leverage, and then he's got the balance and the redirection ability. So I think, you know, he's a good player. Was it my top center overall? No, because I don't think he has the power element. I don't think he's the longest guy, biggest guy. I think that anchor might hurt him against more powerful interior linemen at the NFL level. But a solid pick. He's a 25-year-old rookie, but, I mean, he'll probably – and that's another thing, too. You already have Garrett Bradbury as a stopgap, maybe at a younger guy with more upside. But that's just me. I'm okay with it, but better options on the board. Jacob, what do you think?
Yeah, so I like I mentioned instantly, I think that it's a little higher than I was expecting Logan Jones. I mean, I'll admit I expected Sam Hecht to be the first center off the board, but I don't hate this pick at all. In fact, he was a guy, I mean, maybe more in round 3, admittedly. I was pounding the table for Chicago, so to get him as a scheme fit for this offense I think is really good. I'm a little bit higher on the power aspect of his game to where, yeah, maybe the anchor strength isn't elite, but I like the grip strength he plays with. I love the nasty demeanor that he shows at the point of attack. I mean, once he gets his hands on you, he's going to bust his ass to bury you into the dirt. All the starting experience he's had at the collegiate level, you know, in the Big Ten, at against some of the top defensive tackles in college football, really impressive. That explosiveness coming off the line of scrimmage is great. There's some lateral agility there. I think the pad level maybe a little stiff. But at the same time, I think he's someone who's going to step in and be a long-term starter at center. I think he can compete with Garrett Bradbury right away. Will he win that job? I'm not necessarily sure. But I think he's a perfect fit physically and from a football instincts perspective as well for what Ben Johnson wants to execute in that Bears offense, where I like the spatial awareness he shows in pass protection, taking on stunts, helping out with double teams, as a zone run blocker, as a reach blocker, climbing up to the blocking on the move or climbing up to the second level. I like the processing ability to understand his assignments. So I like this pick again, higher than I was expecting him to go.
Well,
but I wanted him as a fit for sure.
Fortunately for him, now he has a lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup.
Yeah,
partnering with Devin Hester there, pick 57 gets a lifetime supply of ketchup. So now we have a trade. The 49ers trade 58 and 152 to the Cleveland Browns. Tyler Sovchik, shout out for 70 and 107. So the Browns move up 12 spots here.
I haven't heard a reaction from Tyler, so
I think he's waiting for the pick to be announced, which it is. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety from Toledo, going
Terrible
across
voice crack there.
the state of Ohio, the northern portion of the state of Ohio, from Toledo over to Cleveland. This is a guy we had pegged on our board much higher than where he landed in this draft class as well. Small school, but if you look at it, the question of DBU is not ever going to include Toledo or San Diego State. Yeah. But if you discuss the group of 5, the small school, proverbial small school, small major school, DBU, Toledo is making a claim to be the top defensive back producing school. Shout out to that entire coaching staff, by the way. Pro-ready guys. So Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a third-team AP All-American this past season. One of the higher graded picks of the night because it's the consensus A+, so can't get much higher. 40th on your board, Ian. 29th on your board, Jacob. So sticking with you as well. McNeil-Warren to the Browns. Tell Tyler Sovchik loudly why he should be happy.
This is a good pick.
Yes, thank you.
Of course. Elite size for the position. And as we're coming in, the Bears are trading back. Huzzah! Titans are moving up to 60.
There you go. So that's your trade. Bears trade 60, Titans trade 69. Nice.
Bears are
and
getting
144.
144 out of that too. So anyway, I like that trade back to the Bears. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, though, obviously massive size, large wingspan to work with. I love the physicality he plays with as a run defender. You see the 9 career forced fumbles. He's a hard hitter. He has a nose for the football, both in coverage and as a tackler. 50.3 QB rating allowed. I think the long speed, or the closing speed, at least on tape, is a little better than maybe he ran in the 40-yard dash at the combine. But I like the movement skills. I like the physicality. I like the ball skills. He's, a turnover creator. I think maybe he's not the rangiest safety in the world, and that combined with the small school aspect is maybe why he fell a little bit, but I still don't think he should have fallen this far. I like this value a lot for Cleveland, and it's just best player available. Again, after going offense the first 3 picks, really addressing that side of the ball, I think McNeil Warren is a future starter for ideally a long time for that Cleveland defense.
So I will jump to you. I want your thoughts quickly on Emmanuel McNeil Warren, but I do need to discuss here the Houston Texans making a splash. Ian, almost an undraftable grade for you on this player that they just drafted, Marlon Klein, tight end from Michigan.
Oh,
so
wow.
let's get to the depths of who we thought we were going to talk about tomorrow, at the tail end of tomorrow in round 7, to the Texans here, and then we'll also get to the Tennessee Titans, who trade back in with the Bears, 69 for 60, and 144 they gave up as well. That pick is already in as well from the Titans, so they rushed that one up there. Tight end Marlon Klein, though, to the Texans. Is there justifying this?
In the Texans front office, apparently. I mean, look, for one game, he looked like a guy who was going to potentially be an early round pick, and that was New Mexico. And obviously, he was not fully healthy for part of the year, right? I do think the athletic talent is there, right? At his size, being over 250, being a guy who's pretty long, right? Fluid, explosive, twitched up a little bit for his size too. I think all of the athletic components are there. I think he's a good blocker, right? Is he a great elite blocker? I don't think so. I think leverage maintenance, pad level maintenance can be an issue for him, sometimes not fully engaging his base through blocks. If they wanted to pick a blocking tight end at this point after Borkercher, I would have gone Will Kasmarek. Now, I wouldn't have liked that pick either because, again, the receiving projection is unclear. But you have guys on the board who have receiving and blocking value. So I don't really know why we're isolating to only blocking guys instead of two-phase tight ends. But Marlon Klein, the upside was there for a limited sample, but it is a massive reach on my board. And I think they're a lot better. I do think there are a lot more sure things at tight ends on the board right now in both phases, receiving and blocking.
All right, so Marlon Klein, it does feel like a reach. Jacob, you have him as a reach as well, but also who you don't have a reach is who the Titans traded with your Bears to draft here. Mm-hmm. So I'll recap the trade as well. The Bears give up 60. They move back to 69. Titans give up 69 to move up 9 spots plus 144. So pick for tomorrow. Off the board, Bears gain a day 3 pick and moving down 9 spots. The Titans move up to draft Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas, who was 41st on your board, so getting him at 60th overall, clearly moving up. A-plus board on your grade gives us an A overall grade on our consensus for Anthony Hill to the Tennessee Titans, moving up 85.1 overall PFSN impact grade. Jacob Infante to you, Anthony Hill Jr. What do Titans fans need to know?
Yeah, so you're looking at a lot of versatility here. I love, especially as a blitzing linebacker, Anthony Hill is near the top of this class. I love the straight line quickness he brings to the table. There's solid, athleticism as from sideline to sideline, change of direction as well. He's just a relentless player. He's got some solid size for the linebacker position. I think he can play as a Mike. He can play as a Will. There's some instances you're going to rush him off the edge. He takes blocks head on very well. I love the physicality and the demeanor that he brings, going up against offensive linemen. High motor in pursuit, which helps him maximize some of that straight line speed that he brings to the table. Instincts, I wish took a little bit more of a leap in 2025 than they actually did. That was something where, going back and watching him in 2024, I was like, all right, this guy's got all the physical tools. If he can, become a little bit more instinctive, and run support and coverage, what have you, then this guy could be a first-round pick. That didn't end up happening, but you still have an elite physical linebacker from a tools perspective and the athleticism he brings to the table. I think he'll be an instant starter, and I think there might be a little bit of a learning curve initially, but I think the ceiling with him is really high. So that's a good pick here at 60.
Ian, you're not quite as sold. I got a C+ on yours, but I want to go back first, and I want to continue to give hope to the city of Cleveland and to our good producer back here, Tyler Sobchak. So Tyler, some hope here coming from you, from Ian Cummings, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, another A+ as well. You didn't get a chance to give your 2 cents, your 10 cents at this point. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Give us in the city of Cleveland why they should have some hope for this kid coming over.
Yeah, a Super,
Super Bowl's rich there,
Tyler. No, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, you heard it here first. He is going to win you a Super Bowl. He's going to be a Super Bowl MVP. No,
Oh.
don't cut that.
Clip it,
Don't
clip
cut
it.
that. No,
Whoa,
don't cut
whoa,
that.
that's
don't
a hot-
cut that.
yeah, there you
Hey.
go.
No, but I do like the pick a lot. And listen, I think Ronnie Hickman and Grant Delpit, they're both up for new contracts after the 2026 season. So it's a future-minded pick. Like Jacob said, they already addressed the offense with their first three. So I think going to defense makes a lot of sense. And Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, 6'4", 201. So he's built like a box safety, and he comes downhill. He's a junkyard dog, man, in support. He's so physical. He's so urgent coming downhill. He's explosive. Definitely in
A
terms of
junkyard dog.
yeah, it's
All right,
perfect. It's a match
perfect.
made in heaven. There you go. But I also think in coverage he's a little understated. I think he's really fluid and too high, and I think he understands spacing as well. So I think he's a really solid player. I think he's going to be a good starter for a long time, and ultimately, has the ability to, tackling is a little inconsistent, right? I think block take on can be a little inconsistent as well. But the 6'4" frame, the explosiveness, the physicality, that gives you a moldable ball of clay to build up from. And I'm so excited to see what he can do with that defense.
It is to me. I'm incredibly excited. I love when these the small school kid gets to go out, show out on the NFL draft, and you saw the emotion as well. So watching his face and his entire support system, all in tears, happy tears to be heading back to the state of Ohio from Largo, Florida, for him.
Yep.
So the pick is in at 61. The Los Angeles Rams select Max Clare, tight end from Ohio
there you
State.
go.
Thank you.
So we just talked to Max Clare. We talked about how he was still on the board when Marlon Klein went off the board just 2 picks ago, 2 picks prior to Clare as well. So, Ian, since you mentioned him as well, it's still not a good grade on our board here because it's not a need for the Rams. It's a bit of a reach at 61. You guys both have him as round 3 prospects.
Yeah.
Or a round 3 prospect. So, Ian, to you first, a D. Despite hyping him up a little bit, saying he's a little bit better than Marlon Klein, Max Clare still with a C on our consensus grade to the Rams.
Yeah, and I will say, we're hyping up Max Clare in relation to Borkercher and Marlon Klein, which are pretty low grades at this stretch. And again, I don't want to act like I'm crapping on those picks because Borkercher in particular, I think, is elite as a blocker, right? But he doesn't give you a ton of receiving value. So that's where the trade-off is. Max Clare gives you blocking and receiving value. I think he can add a little bit more mass to his frame for sure. He's not the heaviest guy, but he has a willingness to block in line. He can block out in space too as well. I think he's very, very active, both with his leg action, right, lower body activation and hand usage. But then as a route runner and a receiving threat too, I think he brings a lot of dynamism. He needed a little bit of time to tune up to the Big Ten physicality, or not the Big Ten physicality. He played at Purdue, but the Ohio State level of physicality, right? But once he tuned up, you really saw a guy who bought into it. And in his Purdue days, even going back to there, like he's a fluid athlete for his size. He's explosive. I think he's got great run after catch ability too. The ability to not only cut, or not only churn through tackles with that physicality, but also cut, and offset defenders in space too. I think you look at the Rams. Colby Parkinson is going to be a free agent after this year. Tyler Higbee is getting older, and he'll be a free agent after 2027. There's a chance that maybe he's a cap casualty before then. So I know they have Terrence Ferguson. I do think tight end is a little bit bigger need than we think for the Rams long term, and I think Max Clare is a great long term investment for a team that doesn't have a lot of overt needs, so you can afford to take these kinds of chances.
It is interesting. I was going to bring up the fact that there's Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson, Tyler Higbee, Davis Allen, all on this team at tight end, as well as Mark Redmond. So you're looking at a team that maybe doesn't need it, but it's a great point to bring up the fact that, yes, maybe this is not for this year right away. This is for long term. They're thinking long term with this draft. Rams draft strategy seems to be long term. Ty Simpson, Max Clare, not a good grade on your grade board there, Ian and Jacob as well. So Jacob, to you, Max Clare, is there something that we should enjoy, we should like about this as Rams fan, or is this more, hey, 2027, let's watch out?
I think it's more 2027, and honestly, I'm a little surprised they went tight end over receiver here. But I mean, at the end of the day, if that's the best player available, then so be it. I think I like what Claire brings as a receiving tight end. I'm a little surprised again they did it just after taking Terrence Ferguson in the second round last year as well. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a rise in 12 personnel across the NFL, so maybe that's what they're looking at as opposed to, hey, we really need a really good wide receiver 3 in our offense. But yeah, good athlete, fluid coming in and out of his breaks. He's effective across the seam. I think, the play strength as a run blocker could certainly be improved. He's shown some promise there, but definitely a work in progress, and I think he could use a year to, slowly but surely ease his way into in an NFL weight room, essentially packing on. I'd like to see 10 more pounds of muscle.
Yeah, for sure.
Because what he came in at 240 is what we have. That's a little certainly undersized for the tight end position. So I want to see if he can gain 10 more pounds and become a little bit more physical at the point of attack as a run blocker, while keeping that fluidity across the middle of the field, while keeping that body control working, across his body, coming out of his breaks as a route runner, then I think he could be a solid starter. It's not terrible value. I'm just surprised the Rams made this pick specifically.
It is interesting to me. I mean, again, we're talking about now another Georgia Bulldog potentially sliding here as well. C.J. Allen's slide ended just a few picks ago, but Oscar Delp now officially on the slide.
Yeah,
so
it's got to be the foot injury, I think.
It's got to be the foot injury. So I do want to call out here, 62, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. The Buffalo Bills trading with the Denver Broncos, 66 and 182.
Is it time for table part 2?
I'm not going to lie. I wish.
I'm kidding.
We have a glass table here that's a little more extreme.
Ramp it up a little. Let's go.
Yeah. We're going deathmatch style today.
Yep. Nope. Don't worry. Matt Infante, HR. We're not going through the glass table.
Oh man. We get
so the Buffalo
many.
Bills trading 182 and 66 to move up 4 spots to the Broncos. If you were watching the show, we teased a bull testicle, Rocky Mountain oyster, being the consequence of punishment for the Broncos.
Yeah.
The bull testicle has gone spoiled. We are not
Cut that out of context.
Bro.
we are not going to be making our analysts eat a Rocky Mountain oyster. So surprisingly, in Columbus, Ohio, it's not as easy as you would think to get a fresh Rocky Mountain oyster. I did the best that I could. I went to 7 different international groceries. I found one. It has now gone bad. And now with the Broncos trading even further back into round 3, I will not make them suffer the said consequence of eating the Rocky Mountain oyster.
Yeah.
So you're off the hook on that one. The shock value, it's still in the fridge and spoiled. So if you ever want to see it. But the Buffalo Bills drafting Ohio State cornerback Davison Igbinosun.
Yeah.
So moving up, I kind of like the pick, but the grade doesn't say we should. The grades say not quite a need for the Bills, especially to trade up.
Yeah, well, I think, one reason for it, right, they obviously traded back into round 2. We got T.J. Parker, so you get the edge position, but the corner position, to me, is not one that was a top need for them, right? They got Christian Benford still. They drafted Max Harrison in round 1 not that long ago, and they signed D. Alford, who is quietly a very good player in the slot. He's at his previous team, too.
I'm
so,
sorry, I'm going to...
I think that you look at Davison Igbinosun, it doesn't, it's going to be interesting to see where he fits into the rotation. I think as a player, he's definitely worth the pick. He's long, he's athletic, he's got the vertical speed, he's got pretty good twitch and fluidity for his size too. And the main issue in his tape in 2024 was the penalties, right? He was so penalty prone with that extraneous physicality. You can see the reduction in penalties from 2024 to 2025, minus 11. So he was a lot better with precise, targeted, patient hand usage. And then at the same time, too, he's physical and run support. I think he's got some playmaking ability, too. So in terms of the player, I like the pick. I don't know where he settles in right away. Maybe this is a signal that they're not confident about Max Harrison's health long-term, right? Because I know durability has been an issue. We will see. Christian Benford also, maybe won't be there forever, but I like the pick. Honestly, defensive tackle could have been an option here. Maybe get a nose tackle to play alongside Ed Oliver and Deion Walker. Maybe that would have been my choice. Oliver. Maybe offensive guard potentially, right? They need another starter opposite Osiris Torrance. Not my favorite positional pick, but I like Igbinosun as a player.
I'm a fan. This gives us now 7 Ohio State Buckeyes. So I would like to call out the luck in which you guys will not be eating the bull testicle, the Rocky Mountain oyster. So I was gonna fry it. We weren't eating it raw. I'm not gonna lie, but it has gone bad, and so we will not make you suffer. So
I'm so
thank you,
upset
John,
about that.
for that. But I do owe you guys a Rocky Mountain oyster at some point here in the very near future.
At some point, yeah. I will say, I was. I don't know if I have the green light to say this specifically on air. I think we'll be fine. But I was a little worried about the optics of me eating balls on camera. I'm very happy that isn't the case.
I knew full well what it was going to look like, and I was very excited.
Me eating balls?
Yes.
Yeah? Why are you thinking about that?
Well, it was either you or Ian eating balls. I was very excited about. Mama, turn it off.
I mean, why did we cut to Ian on that?
We've done that. We've gone off the rails. We have 7 Buckeyes. However, Jacob, you're not nearly as high on Igbinosun going to the Buffalo Bills here. A D grade on your board, 94th overall. I can bring this back in, guys. Don't worry.
That was pretty smooth. And now I want to talk about Davison Igbinosun.
Let's talk about football.
As opposed to balls. But
Ball?
oh, brother. Okay. All right. Timeout.
That's a football term.
That is, yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Flag on the play.
Yeah. First down.
I like the penalty because I felt like there was a lot of sticky calls on that Ohio State secondary over the past few years. If you're here in Columbus, you know how a point of contention that has been, but Igbinosun not necessarily that, at least this year, minus 11? So I like I like to call it on our stat sheet there. Shout out to our graphic designers as well, and the amazing work that they all did to make this show happen, as well as our very own Oliver Hodgkinson for making this all happen behind the scenes from afar in the UK. So, as a reminder as well, the PFSN NFL Mock Draft Simulator is fully updated with every single pick to this moment, live and in real time. So it'll give you your true best available picks, your true best available players. If you want to draft for the Seahawks at 64 coming up, you will know who is available and what your needs are as well. Be sure to continue to check it out. It's paying for the whole production here. It's powering our whole ensemble, our whole trip here.
And
So
I do want to make a correction. I didn't know how long Benford was under contract for. He did get extended, so he's actually through 2029, I believe. And then Harrison is under contract through 2029, I believe, as well, with the 5th-year option, obviously. So that changes the optics a little bit, where they're both boundary guys. Igbinosun's a boundary guy. So I don't know where he's going to hit the field in the immediate timeline. So I'm a little suspect on that. I love the player, but positionally, I don't quite know why they're going this route.
it is a suspect move, but now the second Harbaugh to be on the clock here as the head coach of a team. The Los Angeles Chargers are coming up to the podium as well at 63 here. Some needs across the board. Of course, the Los Angeles Chargers drafting Akeem Mesidor in round 1. Last night, edge defender out of Miami, so taking edge off the immediate need, the immediate board, as Sean Merriman, I believe, is dancing for fans in Pittsburgh here as well. Don't really want to speculate. We'll look at it. We'll wait for the pick to come in here. But the Los Angeles Chargers need more than a few items on this team. And if you remember from yesterday, not at all where I thought they were going to go. But go back to yesterday and watch Dean Spanos, the dramatic reading of Dean Spanos' letter to San Diego fans from Jacob Infante.
I was proud of that one.
The pick, a Florida Gator off the board here on day 2. Center Jake Slaughter at 63 to the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm looking at the grades. Ian, you're unfavorable to a lot of these kids here.
Yeah.
Being selected into the
Okay,
the
don't
NFL
word it
draft.
like that. Don't word it like that.
No, I'm just we're looking at where you rank them on your board, and then what we do is we put positional need, and it changes the values a little bit of the grades. So as it comes through here, despite being one of their top needs as a center out in Los Angeles, it's still just a D- grade for you, a D+ grade for you, Jacob, though, as well. So it's not like we're very high on this pick, despite it being a need. A little rich for your blood, though, Ian, at 196 on your big board.
Yeah, here's the thing though. It's not one of their top needs. They signed Tyler Biadasz. He's under contract, I think, until 20.
Sorry, I misspoke. Did they announce him as a guard? I missed it because
I think they
we have it
announced
as
him
a
as a
guard
center.
here on the board. So as a center, it changes.
It's in our spreadsheet as a guard.
Yeah, so they if a guard, it's still a D-. If a center, it was an F across the board. So
Why would you? Here's the thing. Why would you draft Jake Slaughter as a guard when you got Jennings Dunker and Emmanuel Pregnon on the board still, right? Who have a lot more experience. At least Dunker right tackle, but projects better at guard, right? Pregnon, who has played guard his entire career. I don't get this one. I will be honest. They signed Tyler Biadasz at center. They needed a pure guard. They needed a guy who, and even if they do move Jake Slaughter to guard, he doesn't have the size profile for it, in my opinion. You know, he's a little closer to 6'4", like around 300, I believe, right, with not elite length either. Emmanuel Pregnon is built to win in a phone booth with heavy hands, right, and power. Jennings Dunker, even though we're kicking him inside from tackle, is still around 6'5", 320 with over 34-inch arms. These are guys who are built to win in the trenches, guys that Jim Harbaugh traditionally likes in the trenches, right? Guard, guys who are big, who can move the pile. Jake Slaughter, to me, is not, even if you move him to guard, he's not that powerfully built
they did
guy.
announce him as a guard on the.
Oh, wow.
So it is interesting that we're talking about positional movements, and we
Yeah.
did not expect to talk Jake Slaughter moving outside
I didn't
to
either.
guard.
Yeah. I'm not on board with this one personally. Even though he was a day 3 guy for me too. On day 3, I liked his value a lot. I thought he could be a potential starting center at a bargain price, but at guard, I'm a little apprehensive, and I do think there are better options on the board for them.
Jacob, also as apprehensive. It's a D plus on your board, but that's not much better.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're moving him inside to guard. I mean, I thought of him as, a center-only type of guy. And look, this is a guy, Slaughter's battle-tested, right? He's an intelligent football player. He's a high-motored sort of guy. I like what he brings to the table in terms of the fundamentals, really. The want to drive defenders off the line of scrimmage. I think the short area quickness is good. I don't know if the flexibility is not all that great, though. Lateral quickness, I think, leaves a little bit to be desired. But I think if you're picking him as a guard, that's pretty steep, And you're talking about a guy, had surgery on his right shoulder. He's a center-only prospect, too. I think is another thing. It's a pretty, especially when you have Emmanuel Pregnon still on the board. I'm a little bit surprised by that to see Slaughter go here, especially if you're projecting him as a guard, which is something he hasn't shown he can do yet. I mean, maybe they worked him out and they saw something that's like, oh well, he looks pretty good as a guard, or they're just taking the best interior offensive lineman and be like, hey, the position doesn't matter as much. We know you can block. We're just going to put you there and see what happens. But even then, he wasn't the top IOL on my board. So, good player. I just think it's a little bit of a it's a unique fit, I guess is the polite way to say it.
A unique fit. That's a very nice way of saying we have a D- grade on the consensus for this pick here. So, the end of round 2 has come. The defending Super Bowl champions, the defending world champions on the clock, the Seattle Seahawks as well. This pick is in, and this pick it gets another D. But I have a lot more faith in this Seahawks team coaching up a player that would get a D on our board and making him a better prospect, a better player in the NFL than the Chargers, based on their recent draft history. It's Bud Clark, safety from TCU.
I can get behind this one.
Going. Yeah, so it definitely 97th on both your board. I don't know how many players we have with the exact same grade, especially down in like the 90s area.
That's cool.
But 97th on your board, 93rd on the consensus.
Yeah.
It's still just a D though, D- on both of this and the consensus. 1.5. So a low end need for them at safety here. Bud Clark to the Seahawks. I don't even know where to begin with this one because, again, I trust them to develop this. We all said sort of, I can get behind this. Was it a need, though?
I think to a degree it was a need, right? You look at their safety position. They got Julian Love. They've got Ty Akata, who's a great rotational guy, but maybe they wanted someone who could take a full-time role, right? Because I don't know if you trust Akata quite yet in that. Bud Clark is a guy who, again, brings versatility, right? And I think that's the key with Mike McDonald's defense is he likes guys who can fulfill a multitude of roles. In that TCU defense, Bud Clark had a wealth of experience, right? And you saw him play single high, two high, in the box a little bit, right? And at the Senior Bowl, in one-on-ones, he was really, really good in press man against those receivers there. He was showing the quickness, the lateral agility, the hip fluidity to transition inside and make really tight, hip transitions on quick slants and in breakers, right? And then the length, right? He's around 6'1", he's around 190, he's got near 32-inch arms and runs a 4.4. All of the athletic components are there. He's incredibly experienced. He had elite turnover production. Look at that, 15 career interceptions, right, at TCU. He's a ball hawk, man. And I do think the run support game can be a little inconsistent sometimes in terms of the block take on and the tackling conversion. But he's got the coverage versatility and the role versatility and the playmaking ability and the football intelligence, right? Ultimately, that I think you need to play in a Mike McDonald defense. So I do like it, even though the grade's a little bit lower because, again, round 3 guy, they took in round 2, but the variance takes hold at this point in the draft. I trust Mike McDonald to make this right, and I trust Bud Clark to make the most of this opportunity.
I think I'm with you here as well. I'm going to not talk Bud Clark with you because I have maybe not a shocker, but I do have a very interesting pick here for the Arizona Cardinals to tip off round number 3 with. I don't know if you're ready.
All right,
I hope we're all ready. It's another D-, so I'll give you that at least.
What is it with all these low-graded picks?
This is crazy.
This is the first in our undrafted range on Ian Cummings'
Oh my
board
gosh.
to be selected, and it's the pick 65. Carson Beck to the Arizona Cardinals.
Whoa!
This is Miami quarterback Carson Beck at 65 to open round number 3.
Oh, brother.
Carson Beck officially being named QB3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Jacob
Stinky.
Infante, take it away.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, sure, he looked better at Miami than he did his final year at Georgia. He was able to lead them to the national championship game. There were some there was improvement in terms of the downfield consistency and stuff like that. I just where's the upside here? It's an older guy. He is what he is, and what he was in college was he's a capable game manager, and that's about it. If you're projecting him as a second-round pick, I want someone who's going to have some kind of tools to develop and work with. Becca, to me, has a very average arm. He's a stationary passer. He's not going to be the type of guy who's going to create very well, pick up yards with his legs. I don't know. I know we've talked about it through the Football Debate Club over the course of the last few weeks and months, but I likened the Cardinals situation to the Giants last year, where they had Russell Wilson, they had Jameis Winston, two experienced backups, but they needed a long-term guy, and then they took Jackson Dart. This is what the Cardinals are doing. I mean, and I saw similarities with Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, but I was thinking about it for Ty Simpson, not for Carson Beck in the second round, which is, in my opinion, pretty steep. And, you mentioned, too, over the last 2 years, 24 interceptions for – he's a game manager, but at the same time, he's still prone to these mental lapses and, staring down targets a little bit too much for a guy who's had as many reps and as many opportunities as he's had. I'm higher on him than the undrafted grade that Ian gave him. I think he can be a solid backup in the league. I'm not taking that in the second round.
I need him to know his place when he gets there as a solid backup, and that was what I worried with him.
Yeah.
I go back to the point when Gunnar Stockton was inserted into the lineup for Carson Beck, and the way that the players reacted to a different quarterback in the game. I think that sold me on Beck's inability to lead a team as well. So I'm a little concerned there with the guy actually calling the plays in the huddle. So Ian, this is the first player we have as an undrafted player, an undrafted grade on your board, on either of our boards. Also 218 on the consensus. So officially the lowest consensus player, because even Marlon Klein, 155 on the consensus, 188 is our lowest previous. So 218 on the consensus, 327 on your big board. Carson Beck. Give me what you got, because we talked about him earlier before the round 2 started, but give me what you got.
Yeah, Monty Ossenfort, whatever goodwill he gained with Chase Pasantis, he lost it with this one. Look, how do you argue this? Carson Beck, yes, Georgia, 2024, or 2023, coming off of that year, there was some early round upside, right? But he's not a mobile passer. He's not a creator, right, at his size. After the UCL surgery, too, I feel like people gloss over that. His arm was not the same. He was not generating the same velocity that he was generating in 2023. So I don't see the upside here. If he's not a creator, if he doesn't have a good arm anymore, and you mentioned it, Jacob, the operational skill set, I do think he's good pre-snap. I fairly good pre-snap. The experience helps him there, right? He does have enough to diagnose coverages pre-snap. But in the NFL, they're disguising these coverages a lot more, all right? Post-snap rotations, messing with the picture. And Carson Beck is very predisposed to force throws or lock on to pre-snap looks and make ill-advised risks because of that, right? The game-stealing interception in the national championship, just one example. I don't see the upside because I don't see the physical talent. I don't see the creation ability. I don't see the arm strength anymore. It's just not there. The ball really dies on the vertical plane, and then sometimes it takes a while to get there trying to push it outside the numbers. He just doesn't have that drive anymore. And then when he's already, kind of leaning towards forcing throws because the pre-snap to post-snap adjustment isn't very natural for him, it's tough, man. And this is a Cardinals team that they could have still drafted a tackle. Caleb Tiernan was there. I would like that pick a lot. They could have drafted a nose tackle like Dominique Orange, right, or Darrell Jackson Jr. to complement Walter Nolan. They had other options. Instead, they're taking a limited quarterback with capital that you can use to draft a starter. I don't get it at all, and I wonder if it's trying to save the timeline here by picking a QB potentially, but this is not the QB I would hitch my wagon to personally.
It is a bit shocking, especially, if you're going to go with somebody who's a NFL pro-ready type quarterback or a guy who's going to know his place in that lineup, play behind Jacoby Brissett, learn a thing or two. It's Garrett Nussmeier to me.
Yeah.
Here,
no, I would have given it a little more leeway if it was Nussmeier, for
Absolutely.
sure.
Yeah, because at least there, you've seen a little bit more arm talent. You've seen that upside. I think when Nussmeier's at his best, he looks like a potential future NFL starter. It's just he's too inconsistent. Beck, I think when he's at his best, looks like, okay, maybe if your starting quarterback gets hurt, then he can start a couple games and look all right. you know. So,
Whatever good bill Jacob had for eating the horseradish is now gone because of his microphone as well.
man,
so.
what? My
Has it been, like,
my
syncing?
microphone hates
Okay,
me.
so
I don't know.
the Denver Broncos, mind
Someone
you,
help
this
me,
was
please.
the
I'm
pick
sorry.
in which you would have been eating a Rocky Mountain oyster had you lost the debate. So just know pressure's off here, but still bring your A game, unlike some of these draft picks we've just had recently. The Denver Broncos at 66 drafting Texas A&M defensive tackle Tyler O'Needham.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Oh my
So
gosh.
again, another reach here. I think we're looking at C- on the grade sheet here. Overall, this is a guy who 153rd on the consensus at 66. Jacob 150. Ian 181st on your big board as well. So Ian, let's stick with you. Another Texas A&M guy off the board, but a little too high, a little too rich for our blood.
A little too rich, but I can see it. You know, the Broncos needed that kind of 3-tech alongside DJ Jones and Zach Allen. That was a void on their defense after losing John Franklin Myers. And did I have higher guys on the board? Yeah, Caleb Proctor, Grayson Halden. I would have taken either one of them over Tyler Onyedem, but I am willing to admit that Onyedem has some intrigue, right? 6'3", 295, over 34-inch arms. So right there, a really good combination of proportional length and natural leverage that helps in the trenches where he can play lower, he can win the leverage battle, and then he's got the length and the explosiveness to really generate impressive amounts of power as well. So, you know, I think the pass rush arsenal is a little bit raw. You know, I think run defense wise, there are times when he can overset and lose balance and things like that, and shoot through gaps, try to penetrate and lose gap discipline as well. But you look at the stats, 81.9 PFSN DT impact, career high pressure rate of 9.6%, almost 10%. And then a 2025 TFL percentage of 4.7%, which is really, really good. And then the arm length percentile, obviously 82nd percentile. So this is a guy who is disruptive for sure. A little raw developmentally, I think, with his arsenal, right? I think there are times where the pad level drifts a little too high later in reps, but he is a guy who has the natural power profile to reset the contact point and limit displacement from multiple alignments, whether it's 5-tech, 4-eye, 3-tech. There's a lot of versatility and a lot of upside here. Some work to do before he gets there. But I can see the vision.
This is going to be the consensus here across the board. It feels like for this round 3 so far. Carson Beck off the board first overall. In round 3 to the Arizona Cardinals at 65. Tyler O'Needham at 66 of the Broncos. And now sticking in that division, the AFC West, the Las Vegas Raiders drafting Auburn edge defender Kieran Crawford. So I want to talk about this one here. Throw it to you, Jacob, as well. A little bit higher than everybody, even the consensus. You have 102, but still a little bit rich. At 67 for the
you
Raiders.
drafted him in our mock draft.
Yeah, now we're talking. So this gives us
yeah.
14 edge defenders and 7 today here off the board, I believe, if math was correct for me here as well. So the edge run did happen officially here at the beginning of the draft, and now also on day 2, edges a premium, as we said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not when I watch Crawford, I'm not wowed by the size or the physicality necessarily, but I like the acceleration he shows off the line of scrimmage, his ability to win on outside speed rushes, the flexibility to turn the corner on defense. I like the bend, the low center of gravity, the ankle flexion as well as a speed rusher. I like the hand activity that he demonstrates when battling at the line of scrimmage. He has a high motor and run support. Like, there's the willingness for him to battle through contact. I just don't think the play strength is all the way there yet. As my microphone, I think, is better now. So we got it figured out. Shout out to Matt. But
there we go.
I do think that Crawford, it fits the bill as a rotational pass rusher. It makes sense to take him at 67 here at 6'7". But at I know. But
Cam's not here to enforce the anti-Gen Alpha language. So
Cam's not here. Just go ahead.
yeah, I can say 6'7". What else? Skibbity toilet.
Unload the clip.
Ohio Riz.
Get it all out. Get it all out.
You ain't not. I don't know. I swear I know more than this. I'm in the bright lights. I'm cracking under pressure of my.
You were
Gen Z, Gen Alpha
glitter glue when you were starting that analogy, and now you're sticky glue. I'm sorry.
Bro, shut up.
Sticky glue, bro. I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry.
I gotta retire now. You got me good. You got me good there.
But no, Kieran Crawford, a really good GPR. I think I'm curious as to why he was picked before Deni Dennis Sutton, who I think is the power profile that he lacks. So that's the interesting part of it for sure. But if you want a guy, like you said, ankle flexion, pass rushing chops, right? The ability to stack moves, right? And also I like the angle IQ as well. Knowing how to get tackles to offset or overset and then capitalize either with outside rushes like the dip and rip, right? Or inside counters with the swim and the spin. He's got all of those in his arsenal too. So again, the length isn't quite there. The power profile, the run defense can be a little inconsistent. I probably would have gone deny Dennis Sutton or Joshua Josephs here, but
Yeah.
I can see the reasoning for it.
I heard you. This house isn't that big. The whiskey wall might have you fooled. The speakeasy is here. It is lovely. However, it's not that big, so no cap. I heard it.
You just got frame marks,
brother.
son. Oh my god.
Bro,
I did have to learn what that was. I googled that
Yeah.
one actually.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
yeah.
Cam's out here gesture maxing on me. Oh God.
Yeah, that was what we had to figure out. All right, so someone who doesn't need to gesture match.
Jester Max
Max.
It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie.
with 2 X's.
Because he's a mountain of a man.
Yeah.
Bryant McKinney-esque. Markel Bell off the board to the Philadelphia Eagles. It's almost like they have a type at tackle.
Yeah.
6'9", 346 pounds, mountain of a man at tackle. I want to call this out though. Is that we said we saw him get bullied at the Senior Bowl, did we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
So
Now I do want to make clear, right? Senior Bowl one-on-ones are heavily weighted toward the position who's on the attack, right? Wide receiver and cornerback, it's weighted toward the wide receiver. Edge rush versus tackle, it's weighted towards the edge rusher, right? So it's important not to take that in a vacuum, but it does hint at something that's a deficiency in Markel Bell's game. He's 6'9", so playing with leverage is always going to be an uphill battle for him. That said, I do think he uses his tools effectively. I think he's an intelligent player. I think he's strong. I mean, again, such an obstructing force that it's just difficult to get around him. And again, he knows how to use his tools. He knows how to anchor properly, how to latch with good timing, with patience. And then at the same time, too, in the run game, he's angle sound. He'll reach his landmarks with efficiency, and he'll seal guys out to a high degree. So I think he's a guy who, again, the leverage fights against him. And I think I would have thought Travis Burke would have been their target, a little more athletic at that size. But I will concede Markel Bell, to me, is more refined than Travis Burke. And I think, you know, again, without Jeff Stoutland there anymore, it's a little bit trickier because Jeff Stoutland was one of the best OL coaches in the league. A little trickier to see how he develops, but
man, I love Travis Burke.
I'm
though.
intrigued.
I love me some Travis Burke. So I want to call out a couple things here. I believe this. We now officially have every single NFL team has made a pick in the 2026 NFL draft. And statistically, you could look at this. This is the worst quarterback class since 2022, when Kenny Pickett was number 1 and Desmond Ridder was 74. With how this has fallen, so a little bit worse there. And then shout out to our fantasy squad, Jason Katz and Kyle Sapi. The last time there were no running backs drafted in round 2 of the NFL draft was 2003. That was when Willis McGahee and Larry Johnson went in the first round, and they didn't have a running back until round 3. So first time no running backs go in round 2 since 2003. So with that in mind, Markel Bell, Jacob, you watched enough Miami ball this year. You watched enough Markel Bell. What are Eagles fans getting out of this prospect? And again, do they have a type?
Yeah, size, length, physicality, instincts, good hand usage. I think, you know, the real concern, I mean, is the pad level. I mean, he's so tall. Is he going to be able to get low and attack, you know, so if somebody hits him with someone hits him with a ghost move, or someone hits him with, with a rip move, turning the corner, that might be a little bit difficult for him, but the size is there. I think he's going to be a bully in the run game. I like him as a developmental, sort of swing tackle. Potentially, he could develop into a, solid starter. I just want to see him maybe lose a little bit more weight, get a little bit more flexible.
I want him more flexible and want him to be able to be better in the run game as well. I feel like he struggles out in the move. So I want to go full screen to Jacob Infante here when we announce this pick for the Chicago Bears next. If you haven't seen it,
your expression was
it's his boy. I think it might be a little bit early, but I believe during multiple episodes of Football Debate Club, Sam Roush has been your boy you've banged the table for. On day 3, mind you, we're in day 2 getting Sam Roush to the Chicago Bears at pick 69. This is the tight end from Stanford, Sam Roush to the Chicago Bears.
Tight end? Huh? This is probably the last thing I was expecting. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
We now have Logan Jones at center, At 57, and now Sam Roush at
Fine.
69, tight end from Stanford.
Sure. I mean, look. Okay, so the Bears utilized tight end 3 Durham Smythe in a lot of different personnel packages. Durham Smythe is gone. Sam Roush is one of the best run blocking tight ends in this class, and he's an elite level athlete at that. Maybe his a little bit inconsistent as a receiver. I'll admit, I like to see but I turn on the tape, I see the hand usage is there. He's able to drive defenders off the line of scrimmage as an inline defender. I like him a lot better than Nate Boerkarcher, who went earlier. I think this is much better value to get him at 69 overall. He's an effective athlete, accelerates well off the line of scrimmage, fluid across the middle of the field. Drop rate is a little high. Drop rate's a little high for my liking. I think that, not the most proven goal line receiving tight end by any means, but I love the athletic upside. I love the physicality as a run blocker. He can play in the slot. He can play as an inline blocker. I like him better as an inline blocker. I'm just surprised more than anything they went with a tight end here. I mean, maybe that means they try and trade Cole Kmet or they want to move off him. I don't know. I think regardless, Roush is going to see a decent amount of playing time pretty early on. I'm surprised. There's pretty good defensive line value. They still have another pick in the 3rd round. Maybe they think they could get something there, but tight end is probably the last place I was expecting them to go here.
I mean, lowest on the need list here for us as well. So,
yes.
Ian, 262 on your board. Sam Roush, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, the athletic profile is good, and I think the blocking power profile is good. I thought his game was pretty inconsistent on film, though. I think you see a guy who, staying in sync and keeping the leg action as a blocker can be very streaky. As a route runner, I feel like there's a lot of room to improve with STEM IQ and knowing when to plant and drive, when to press and retract, right? Not the most instinctive there. And then the hands, I don't think are super natural either. So I think the idea of Sam Roush is better than Sam Roush right now. He's 6'6", he's over 260, he's an elite athlete, he's got blocking ability for sure, he's got some receiving production, but you turn on the tape and the execution is a little too sloppy for me right now. I need to see him refine his game a little bit more. But again, if you want to run some more 1-3 personnel, right, or if you want to move on from a Cole Kmet, I think Kmet's a better player right now, but Roush has the upside at the very least. And I will say, in a vacuum, I do like this revolution, this tight end revolution. I do think I do think we're seeing them increase value, right, in the eyes of the NFL, and that's a good thing, I think, because having a good tight end or a good tight end group can be a force multiplier for sure. But
they're always lining up at the closest to the quarterback. It does make sense.
Yeah.
If they're receiving tight ends, not if they're purely run blocking tight ends or pass protecting tight ends. So next up on the clock, the San Francisco 49ers at pick 70 overall draft Texas Tech edge defender Romello Height. That now gives us 4 Texas Tech defenders drafted this draft cycle, 3 of them on that defensive front. We knew that they were going to be drafted. We knew they were going to be heavily sought after because of their production this past season, because of their run in the Big 12 and their run to the college football playoffs. So Romello Height to the Niners. I don't know. It wasn't their highest need, wasn't their biggest need, but Jacob, you're much higher on Romello than Ian is. 101 on your big board to 168. So what does that say for the Niners here going forward?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the big concern with Height is the size, and is he going to be able to hold his own in the run game? Yeah, literally, I wasn't even trying to do that.
Romello Height, his size.
Yeah, Romello Height, he's short for his position, but no, I think the explosiveness really shows up on tape. He's quick off the line of scrimmage. You see David Bailey, threatening offensive tackles, wreaking havoc off the edge at Texas Tech. There are a lot of times when Romello Height was right there with him, and obviously he's smaller than David Bailey. He's not as strong as David Bailey. I think as far as standing his ground in the run game, a lot of potential concerns in that regard. But as a pure pass rusher, I'm really intrigued. I think he's got a good toolbox to work with as a pass rusher. Variety of good moves, a lot relying on finesse and raw athleticism, but he's able to string moves together to put pressure on the quarterback. As you can see, a 17.4 pressure rate in 2025 for the Red Raiders. He had a season-ending shoulder injury in 2022. And yeah, the play strength and the size, I think, are why he fell this far. But as a rotational pass rusher, like what you're looking like he would be here in this case, I'm intrigued. I don't know if he's ever going to be an NFL starter, but I do think he's going to generate a lot of juice.
A lot of juice.
A lot of juice coming off the edge as a pass rushing specialist.
So that gives us David Bailey, Lee Hunter, and Romello Height on the defensive front drafted from Texas Tech, as well as Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker. So shout out Joey McGuire and that defense that Texas Tech was able to put forth.
And that oil money. Not gonna
Well,
lie.
that oil money did bring them all over, I
That
believe.
helps.
Besides Jacob Rodriguez, all transfers, correct?
I believe so.
It's the new era of college football. But all three of them combining for a memorable season for the Red Raiders out in Lubbock, Texas this past season. So next up on the clock, 71. Ian Cummings, you once were affiliated with this franchise, the
was.
Washington
Yep.
Commanders. At 71, in the third round, they draft Antonio Williams, wide receiver from Clemson. So a large
pick.
need.
That's a really good pick.
You both have it as an A+. So let's get to it. Let's go quickly here. Let's explain Antonio Williams. Ian, going to you first. Antonio Williams to the Commanders. What we like about Williams and what we like about the fit.
Yeah, well, you got Terry McLaurin, and if he rebounds, then he's wide receiver 1. If not, you have to think about the succession plan. But Antonio Williams, regardless of the outcome, I think is a guy who can mesh alongside him as that movement Z. He can play outside or inside. He can beat press at a high level for his size. He's got a full route tree as well. I love his agility, his acute angle freedom, his hip flexibility, his ankle mobility. The flexibility is elite. The agility and twitch, elite. He's got the twitched up athleticism that is kind of akin to Josh Downs. Now, I think he's a little bit stronger than Downs. I think he's got a little bit better hands as well. So ultimately, you're looking at a guy who, my comp for him is the other Steve Smith, who played for the Giants back in the day. And it was a very consistent producer.
There you go.
I think year in and year out, you're looking at a target funnel. Doesn't quite have the vertical ability that would fit with Jaden Daniels' skill set, but he's a guy who can provide an easy outlet in multiple phases.
Jacob, to you, another A+. A little bit lower overall, but still an incredible value at this point, 44th on your board. Antonio Williams, the Commanders. Give Washington fans some excitement here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than a little surprised, honestly. He fell all the way to 71st. I think you're looking at a guy who's going to be a good complementary weapon, especially for the Commanders, a team that needs other weapons alongside Terry McLaurin. Like, you're looking at that group of receivers. It's Traylon Burks, Luke McCaffrey, Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, and Jalen Lane.
Yeah.
Barf.
That's an all-star college football lineup. I'm not going to
Yeah,
lie.
yeah, no, they were-
However, no NFL production.
a lot of dudes who were great in college, but as far as the NFL goes, I think Antonio Williams has the opportunity to be a wide receiver too in that offense pretty quickly. Smooth route runner. I love the way that he glides the route runner. He can adjust the tempo of his routes well to adjust against whatever coverage he's facing, man or zone, however far off the line of scrimmage the DB is. He's quick coming out of his breaks, good deep speed. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest at the catch point or anything like that. And he's not necessarily like this blazing type of 4-2 type of athlete at the wide receiver position, but he's good at a lot of that. I think Jeremy Bernard went a lot earlier. I think Antonio Williams is right in that range with a lot of similar skill sets. I mean, Bernard maybe a little bit better hands and a little bit bigger, but Antonio Williams, as far as his strengths, his ability to separate and get open underneath, there's a lot to like here. I think this is a great pick for Washington, especially considering they didn't have a second rounder to work with either.
Yeah, this feels like a second-round pick for them.
Yeah.
And now, of course, Washington not on the clock again until tomorrow, midway through the day, it feels like, with 1:47. So, speaking about a team who had to wait a little bit to draft here, let's discuss them. The Cincinnati Bengals up next, drafting Cassius Howell to start their day, start their draft. What do the Bengals need now? And Tyler, if you want to, actually, could we pull up the best available, potentially? We can discuss who's on the board and talk about that. Want to also, while we pull up the best available, this is in the PFSN NFL Draft HQ. All these things available and then some as well. This is just for our show here. So the best available players
And it's
overall. Free. Oh, and it's free.
Yeah.
Our consensus big board's also free. Yeah, we'll leave you with that. But best available. More to come on that later. So here we are, though. Look, I'm interested here in the cornerback market and how we've fallen. I'm not saying the Bengals need a cornerback. You guys tell me if I'm wrong there, but could go corner. Jermon McCoy's slide is now well documented, but Keontae Scott there as well. And one of my favorites of this entire draft class is Keith Abney.
Yeah, and I think, and hey, shout out to the Tools guys, Ben, James. They are keeping it up to date behind the scenes and doing a fantastic job doing it. But I think the Bengals, and real quick, I'm thinking about this Cassius Howell pick again. I didn't know how to feel about it, right? But I think if the Bengals are creative, they can do a lot of fun things with it. With Shamar Stewart, Miles Murphy, those are two guys with the power profile to really slant the attention on the offensive line. Like if you want to do slanted rushes and force linemen to undergo slide protections, right? That's an avenue for Cassius Howell to use his burst and bend to really weaponize that and get conversion sacks. So I like that a lot. I think secondary is the way to go now, and corner is a long-term need, I would say. I think that they do have DJ Turner and Dax Hill in the short term, but they have a need for a potential nickel corner as well. I think Keontae Scott would be a great fit. I think Jermon McCoy would be a really awesome value pick at the stretch, but at this point, the knee injury, it feels like it's a very, very pressing issue. I'm wondering where he falls, where he's going to go. Maybe late round 3, maybe even a day 3 at this point, but nickel, I think, would be a really good pick. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, every pick is interesting, but it feels like for certain teams like the Cincinnati Bengals, the draft interest is always there. So they do go cornerback, and they go Takario Davis.
Oh, okay.
From Washington via Arizona, following Jed Fish out there to Washington, the University of Washington. So Davis, a large cornerback. I believe there were didn't play a full season, injury concerns as well. But didn't seem degenerative. Didn't seem like it was an issue at all here. Yeah. So 81st in the consensus, 72nd to the Bengals, a C+ grade on our board here as well. I'm not gonna lie, the Saints were quick on their pick.
Yeah,
we do have the Saints pick in right behind them. Let's talk Davis so quickly.
I'll go real quick. 6'3", 4.4 speed, physical, a little stiff in his hips, but again. Side saddle, cover 3, love it. I think this probably kicks Dax Hill inside of the slot. That's probably what you do.
To me, I feel like that's where he belongs at this point. Jacob, quickly, Takario Davis.
Yeah, I mean, I like this pick, especially if you do end up moving Dax Hill along the slot, which we know he has the ability to do. Size for days, gigantic ball skills. That's the first time I've ever used gigantic to describe ball skills.
It was very, very suspiciously placed. I'll say that.
If I'm gonna bring it back in here, if you look up any still image from Davis playing, and you always get those. Shout out our photographers that are always out there at all these games. But if you look at all those still images when he's lined up, and this dude's a little bent over, but man's hands go down to his calves.
Arms are incredibly long.
He's massive. This guy is huge. But, so I mean that makes up for any sort of balls that the catch point prowess that he may not have because he's just automatically got length that allows for some corrections, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I will say, maybe he's not the most physical DB in the world, but I love how he contorts himself to the ball in the air. His ability to adjust and, attack the ball in the air, high point it like a receiver. Great raw speed, I agree. Tight, maybe a little bit in the hips, but I love this pick as a developmental opportunity
there was
for the Bengals.
He had 15 pass breakups a few years ago, I think.
That long arm,
honestly, all he has to do is just put his arms up. It feels like, dude, this dude's going to be next to the ball. So 2 things I want to get to here. We'll get to the Saints pick at 73 overall. The New York Giants trading up to pick 74, giving up picks 105, 145, and a 4th-round pick next year to the Cleveland Browns. So the Cleveland Browns move out. Giants move up to 74 and give a decent sum. So it'll be interesting to see who they move up for. The New Orleans Saints, though, ran to the podium, it feels like here, or ran to get their pick in. It is Georgia tight end Oscar Delp ending his slide. Ian Cummings, you have him 62nd overall on your board, 73rd.
I'm excited to hear what you have to say here.
I love this, man. I am a big fan. I think here's the thing. My qualm with the Saints has always been at the tight end position. You have Juwan Johnson, who's primarily a receiver, not much blocking value. Again, I feel like they complement him perfectly with this pick because Oscar Delp, again, we know the foot injury is a potential issue. You want to see how he heals from that, how he gets back to 100%. But Oscar Delp, man, is a guy who's 6'5", near 250. He's got sub 4.5 speed. He's got elite blocking ability. He's got elite pass blocking, run blocking. He's got some rack potential too. Obviously the receiving projection wasn't very productive in the Georgia offense, but a big reason for that is he only had an on-field target percentage of around 9.9%. Why was that the case? Because half the time he was being utilized as a 6th offensive lineman pretty much, right? So the blocking is elite. He's got the elite athleticism too, and you know that he's going to be a two-phase terror in time. And at the very least, immediately, he has the blocking utility that Juwan Johnson doesn't have. So I love this pick.
I love Delp, and I don't know if I love this next pick, but I will call out, I believe this is the biggest discrepancy we have of a pick so far between your two big boards. So the New York Giants trade up, give up 3 back half picks, day 3 picks, 2 this year, 1 next year to the Cleveland Browns to draft Malachi Fields from Notre Dame. Jacob, I'll go to you because honestly, you have this as an A+, Ian a C-. Ian 252nd on your board. Jacob 63rd on your board for Malachi Fields. I need to know the discrepancy, so we'll start with you, Jacob.
So I really like what he brings. A 6'4.5", rounding up to 6'5", 218 pounds. Just a gigantic human being. I love what he brings to the table as far as his ability to win above the rim, the physicality, the ball skills are incredible. You know, the ability to contort himself in the air, to high point the ball. I like what he brings as a run blocker as well. Obviously, as you expect for, you know, an offense at Notre Dame that runs the ball a lot, and for a guy who's that big, I'm a fan of that for sure. And now you're looking at this Giants team where you have Malik Neighbors. You know, you brought in Darnell Mooney. You have some receiver talent, Darius Slayton as well. You don't have a gigantic wide receiver in the mix there. You don't have that traditional true X receiver who can win above the rim. Now, is Fields the fastest guy? No. Is he the shiftiest route runner? No. But I like what he can bring as far as his ability to work along the stem and contort himself or something's going on.
Something's going on here.
Would you like to share with the class?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
What's going on?
I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to focus over here.
Our guys in the back are dying laughing, and we don't know why.
Uh-oh.
Tyler, can you go to the PFN Facebook page? You want to do that?
All right, let's see. All right, let's see what's going on here.
We'll pull that up here. We'll see if we can get that up here.
I'm
Ian, I want to know
concerned.
why he was 252nd on your board here while Tyler figures it out for us.
Yeah, okay, so Malachi Fields, right? He's got the size, he's got the length, and he's a very good blocker. I think that's one of my favorite things about his game, honestly. He's very heavy-handed in space. He's physical. And the acrobatic catches, they take your breath away. They really do. There was the one on day 2 of the Senior Bowl from Taylor Green. Incredible, right? The diving ability, the leaping ability. But I just don't see a translatable starter. I don't think he's the most fluid as a route runner. I think he has good, not great twitch, not the kind of offsetting twitch that you need to fully separate against faster, more athletic DBs. And at the catch point, you know, the jaw-dropping catches are there, but I don't think he's very consistent playing catch point positioning. And I do think there are some drops as well. I think the hand technique can be a little more shored up. Sometimes he's a clap catcher. Sometimes he's not giving, you know, enough stability with his thumbs to make diamond technique catches, right? And at the same time, not much of a rack threat either, right? So I'm not a fan of the athlete at this point. I think he's a little more, you know, I think he meets the eye test with the size and the measurables, but I would have taken Ted Hurst 10 times out of 10.
I would have taken Ted Hurst. I would have taken Skylar Bell.
Skylar Bell as well.
We'll talk
yeah,
UConn here. So whenever we're ready, I was told we can cut now to the video that sent our production team, put them in stitches.
In hysterics.
I'm very
hysterics.
curious.
So
here.
we're going to go to this now.
Very
We can
curious.
cue to it whenever we're ready. That's Matthew.
We
you're just
are
lining
in
up
progress here.
This is amazing.
Here. That is a spoonful of horseradish.
Oh no!
All right.
The hands up are too good.
Oh, Lord. Football Debate Club. Hell yeah.
One of us. One of us. All right, I'm proud of you.
All right.
You did it.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
I was a
you
little
went-
nervous when you did the
you
full
went all
spoonful
in
of
with
horseradish.
that.
So
I
I'm
was
not gonna lie.
impressed.
So I'm just glad the
thank you.
reaction that followed was actually genuine, honest, and
Yeah,
it brought a tear to all of our eyes, like
See,
yours.
That's why we go live. That's why we go live. Nothing's edited. Nothing's pre-recorded. It's live TV, baby.
Even the table was live. We thought
even
about
the table was live.
pre-recording it, but we're like, no, we're not going
I
to do
tried to
that.
go through it 3 damn times, and I hurt my hip and my elbow and my pride in the meantime. And then John went up Cactus Jack.
You loosened it up.
Full
for him.
he went full mankind off the Hell in the Cell.
Literally. I
You
mean,
loosened it up for him. He
Oh,
just
God.
yeah.
capitalized.
I kind of want more horseradish now after that. Like I don't know. I mean, it kicked my ass, but it tasted
All
pretty
right.
good. Anyway, all right.
The
yeah,
Miami Dolphins
Back to
drafted
football. Back to
Caden
football.
Yeah, back to
Proctor
football. Here we
and
go.
Chris Johnson in round 1. The Miami Dolphins then drafted Jacob Rodriguez to start their draft haul today. They've gone back to Texas Tech and given us our first Red Raider off from offense. Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver, is a Miami Dolphin.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Little high for the liking of the consensus, little
Yeah.
high for Ian, and a little high for Jacob. Ian, we'll stick with you. Caleb Douglas, a productive guy, didn't quite hear as much. There was a unique situation with their quarterback situation at Texas Tech this year, though, however, with the injury to Baron Morton, Will Hammond not quite being ready for the starting job.
Yeah.
Still productive, but Caleb Douglas, what do we need to know, the Dolphins fans? It gets a C- as our grade.
Yeah, I like him more than Malachi Fields. I will say that. So him going back-to-back with Malachi Fields, I would prefer him to Fields. I think Caleb Douglas, you look at the athletic profile, and it's very compelling. 6'3.5", 206 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, 4.39 speed, right? So very, very good size speed profile, the 9.54 RAS right there. But the drop rate in 2025 was very, very concerning, 11.5%. He does not have natural hands, and we saw that at the Senior Bowl. Like there were flashes where he'd high point a ball proficiently, but then sometimes he would clap catch it or be too thin with his hand technique, right? Too late to react. So the hands are not natural at all, and he's got to work on that. He needs to work on that because that's arguably the most important thing for a wide receiver is converting that catch point. But if he can work on that, we are looking at a guy who's got an elite size speed profile, who has elite route running building blocks as well. He's very fluid. He's very natural, manipulating tempo, right? Using short area changes, right? Throttle control and sinking his hips. And he's got the ankle mobility to use curvilinear acceleration on speed outs, right? And corner routes too. So all
Big
these
terms
things,
being
all
used
of
here.
these things, the upside is there. And he's a phenomenal blocker as well. So I'm a big fan of Caleb
love his blocking.
Douglas. I was an especially big fan of him as a day 3 gem. So this is a little early, but again, if he can fix the drops, it's a big ask.
So
If he can do
you're
that.
saying, though, Caleb Douglas, a wide receiver drafted in the 3rd round, has drop issues like we did, throwing the pigskin out in the parking lot today?
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
I was
Hey,
tremendous.
we are general citizens, okay?
We're saying, so if
can have
Caleb
drop
Douglas can be a
issues.
3rd round pick, can't we? We're also all not 6'3", 206.
I run a 5'1" at
Proud of you.
Probably 5'7".
All right, hang on. Before we go anywhere, I gotta
way
interrupt.
faster than
I
me.
gotta interrupt. I need to stop talking about Caleb Douglas because the Pittsburgh Steelers are making a splash selection here.
Oh.
At pick number 76, we have our second quarterback of the day off the board.
Yeah.
It's a man who doesn't have to travel very far. He's staying in his home state, or not his home state. It is his state of college.
Yeah.
Actually, coming closer to home here in northeast or northern Ohio. Drew Aller.
Wow.
Quarterback from Penn State going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That gives them now Will Howard, Mason Rudolph, and Drew Aller in a quarterback room. Drew Aller, 360th on your board. Ian Cummings, you're up on why the Steelers made a boneheaded decision.
Boneheaded is and listen, I know I ranked these guys poorly, and then I kind of watered down my analysis.
Don't water it down.
Drew Aller the idea of Drew Aller again is very compelling. 6'5", around 240, I think, maybe 230s, but prototypical frame. Elite arm strength. The velocity pops. I mean, the ball launches off of his hand. He's got very, very compelling angle freedom and arm elasticity as well, but everything else is less compelling. The accuracy never came to fruition in his entire collegiate career. I think the processing, there are flashes of anticipation and window identification, but here's the thing. His mechanics, to me, and I've argued this in my report, I think he needs to rebuild his mechanics almost from the ground up. I think a lot of times his drop back footwork is really sloppy and sometimes a little inefficient. That renders him behind on his first reads, and that puts him behind for entire plays, where also sometimes he's missing windows, he's out of sync with his hitches. So there's a lot of development that needs to happen before, one, he can operate in an NFL offense, and 2, he can actually get the ball to his receivers accurately. The talent is there, for sure. The arm strength is incredible. It's one of the strongest arms in the class, but I would much rather have Will Howard starting games in 2025. So it's a long-term project, way too early in my opinion. You can make it right if he reaches a ceiling, but that's a tall ask.
So, Jacob,
Yeah.
you aren't quite as low
Yeah.
on Drew Aller here. It's still a reach, but this does get a D- on both of our boards. You had him at 138th.
No. The jig is up. The news is out. They drafted Drew Aller.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night.
I do.
Hey!
So let's go to the trade next up because the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers, not the Tampa Bay
You're not gonna
Buccaneers.
give me-
I'm
come
going to get
on.
you to say talk Drew Aller now. I'm going to go back to it at least.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with Ian. I think the idea of Drew Aller is much better than he actually is, and I'm a little bummed out that he got hurt in 2025 because
Yeah.
he didn't have as much of a chance to prove that he's improved at all. Prototypical frame, prototypical arm. He's not a better athlete than most quarterbacks his size. He's not elite by any means, but he can move a little bit. It's just accuracy is wildly inconsistent. Too many boneheaded decisions as far as staring down his first read. I don't trust his ability to consistently make full field reads and find the open man. On like those high-low concepts to be able to scan and to identify it properly on a consistent basis. I mean, the tools are there. The tools are there. If the Steelers and Mike McCarthy are truly confident that they can turn Drew Aller into, something that Penn State wasn't able to turn him into, then this could end up looking like a really good pick. But still incredibly raw. I have it as a reach. Still a little higher than Ian maybe because of those tools, and I think naturally you have a guy who's that big with that big of an arm, he's going to go higher than maybe he deserves to. Maybe the same will happen with Taylon Green later. I don't know at Arkansas.
I do love that athletic profile. We'll talk about that.
But I don't know. I think it's a reach as well.
Medina, Ohio, only 2 hours and 11 minutes from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So the Aller family has to be very happy here as well. So the Green Bay Packers did trade up into pick number 77. The Buccaneers trading back, receiving 84 and 160. So a pick tomorrow to drop back 7 spots as well. In the Green Bay Packers draft, Missouri defensive tackle Chris McClellan.
Okay.
This is one I think that we like. I think we can get behind. This is probably one of the first trade ups, maybe for a position not quite a top need that I think we like. This feels like one of the better players available, at least for this top position, or that they deemed a interior defensive lineman being one of their higher positions of need. So Chris McClellan, for those that did not know or did not watch Missouri Tiger football this season, what do we need to know? Ian Cummings.
Yeah, what you need to know is that he is an athletic freak, and he's got the physical skill set that you want. He's got the proportional length as well. I believe he's got over 34-inch arms, and being a guy who's around, I want to say 6'3", around 310. So he's dense, well-built, proportional length, pretty good natural leverage as well, explosive, has some good agility and short area twitch as well. I do think there's a little bit of stiffness in the hips. I do think he drifts pretty too far upright, with his pad level later in reps. And I also think that the pass rush arsenal is pretty raw right now. It's a lot of contained reps coming from 3-tech and 2-eye. It's a lot of just pushing the pocket and then not always having the right counters in place, not being able to produce consistently in that phase. And then in run defense too, I do think he can strengthen his lower body a little bit as far as anchoring, but you do look at the pressure to sack ratio, right? The length helps with the conversion. He's got the closing speed as well. 17 career tackles for loss, so that he can make plays behind the line of scrimmage. But again, there's that 7.8% pressure rate in 2025 and even lower true drop back pressure rate, right? So as a pass rusher, has a lot of room for refinement, right? The flashes are there. At the Senior Bowl, they were there too. But I had a few DTs in the same mold that were higher on my board. Grayson Halton, Caleb Proctor. I like Renee Conga from Louisville a lot too. This would not have been my first choice. I can see the reasoning for it, and I think it's a pick that they have a pretty decent DT rotation right now. This is more of a future-minded pick when guys like Devontae Wyatt potentially go off contract. But I do think he needs to fix the leveraging, needs to expand his pass rush arsenal. Day 3 guy on my board, so a little rich.
A guy who was not a day 3 guy is our next pick. So if you want to talk about Chris McClellan, speak now, forever hold your peace. Or you can talk about the next pickup.
Okay, I'll be very quick, but as a Mizzou fan, I like McClellan. I think it's I had him as 100th overall on my board, so kind of fringe day 2. I agree with a lot of Ian's analysis. I like the short area quickness that he has for such a big dude. The power is really impressive to me. I mean, I agree pad level and the leveraging needs to work a little bit. His diversity of an arsenal as a pass rusher needs some work, but the size is there, the quickness is there, the play strength is there, the physicality. I think when he does get his pad level right, you can really see him dominate and take over games.
For sure.
It's just that doesn't happen all the time. So I like the pick. Like Ian mentioned, I wouldn't have traded up for him given some of the tight end defensive tackle rather value. I'm still thinking tight end because I'm surprised my Bears took a tight end in the third pick. But yeah, I like McClellan. I wouldn't have traded up for him, but I like him as a player a lot.
So, player we both like, you
Yes.
both like. Next up, AJ Halsey going to the
Oh,
Indianapolis Colts
that's a good
at
pick.
78.
That is a
So
really good
both
pick,
of you
actually.
have him as a top 55 player, consensus 52nd overall.
How did he
This-
fall?
The
no
safety
idea.
slides. That's my question to you. So Jacob, you can expand on that maybe a little bit. Why? Maybe not why he fell, but why he shouldn't have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe teams were worried about the long speed. He's not the fastest or most, elite athlete at safety, but I love the physicality. I love how dense and just muscular his frame is. That shows in his play strength, his physicality. He's a hard hitter. He's aggressive at the wrap-up point. He can compete at the catch point. Great ball skills, good ball production, 10 career interceptions at the collegiate level between multiple stops. Graded very highly by our PFSN safety impact rating. In theory, I love what he could, potentially do in the box as well with that size, especially in sub packages. Maybe you take a linebacker out, put Halsey in as the linebacker, so to speak.
The dime linebacker. Yeah.
Absolutely. I love the ball skills. I love the physicality. I love the play strength, the hard-hitting nature, the motor, good instincts. I just think the only thing that prevented him from being like a true high-end prospect, to me at least, was average athleticism. But even then, I think the closing speed he maximizes with his high motor. So I think this is a tremendous pick this late for Indianapolis.
Yeah, and a really good fit alongside Cam Bynum, who's the guy who can play single high, who's got the coverage background, right? Being a former corner, he's very good operating center field. And AJ Halsey's the guy who can play split field when they're playing split field. And then when Bynum's playing single high, AJ Halsey is rocked up 6'2", 215. He can play in the box and he can lay the wood coming downhill. But then he's got the ball skills and the route recognition, right, to play half field and bite on and process route breaks as they happen and just be very quick in response and plant and drive. I love this pick, and I got to say the Colts with C.J. Allen and AJ Halsey, both of their picks were guys who I would have picked at least a half round earlier. So I think the Colts, they haven't had as much capital. They didn't have a first round pick, but with the capital they've had so far, I think they've did a pretty nice job for sure.
I think so too, and we'll get to the Falcons pick as well because that's already in at 79. It's an interesting one that will divide a lot of people. But I like what the Colts are doing in the draft much more than I like what Pat McAfee's doing on stage to announce each of these picks.
I mean, he's buying us more time. That's
I
pretty
appreciate
nice.
it, but hey, Pat, we got the Falcons pick to analyze. He just did a magic trick, and I thought magic shows were out when Bozo the Clown was still popular. Bozo the Clown is too old for you guys.
Is he alive still?
Who
The,
knows?
the original Bozo?
If you don't know who Bozo is, then
Oh, I
she's
know
too
who
young for you, bro.
I know who. So Bozo was a Chicago guy. I went into it was the WGN news.
We used to get
station.
WGN down in Central Florida, by the way. It's channel 20,
Interesting.
randomly.
Oh, we were Channel 9.
Yeah.
Well, we still are. But I went to the studio there, and they Bozo the Clown aired all his stuff in that studio. So they have a giant
All right.
mural of a ginormous clown all over their wall.
That's terrifying.
yeah. It's like, oh, all right.
All right, so divisive pick here.
Uh-oh.
The Atlanta Falcons staying home, drafting Zachariah Branch,
Staying
Georgia
home.
wide
Okay.
receiver. Obviously, he just had this indiscretion. He just had the arrest. Say what you will about it. Kids being kids sometimes, but also maybe a little. Don't be out that late when you're 3 or 4 days before the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Again, there's where the divisive nature comes in this play. Also, though, I do this for a living. Divisive between you guys, 50th on Jacob's board, 100th on your board. So, Ian, I'll stick with you. Why was he 100th overall? Did his off-field concern at all shape your evaluation in the latter stages here of this cycle?
No, it wasn't the off field. Look, the bond was like $34. It's one of those things where
That's where it's divisive. It's kids
one
being
of those
kids.
things- Look. Obviously, you never want this thing to happen, but honestly, if he learns from it, it's not that big of a deal relative to other things. So it's not going to concern me too much. I think the main concern is the route tree being so limited, right? A lot of an exorbitant amount of usage behind the line of scrimmage. A lot of designed touches with screens, with drag routes as well. swing routes, when he's taking reps out of the backfield. But I do think there are reasons for optimism hidden in the data, right? For a guy who's smaller, a 14% catch rate over expectation this past year, a sub 3% drop rate, he's tough at the catch point, and he's super explosive, twitched up, very fluid as well. I think the building blocks are all there. I think it's going to take a little bit to get everything that you can out of him, but the indicators, the positive indicators that you want are there. I guess the main reason that he wouldn't be higher graded for me, you got Skylar Bell on the board, you got Ted Hurst still on the board as well. They would have been preferential to me personally. So, but again, I think if you're Atlanta, you've got Kevin Stefanski coming in. And Tua Tagovailoa, if he's the guy who's playing QB and getting more reps there, I think having a guy like Zachariah Branch who you can scheme easy targets to, quick passes, quick, accurate, short range, that can be a blueprint for me anyway. But I do think he needs further refinement. I do think you need to keep expanding the route tree, and even then, there's a little uncertainty as to whether he can handle that kind of workload.
Yeah, I'm a little torn here in that sense because I probably would be a little bit higher than 100th, but maybe not all the way up to 50th. I do think he's an immediate special teams contributor.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so that helps his value to me. Like
especially
throw him at
with the new return rules that we've been acclimating to.
Yeah, throw him at returner at both punt and kicks. And I mean, this is a guy who is a threat to take the distance every single time. So we're going to keep up with, of course, Zachariah Branch transferring from USC, and now my segue as well. He played at Georgia this past year, but a guy who did not transfer from USC. Jacoby Lane going to the Baltimore Ravens at pick 80.
There we go.
So the Ravens getting some wide receiver help. This is right on par. 81st on your board, 80th overall. So that now makes Baltimore with a very unique draft class, very unique where we're going. It looks like we're going based on the PFSN user data as well. Their first pick was their most popular pick. Their second pick, Zion Young, was one of their top picks as well of the second-round selections. And now with Jacoby Lane, that gives USC 2 receivers off the board, in Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane. But also now the Ravens users were drafting Jacoby Lane quite frequently in round 3. So they grabbed their guy, maybe not necessarily their top need, but certainly they needed some weapons.
Yeah, and Jacoby Lane is an interesting one because I feel like what was the biggest discussion point that we had for Ravens wide receivers this cycle? They need a ball winner, They need a guy who can go above the rim and has the catch radius, right? And Jacoby Lane certainly has that, right? He's got the length, being 6'4". He runs like a gazelle, too, I got to say. He's super fluid for his size. I think he's a guy who isn't...
That's a massive gazelle.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't have elite vertical speed, but is a guy who can at least stretch seams at the intermediate level, right? He's shown that he can stem guys up or use releases to win on the outside, as we're seeing on the stream here, but and also play catch point positioning, right? So I do think for a guy who's 6 foot, around 6'4.5", actually, with the catch radius that he does, he's not as consistent at the catch point as you would like. Pretty high drop rate for that archetype. And also not as consistent as a rack threat. He needs a lot of space to work and operate in that phase. But he is a guy who has a functional route tree and at least can box guys out. And when he is in the right positioning, he flashes like spidery vice grip hands. So again, I think the execution needs to be a little more consistent before he can be that bona fide ball winner that we would like him to be. But I think the framework is there. I think alongside Zay Flowers, who can stretch the field and separate in the short range, be that 3-level threat. Jacoby Lane is a guy who can you can use him outside, right? And he has enough of a release package to at least pose a threat there in the vertical speed, the long strider range. And he can also be utilized in the short range or up the seam as a slot target, right? I think that's an avenue for him as well. So I like the value. Again, it just comes down to the wide receivers that I've talked about who are higher on my board personally. Skylar Bell, Ted Hurst, they're still available. But Jacoby Lane, to me, gives the Ravens a nice contrasting skill set, and there's upside left to unearth as well.
It is surprising to me because you watch him and you have that relative athletic score of 9.39. And yet you watch most of his highlights. If he's breaking free, he's running upright. It felt like very much like there's maybe some untapped potential with a little bit better running style, perhaps. It's shocking to me, though, that USC didn't win any more games. They had Caleb Williams in 2023, Jacoby Lane, Zachariah Branch, Mekhi Lemon, all on that roster, plus a handful of other talented players. So
for sure.
It's like Lincoln Riley knows what he's doing, I guess, to get some talented players. However, Jacoby Lane to the Ravens, the Jacksonville Jaguars back on the clock as well in this round 3. The Jaguars drafting one of probably the bigger reaches here as well in a run blocking tight end.
Here we go.
No, I'm just saying. No, that earlier it was one of our bigger shots.
Oh, okay, you scared me.
No. The pick is not quite in for our board, but Albert Regis defensive tackle from Texas A&M
All
off
right.
the board.
Okay, sure.
Oh yeah, nope, another head scratcher. 254 on your 255 on your final board. Ian, 154 on your board, Jacob. So I'll give you the rebuttal since you just refreshed the beer. Regis, not Philbin, Albert Regis. That's defensive tackle from A&M to the Jaguars.
There you go. So it's definitely a reach. Don't get me wrong. At least off of my board, I still think there's some pretty good defensive tackle value available. But I understand why he went higher than where I had him. I think you're looking at a guy who, in particular, look, he has his limitations. He's a little bit shorter, doesn't have elite length. I think the wingspan is a little bit of a concern. But he's a guy who, he uses the fact that he's shorter, 6'1", and he uses it to his advantage. I think the leverage game is really impressive. The pad level is strong. Naturally, the lower center of gravity, he's able to get his weight underneath him and win the leverage game. They say the lower man wins. I mean, he's more often than not the lower man at the point of attack. I think, as a run defender, there's a strong anchor that allows him to work through contact that I'm particularly impressed by. I think he's a nose at the next level, but I think he can rush as a 3-tech in certain alignments, in some capacity. I think he's got a pretty solid first step for a big dude, too. I think that his short area quickness in a vacuum is solid. I mean, look, I don't think he's the most flexible defensive tackle out there. I don't think he's the most agile defender out there. And I think that, the height and the lack of elite length isn't going to be much to write home about. I'd like to see a little bit more urgency in his hands as a pass rusher. But, look, at the same time, I like what he brings to the table as a run defender. I think there's some quickness there. There's potential as a pass rusher. Tested pretty well, with I think it was an 8.49, they said, a relative athletic score. So he performed pretty well. And keep in mind, too, the RAS factors in size. So, below average in terms of height, that's for sure. And a little underweight, coming in under 300 pounds. But he was able to overcome that and still have an RAS score in the green, which is particularly considered elite, or at least in the upper echelon of athletes for sure. So I think that in itself speaks to some athletic upside that can be tapped into with Albert Regis.
In the green, you heard it. That gives us now 6 Texas A&M Aggies off the board as well today, or not today. This class. So we had Casey Concepcion, 24th. We had Chase Basantis, 34th, second pick of the day today. Cassius Howell, and then we had Nate Borkercher.
Borkercher.
We're getting there. It sounds like a sausage that I would have made you guys eat as a
punishment. Yeah.
Tyler O'Needham, and then we have Albert Regis. So. The Aggies as well, putting forth an incredible roster this year, last year. The Mike Elko era has proven fruitful for the Aggies. The Minnesota Vikings, though, and don't worry, you're not eating lutefisk today, so you can talk freely. What do the Vikings need here at 82? Where are we going? We obviously know we have a couple of corners on the top of the board that are best available, but the Vikings, a couple of different needs here in the Kyler Murray era.
Yeah, they haven't touched the secondary yet. Jermon McCoy, it feels like the knee is probably super terrifying for teams by now. I no idea where he's going to go at this point. We could see him fall to day 3, which is shocking. No one would have anticipated that at all. Obviously, we knew there was the update, but this is next level. But there's still corners on the board, right? Julian Neal, I think, is one. I think Ephesians Prysock is another. You've got a few other players as well. Guys who could be good values at this stage. You got Kamari Ramsey at safety, who I think is still on the board too. So I think there's safety talent as well. Secondary feels like the move here. They passed on it multiple times, and for guys who maybe could argue, right? But at the same time, you have to invest at a certain point. I've always felt like the meat of this class was in the middle. This is a good chance to get a safety or a corner. I think they have to take it.
I'll say this: the Vikings have 3 picks in the next 18 selections.
Yeah.
So they have 82, 97, and 98. So, if you're not coming away with at least a corner and a safety, in my opinion, right here, they either have a day 3 plan that they're going to enact or something else is happening altogether entirely. So the Vikings here, and then we're followed up by the Carolina Panthers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who traded back as well. So they're sitting at 84. So the Vikings on the clock here. It is an interesting selection, obviously, after their first 2 picks, Jake Golday today and Caleb Banks yesterday. It is Ian, who you, I believe, said is one of the better nicknames. We have Dominique Big Orange off the board. Was that you, Jacob?
Big Citrus.
Big Citrus?
Big Citrus.
Big Orange.
His last
Big
name
Citrus.
is Orange.
Yeah.
Well, you call him big. It's
Big
fine. He's a
Citrus.
massive man. Look at the size of this guy.
He is
He's
big.
ginormous.
Have you ever watched him play
Yes.
football? Watch this. Sorry, I don't study the nicknames. I study the
That's
players.
one of the widest men I've ever seen.
It's my
Look at him
question
go.
to ask for nicknames.
What a beast.
What a beast.
Oh man, we're showing the BYU game when he terrorized people. Sorry, Cougar fans. So Dominique Orange off the board, 6'2", 322. I'm going to read some of our grades here, and I'm going to throw to you, Jacob Infante, because it's a B+ grade for you. It still lowers it out to a C- based on the consensus, though, because it's a bit of a reach, and also not what we said for the Vikings to draft just now, a corner or a safety as well. So, Jacob, what do we need to know about Big Citrus?
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings, it's an interesting strategy they're showing, just completely ignoring the secondary. They did it last year, and they're doing it again now. But I like the value of Big Citrus here. I think you're looking at a guy, you speak to the low center of gravity, he's stout. I know, like, going into the season, he was listed at 6'2" and 328 by Iowa State. He made Bruce Feldman's freak list for, listen to this, 650-pound squat, 450-pound bench press, 4 reps, and a 34-inch vertical jump.
God.
He's a gigantic individual, that shows in the run game, obviously, as you'd expect. He's an effective two-gapper. He's a guy who can stand his ground. He can take on double teams. Look, is he ever going to be an elite pass rusher? I don't think so. But, I mean, that's why you bring in Caleb Banks, who has much more pass rushing upside in that regard. Orange is very much a run stuffer, maybe one-dimensional, but that one dimension is very strong. The short area quickness is solid. I like this next pick, by the way.
Okay, yeah, can we just move on? I like Big Citrus, but since I up his nickname, I feel embarrassed
this next
here.
Pick is
Nobody runs better whip routes in this draft class than Chris Brazel, the second, who was just drafted by the Carolina Panthers at 83rd overall. Go back to his Tulane tape, and Michael Pratt made him Brazel made Michael Pratt look like a potential first-round pick, in my opinion. Chris Brazel, deep speed. We called him the best deep threat as well on Football Debate Club this season of FDC. So Chris Brazel to Carolina, Tet McMillan and Brazel. It's kind of a scary wide receiver duo potentially here as well. Bryce Young has a lot of weapons. This gets an A grade because he was a
big
higher on our draft boards than where he landed in a position of mediocre need for the Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a lot of speed and fluidity and size in that receiving core. You're looking at a guy who's 6'4", around 200, had a 16% around, I think, catch rate over expectation this past year, and that shows with the body control, the contortion ability at the catch point, but also a guy who's really fluid for his size. You mentioned his Tulane tape. He won me over as early as that, like the fluidity that he showed to run routes, to separate independently at the short and intermediate levels, right? Short range, being able to beat press a little bit with split and diamond releases. At the intermediate level, being able to cut really acute angles on in breakers and corner routes, right, and out routes. He's got a lot of upside. I just think the one thing, there are a few driving citations on his record. You got to make sure that he stays, disciplined off the field. You got to make sure that he has the right mindset and everything like that. And also, I think the rack phase, he's not as dynamic there, not as efficient there. But if they can get the best out of him, this is a guy who has the ability to be a really impressive multi-level separator with size, with a catch radius, with really, really impressive body control and catch point composure. And for Bryce Young, it's getting another weapon in the war chest, which is always a good thing.
If you ain't first, you're last. Is Chris Brazel? Does he have a chance with Tet McMillan out there to give Bryce Young a chance to finish first in the NFC South? Jacob Infante?
I certainly think so. I mean, a big part of that Panthers team was, squeaking out a lot of close wins and having a weak division, quite frankly. But I think now, looking at that wide receiver room, it becomes pretty interesting. You have Tet McMillan, like you said, Xavier Legette, who I think could be in for a little bit of a demotion of sorts. Jalen Coker is still a solid player. No one's going to go mistaking him for a wide receiver 1 or anything like that, but he can be a solid contributor. And now you bring in Chris Brazel, where I think Ian summed it up perfectly. I think the ceiling is incredibly high with him. I don't know if he's going to be a high volume receiver in particularly, especially this year for Carolina. I think he's still got some room to grow as a route running technician. I'd like to see him get a little bit stronger, gain a little bit more weight. Being 6'4" and less than 200 pounds, he's kind of gangly a little bit, and I'd like to see more physicality through his stems for such a big guy. But, man, I think this is really good value. I think the ceiling you're getting with him might be better than anybody else besides Jermod McCoy, who's falling clearly because of injury concerns. I think Brazel, another Tennessee guy, has the highest ceiling out of who was available out of anybody else at this time.
It is. It's quite a draft. Also, another team having quite a draft and sticking in that same division. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers moving around, still getting their guys. It feels like they were gifted Ruben Bain in the first round, a pick we all loved. Glowing recommendations for Bain to be a disruptor on that Buccaneers defensive front. Grabbing Josiah Trotter as well, an A- for Trotter on your big board there. And now up here, the Bucs have a couple of needs. Do they stick defensive side of the ball on this one, or do they go to the offense, perhaps maybe a tight end?
I think they've hit defense a couple times. They could go corner as well. I think there are a couple long athletic corners that fit their framework. And Zion McCollum took a step back last year. Benjamin Morrison has been kind of up and down to start his career, so I don't know if they'd want to go that route. But they could go offense. I think they could add potentially another receiver to the rotation with the value that's on the board. I think you could add another tight end, right? Tight ends have been flying off the board, blocking guys and two-phase tight ends. So this might be a spot for them to add a guy to the rotation as well. And then there's still plenty of guys not left on the board. I mentioned Eli Raridan earlier. I like him a lot. I like Matthew Hibner from SMU, one of my guys for sure. Daquan Wright from Ole Miss could be an option for them. So I think, a number of options. You could go corner. You could go tight end. I honestly, there's room to invest in the offensive side, but also the young talent at the corner room has not distinguished itself enough for me to rule that position out either.
All right, somebody speaking of the Bucs, and we have a big Bucs fan watching. He happens to be related to me. He's my little brother.
Nice.
So shout out to Dylan Mellor. He asked a question on the YouTube
Dylan.
feed, though. Hi, Dylan.
Hi, Dylan.
He asked if so we had no quarterbacks, no running backs drafted in round 2.
Yeah.
The last time that has ever happened is 2003.
Wow.
And the only previous time to that is 2000. So 2003 was the Carson Palmer, Byron Leftwich, Kyle Bowler, Rex Grossman draft with McGahee and Larry Johnson. 2000 was Chad Pennington round 1 with 5 running backs. So Ben Rolfe, thanks for coming to my aid and helping me here as well. We have Gene Deckeroff making the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the legendary voice of the Florida State Seminoles and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Shout out to Gene Deckeroff, retired before this season starts, obviously. So Gene making the pick for the Bucs here. Again, thanks, Dylan, for the question. Keep the questions coming in on YouTube as well, and we'll feel free to answer them as we get to them. We have a maybe not a pick and need, but this is the best possible G5 receiver to become a bona fide wide receiver.
That's
one.
Right.
Okay.
It's Ted Hurst. If you're looking for a guy who is a massive individual on the outside, I'll stick with you guys giving the analysis because it might feel like I'm giving a glowing recommendation. But I'm not gonna lie, an A on our consensus grade for Ted Hurst of the Bucs here at 84.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talk about upside with Chris Brazel. I think there's also a really high ceiling with Ted Hurst. I mean, you're looking at a guy who surpassed 1,000 receiving yards this past year for Georgia State. When you're drafting a small school prospect, at least my opinion goes, you want to see a combination of two things. You want to see production and you want to see physical traits. I think Ted Hurst, with nearly 2,000 receiving yards over his last 2 seasons at Georgia State, certainly has that. And you're also looking at a 9.9 relative athletic score. 6'3" wide receiver with really impressive, lower body explosiveness, the ability to stretch the field vertically, really good speed. He's got a little bit of slot experience. I like him best out wide as a, kind of Z field side receiver. And he rounds up to 6'4" as well. So if you want to go the roundup route, 6'4", that's an even better look for him. The ball skills are really impressive. I want to see the drops cut down a little bit, and kind of similar to Brazel, I think that he can gain a little bit more weight, or at least compared, what he played at 195, give or take, is what he was listed at Georgia State. I should say, as you see there, he measured at the combine at 206 pounds. I want to see how he plays at that weight. If that's something where, he just, bumped up his weight in water to make his size look better, or if he's actually going to be playing at that size, I don't know. I want to see the drops cut down. I want to see him get a little bit more, sink his hips a little bit lower as a route runner, but the upside is really impressive. The production's there. The physical tools are there with Ted Hurst. I love that value for the Bucs there.
Yeah, I'll let you give your thoughts on Ted Hurst, but we have the Steelers pick rolling in. So Ted Hurst quickly here. what you like for the Bucks fans here.
Yeah, I think the drops can be a little bit of an issue sometimes. I think, was it the biggest need on their board? No, right? But I think it comes to value. I think he was one of the best players available and has the size, has the catch radius, has the box out ability, has the ability to play inside or outside, beat press off the line. And we talked about Malachi Fields earlier. I didn't think he had the quick twitch or the agility to warrant that selection at his size. Ted Hurst does. He's twitched up. He's agile. He's pretty fluid for his size. I think there's a lot of upside. It was a luxury pick for sure. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a lot of wide receiver already, but it makes an explosive rotation even more explosive.
It's a very unique pick. Obviously, losing Mike Evans this offseason is a blow to any Bucs fan. But Ted Hurst, not saying he's Mike Evans, but I'm saying that the help is coming for this wide receiver core. The Pittsburgh Steelers and Cam Hayward announcing the pick here. It's Dalen Everett, cornerback from Georgia, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they go Drew Aller just a few moments ago, and now Dalen Everett to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is one that's going to get a C- because we're a little bit more kind right now in this round 3. Probably would have been a little bit lower, 145 on the consensus, landing at 85 to the Steelers. Ian, you're much lower than Jacob was, and I will say we already have the Browns pick as well at 80, so we can go quickly here. Ian, to you, Dalen Everett, what do Steelers fans need to know?
I'll go quick. He's experienced. He was a multi-year starter at Georgia in Kirby Smart's scheme. He's 6'1", 196, 32-inch arms, 4.38 speed as well. So speed, length, physicality, experience. Other things, he's not the most instinctive. I don't love the instincts. I don't love the playmaking ability either. It can be a little inconsistent. Was better this past year making plays on the ball, but I think the route intelligence, I think he's not the most fluid breaking back toward the ball either. So day 3 for me. What I think this really means, any team that has a needed quarterback corner and is passing on Jermon McCoy means that McCoy's medicals must be really, really scary. So I think he's going to drop to day 3 at this point.
Yeah, it's okay. So we're gonna move here now because the Browns trade back up here. So after trading down, they trade back up. They trade 105, 145, 206. The 3 picks tomorrow to get back to 86 from the Chargers, and they ran with their selection. We had this pick before the Steelers pick was in. This is Austin Barber, a massive man, a large man at tackle from the University of Florida. Jacob, you've talked about Austin Barber multiple times on the show on Football Debate Club. What do Browns fans and what does Tyler Sobchak behind me here need to know about Austin Barber?
Yeah, I mean, the Browns are making so many moves. It's like they're running in our free PFSN mock draft simulator, which you can check out at profootballnetwork.com/mock draft. So, but anyway,
good.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. I've been working on it. But yeah, so I like this pick with Austin Barber. I think looking at the tackle board, I'm not too impressed with a lot of guys available. Barber definitely, to me, has a combination of a high ceiling, but also a higher floor than other guys like, Demetrius Crownover, Jude Bowery, at least in my opinion. Barber tested incredibly well, obviously a really big offensive tackle, but he can move a bit too. He's got some good explosiveness shooting into his kick slide, some solid agility, in pass protection. The redirect is okay, but I really like the initial foot speed, reaching hitting edge rushers at the top of their arc as a pass rusher. He's experienced, he's battle-tested, and has performed quite well against SEC-level competition, a 4-year starter at Florida. There's a lot to like there. And I think that, the pad level can work, get improved a little bit. Sometimes the punches land a little too wide. But the physical tools are there, the experience is there. He has solid spatial awareness. That makes me think that there's potential for him to be a starter. And now the Dolphins pick is in.
Ian, take this one because you mentioned him earlier.
You talked about him earlier.
Yeah, Will Kacmarek. It's the blocking tight end revolution. We are seeing it before our very eyes. Blocking tight ends being used on day 2 capital. This is it. This is the new NFL. So welcome. It's glorious, but also a little confusing. Will Kacmarek is an elite blocking tight end. He's kind of in the same tier, the same archetype as a Nate Forkircher for the Jaguars, which late in round 3, it's a little easier to stomach than in round 2. So I'm not going to be as hard on it. But I think you're looking at a guy who has the power profile, right? Who's very physical at the point of attack, who's got heavy hands, but then also, has some measured receiving upside. Again, I don't think he's the most fluid. I don't think his hands are the most natural, but there is some of that rumbling rack that he's got with the leg churn, right? With the explosive athleticism.
Rack.
So
well done.
Again, if you're the Dolphins, this is a tight end that you put in your rotation. He makes it easier to exist in heavy set alignments, and again, he's gonna help with the run game and potentially provide an outlet as a pass catcher on swing routes and short routes. A little limited past that point. So again, I would have waited until day 3. I respect the blocking tight end revolution, but I want my tight ends to be able to be good receiving threats too.
So I'm gonna break it down here. We made Dolphins fans very angry yesterday by saying Dan Marino's not a top 5 quarterback here.
I apologize.
Believe it or not, no, don't apologize for nothing. It's the truth.
Okay.
Will Kazmarek.
Don't throw me into this, everybody. I'm not making my opinions publicly
Bullshit.
known.
You said he wasn't top 5 as well. You said how
You're
long?
just looking for brownie points.
Why would you throw me
My
under the bus
gosh.
like that?
You're right. You took one on the chin with the horse
I'm a
radish.
people pleaser.
Will Kazmarek, the first player to be ranked as an undrafted player on the consensus to be selected today to this entire draft class. So the Dolphins making our 2026 NFL draft history, and not a way that you'd want them to if you're a Dolphins fan. So I got a de facto Dolphins fan. He once was a Dolphins fan right there next to me.
Business is hard.
The business has hardened him. He's got his pirate voice on now. He's a Buccaneers fan.
Yar!
All right, a pick we're going to like here. It's a guard from the University of Oregon by way of Wyoming.
Oh, man.
Emmanuel Pregnon landing
Oh,
with
that's a
the
good pick.
Jacksonville
Love it.
Jaguars.
Love it.
Yeah, this is one we love. A+ across the board here. 62nd on the consensus. 58th on your board. Ian, 72nd on your board. Jacob landing at 88 to the Jaguars in a position maybe not necessarily a full need for the Jaguars, but absolutely like a future plan. This guy is a mauler.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ezer Cleveland is going to be a free agent, I think, this coming offseason, so this is a future-minded pick. Look, I thought that Borkercher was a massive reach. I thought Albert Regis was a reach, even though I can see the athletic profile, the reasoning for it. I don't think he's the most flexible at his size, and also the pass rush profile is pretty rudimentary. You're mainly looking at a guy who's going to one gap, penetrate, attack upfield, and then reset the point of attack with power and explosion. That's pretty much it. With Emmanuel Pregnon, I think you have a starting guard. I think you have an impact starter at his maximum. I think you have a guy being 6'4", over 310 with 34-inch arms, the heavy-handedness of his game, man. He is so good at, again, resetting the contact point. On the other side, right, the punch extensions, he can forklift guys upright at the point of contact and sledge them off the line in the run game. He can climb to the second level and just drive linebackers out of gaps. And then in pass protection, he's got a pretty strong anchor. He's got stifling latch and core strength. And then the anchor is pretty strong too. And he's the linear explosion I like as well. I think he's a little stiff in the hips, which is why he's going to play at guard, which is why he's played at guard his whole career. Doesn't quite have the hip flexibility or the recovery athleticism that you would want. But operating in a phone booth, he is a guy who can pummel opponents into submission. And I think once Ezra Cleveland moves on, I think this is a great future-minded pick, and it helps Trevor Lawrence stay upright.
Emmanuel Pregnon allowing 1 sack over the last 3 seasons worth of pass protection.
It's pretty impressive.
Against some incredible and impressive interior defenders. So the Jaguars with Pregnon here. I think maybe why it was so confounded to get Nate Borkercher at pick 56 is that if they would have taken Pregnon there, I think we would have all still been happy with it.
If we swapped those two
If we
picks,
swapped the picks,
I
like,
feel
it's
better
looking at
about it.
That's
so.
a great haul right there.
Yeah.
We're good. It's still probably even a little richer for Borkercher here as well. But alas, Pregnon, Jacob, honestly, I believe a little bit higher on the board. No, a little bit lower, but still same thing. That Oregon offensive line dominated this year, last year. Since the Mario Cristobal era, and even previously to that, this has been a dominant unit. This year, though, Pregnon, what do you like, and why do you like this pick for the Jags in general?
So bear with me. I'm a little on edge because my Bears are on the clock.
Bear with me, huh?
And I have my phone down
Bear.
so I don't see it tipped until you tell me.
Oh,
that's
I
how
appreciate
committed
you. Committed to the game.
I'm committed to the game. But Pregnon, I think, is vice grips for hands. He's just some of the best power you'll see in this interior offensive line class, not just in terms of the punishment he dishes out, but in terms of the punishment he absorbs. It's really tough to push the pocket against him with speed to power conversions. He's an intelligent player. I like the movement skills with him as well. I'm surprised he fell this far, honestly. I think he'd be like we said, he could have gone with that second round pick at 56, and I would have been like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Right?
So, yeah. So, anyway, Bears pick is in. It says on the TV, but
Are you ready for it?
yes.
Are you sure?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
The
well, I
Chicago
haven't
Bears.
seen it. I'm just trying to
The
mess with
Chicago
you.
Bears now become the second team to draft a player from the undrafted ranks of the consensus board.
Oh, brother.
LSU wide receiver Xavier Thomas at 89 overall.
Oh, wow.
What? Bro. What are we?
No, I will.
There it is.
Oh,
there it is.
Okay, trust Ryan Poles, but
Proud of you for taking this on the chin as well here.
oh my lord.
Ian, 290th on your big board, 300th on the consensus. Jacob, 331 on your board. C- because we're not really giving anything too low here because it's tough at this point. Reaches are reaches, steals are steals, followers are followers.
Yeah.
This is a reach, though.
Oh,
This is a reach.
I mean, I'm thinking probably he ran a 4.28 at the NFL Combine.
Is that so? We're in that range.
I'm
We're
thinking
talking John Ross range now. To
we're maybe thinking about he's got some measured route running ability. He's got pretty decent catch point ability for his size, right? Sub 4% drop rate. Not the highest yards per route run, so the efficiency isn't really there. I do think he's got some separation ability, but not the most nuanced, consistent route runner. 4.28 speed. Again, maybe he'll have some return utility for them potentially. They want to weaponize him or experiment with him in that phase because he does have some rack. He's got some pretty nice compact play strength for his size after the catch. But the receiving versatility for me, you look at guys like Skylar Bell. I think that's a guy who can function as a wide receiver 3 right out of the gate, right? I think that's a guy who has the full route tree. I don't quite see that with Xavier Thomas. So the upside is there. The potential utility on the return phase is there. The speed is there for sure. Some rack ability as well, but the puzzle has not come together for him, and I don't know if it will.
yeah. So he's fast, Jacob.
Yeah.
Does that make it stomachable? More is this more stomachable because he ran a 4.28 than the horseradish?
I'd prefer the horseradish, if we're being honest. So look, I'm gonna say, here's your new returner, right? Because Xavier Thomas had a total of 3 returns for touchdowns in college. He had 1 punt return for a touchdown at Mississippi State. He had 2 kick returns, 1 in 2023, 1 in 2024 for a touchdown. Took a little bit of it didn't rely as much on him as a kick returner in 2025, but he was still a solid punt returner. The speed obviously stands out on tape. He's really explosive in a straight line. He's shifty with the ball in his hands, but I agree. I think size is a concern. Hands are good, but the size. Whoa! All right, this is how this pick is making me feel right now. The ability to win above the rim, to win in contested situations, isn't very good. The polish as a route runner could use some work. I don't think he can disguise route concepts incredibly well through his stems. I think he's very much a one-dimensional route runner. For someone as athletic as he is, who doesn't have very good size to rely on. Again, I'm trusting Ryan Poles. And
Trust Ben Johnson.
Trust Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
that's
talented player.
He's a special teamer. He's going to return kicks really well.
I was going to say immediate special teams contributor.
Absolutely.
And we have seen teams use mid-round picks, like late round 3 picks on return specialists. We have seen that before. I know we have another pick to get to. Cam, take us away.
I'm jonesing for this pick because it's Kalen Black. We
That's
have
a
our
good pick.
third running back of the draft. It took to pick 90 to get our third running back of the draft. Kalen Black from Indiana. National champion, pick 90 to the San Francisco 49ers. We're divisive. Ian, you have 136 on the big board. It's a C-. He was 165th on the consensus running back board here. Obviously, it's been thrown out, it feels like, at this point. So Kalen Black will not be the only Hoosier drafted. We will have Roman Hemby as well. But Kalen Black, a dual-headed monster in the backfield. Kalen Black, though, what do we like?
Yeah, it's interesting that he was drafted before both Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson, 2 of my guys who are a lot higher graded. But here's why: I think he's an elite pass blocker. I think the security in the pass blocking phase on third downs really accentuates his value here. And as a runner, he's good. Like I again, not as high as Emmett Johnson or Mike Washington for me, but still a guy who can be a solid rotational player. I think you look at enough vertical speed and explosion to get up seams. Looking back to the Senior Bowl, the energized motion and the foot speed to use setup space effectively and press defenders out of gaps and then capitalize with that quickness, that's in his palette, right? And then he's got decent size and density, right, as well. He's got some receiving versatility. I like him a lot. I would have liked him a little more in round 3 than round 4 than round 3, but you get to the end of round 3 and there's some leeway there. This is where teams take their guys that they don't want to miss out on day 3. And Kalen Black, to me, really good rotational running back. So I'm a fan of the pick. a little high, but I'm a fan of what he offers to that particular rotation.
It feels like this is could be a Shanahan pick as well.
For sure.
Like this feels like a guy that he wants to utilize, but a guy that you don't want to. You can now spell Christian McCaffrey a little bit more in passing situations. You don't want McCaffrey on the field. You want Black to stand in there and take punishment that you don't want McCaffrey to do so as well. So as long as he sort of knows his role in that offense, I feel like he'd slide right into it very well. So Kalen Black, quick thoughts. Now that, so we can get you off of the Xavier Thomas pick to the Bears.
Please do. I'm struggling, man. I'm on air. I can't say everything I want to say right now.
Hey,
but
they might make up for it on day 3.
We'll see.
They might.
We'll see.
They might.
They did get a fifth round pick.
The
that
Dylan
helps.
Thieneman
Anyway,
has now been thrown out. I was looking at the total score. We had 100 for them last night after
Yeah.
Dylan Thieneman. We're not
very
there now.
much. No, not even close. But anyway, I'm curious. Is Kalen Black the first player who's been drafted who didn't get an invite to the combine?
Potentially. I think
he might-
Ben, we'll need you. We
He
can double
might
check
be,
here.
but I will say Kalen Black should have been invited to the combine. Look, I'll admit there's uncertainty with him as a receiver, but he's an intelligent back. He's patient. He reads in between the tackles well. Once he finds the open running lane, he can hit it hard. Low center of gravity, good pad level. Tough. I mean, I don't know necessarily if the passing down value or elite breakaway speed is there, but as a pure running back who can run the football, Kalen Black is a pretty talented player.
Yeah, he's got that, again, it's a really, really impressive rotational profile, right? And I think that's something that is valuable for the 49ers, who Christian McCaffrey is only getting older. Like Cam said, you want someone to spell him. I'm a little higher on the pass down upside. I think I think he's shown some ability as a route tree to separate independently the pass blocking, gives him some added security, but end of round 3, that's what you get. I believe we're down to just 10 picks left in round 3, correct?
10 picks. So, be sure to stick around, too, because we're going to talk about winners and losers from, day 2, but also so far, we're going to talk team classes. So we'll give a little bit of a round 4, 5, 6, 7 preview, but encapsulating these first 100 picks as well before we get out of here tonight after pick 100 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock here at 91. The pick is in, but as we go through, they got Cameron Crawford earlier, Traylon Stukes as well, and obviously Fernando Mendoza. So they now hit the offensive line, and they draft a center from A&M. This gives us our 7th Texas A&M player.
I like that.
Okay. give us why. First team all ACC here. Jacob Infante, mid Miller Lite chug.
Mid beer. But anyway, yeah, so I like this pick. Honestly, I think that it's an interesting kind of situation because Texas A&M had 3 NFL caliber tackles who were entering this draft. Zune himself, Demetrius Crownover, and Ruben Fathery as well. I think Crownover is going to get drafted. Fathery might have an opportunity as an undrafted free agent. But Zune, I like, a little bit taller. Maybe the center of gravity is a little too high, but
He'll probably play guard because they got Linderbaum.
It's interesting
that's
to
true.
me.
You'll probably have him here as a guard, which I think he can perfectly do. I like the athleticism that he brings to the table for such a big guy. The foot speed moving laterally is going to fit well as a guard. I think he could be an effective pull blocker there with his acceleration off the line of scrimmage. Obviously kicking inside due to a lack of length. That might come to affect him still along the interior, but maybe a little less so when he's not out in space on an island and you have all this margin for error. In a phone booth, length matters a little bit less. I think Zune has the sheer size, the mobility. I like his versatility from a run blocking perspective. He can play, he can block in zone, he can block in gap in an effective manner. Good instincts in my opinion as well. So I like that pick as maybe a depth piece early on, but I do think he has starting potential along the interior.
It is interesting to see they announced him as a center, so it's interesting to see what we do with him there out in Vegas. Maybe they're gambling with it as a long-term pick, like you said. See what we did there. The Dallas Cowboys have made their selection at pick number 92. Of course, they went Caleb Downs in sort of a steal early in round 1 at pick 11 as well, and then they went to Malachi Lawrence. So they stick at the edge, which I would say is maybe perhaps a shock. Maybe they needed it, wanted to double dip in the first 92 picks, first 2 picks, or first 3 picks. Jay-Sean Barham from Michigan.
Yeah.
Torn 122 on the consensus, but this feels very much like what you just talked about, Ian, where it was like, this is what you'd get on at the end of round 3. The guys you do not want to miss on at the start of round 4, day 3. So, Barham, give Ryan Gosling, our Ryan Gosling, what he needs to know.
Or the other Ryan Gosling.
Or the other one.
If
I'm
he's
gonna
watching.
I'm gonna speak to both Ryan Goslings. First, Ryan Gosling. I loved Project Hail Mary. PFSN Ryan Gosling. PFSN Ryan Gosling. You're getting a really intriguing player with Jyshawn Barham. He's super explosive, and he played off-ball linebacker for most of his career, but switching to full-time edge with Michigan at this past season. He's really interesting because he doesn't have elite measurables, but the stacking strength is really apparent. The comp, not a comp, but like an analogy that I've thought of this cycle is like if you wanted a diet Arvell Reese, this would be your pick. This is a guy who can play that attacking Sam role at a high level with really impressive physicality coming downhill, or he can rush the edge with that burst and bend and the power profile as well to threaten tackles and force them to widen or square too early, and then he can take over from there with the angles and the explosion to capitalize. So he plays with violent intentions. He's got the athletic upside for sure. And the only thing that I'm thinking is like I would have maybe preferred a pure off-ball linebacker, but there isn't a ton of value at this point. Maybe a corner, but we know there's some issues with those guys, maybe in the medicals especially. So I like the pick. I think he adds to your rotation, and there's a lot of upside there as a DPR especially.
DPR. So do you have any concerns then? He played a lot of off-ball linebacker. I know he blitzed quite a bit, but do you have any concerns with him moving maybe perhaps to more of a down lineman with the Cowboys here?
I mean, honestly, like I know he was listed as an edge rusher. I project him as a linebacker,
Yeah.
at least in that regard. I mean, because that's where he played a good amount at Michigan. You saw some reps of him as an edge rusher. I think he can certainly factor into the rotation. He can rush the passer well, but I like the physicality that he shows in the box as an off-ball defender too. It'll be intriguing to me. I'd like to see him play a little bit of both, because I think he can take blocks head on well enough with good physicality and low center of gravity as an edge rusher to set the edge. But I do think that maybe a little bit smaller for a traditional edge rusher. We'll see. But this next pick,
I'll leave this teed up for you as a Mizzou guy.
yeah,
The 4th Missouri Tiger off
I like
the
it
board.
too. This is nice.
So I love this one because as his name, as I call him instead of Keegan, it's highest graded tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of
Yes.
broke our system. So the Rams at 93 drafting Keegan Trost, tackle from Michigan. Excuse me. I'm reading above as our grades come in from Missouri.
yeah.
Jacob, give us what you got.
So I have a buddy from college who works on the Mizzou football beat, and I directed him to our grading scale. Look at that. PFSN offensive line
Broke
impact,
it. It broke the system.
the
99.9.
best in the nation.
That's insane.
99.9. Second place, 94.1.
I had to change the actual scale because he was coming in well above. So I literally had to change the scale.
Yeah.
Broke everybody. Broke
Goodness
That's
gracious.
legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you're watching as a Mizzou fan, it's like, all right, Armand Membu leaves for the NFL. Don't really know, like, okay, who's this Trost guy? Is he going to be able to fill the void? He filled the void and then some. I mean, he had a tremendous season. Obviously, he's older, but he's still a 4-year starter at the collegiate level. 2 years at Indiana State. He played at Wake Forest 2024. Dominated at Mizzou this past season. I don't know if he's the toolsiest offensive lineman in this class, but he's an intelligent football player, good spatial awareness and pass protection, executes his assignments well as a run blocker, whether it's zone, gap, whatever his assignment is. He knows what his assignment is. It's just a matter of physically sometimes, he can be overmatched. But even still, good body control. I think he's coordinated and shows good balance working through his, working at the point of attack. He can roll his hips to seal off defenders in the run game pretty well. I have him as a guard at the next level. I think he can play tackle, obviously like he did play in college at Mizzou. But I think this is somebody where, you just slide him in, maybe, have him as a backup just because the physical ceiling isn't incredible. But I do think he'll eventually crack that Rams starting lineup, which is good value for the Rams late in the third round here.
If I can add to this too, I have so for those of you watching who don't know, I have a grading scale. It's a sub-trait grading scale. So I have 10 trait categories with sub-traits within. So like core strength, plate strength will have core strength, anchor strength, grip strength. So microscopic, right? Keegan Trost had a trait bonus at least a 7 in every category except for size. So that goes to show he's a very well-rounded prospect. I think he passes the threshold as an athlete. Again, the size, 6'4", 316, 32 and 1/4 inch arms. So like the size profile is more cognizant to being a guard. I also think potentially they have a long-term question at center with Coleman Shelton, right, being a free agent next year. You could see Trost as being a 5-position flex depth guy early on and then maybe kicking aside to center. But also, we know they got Warren McClendon, Alaric Jackson. Maybe long-term he takes over at tackle as well. We know the Rams are one team. Alaric Jackson has below average arm length, and he's been a solid starter. He could factor in there. He's, again, like Jacob said, very intelligent, aware player with really good knee bend and leverage acquisition and balance, and then just also very composed in pass protection with clean pass sets, with precise and patient hand usage, and then a people mover in the run game who I think plays above his size with the power output by being so well aligned and so precise with his technique. So a really fun player who I'm glad that he gets this vote of confidence because I do expect him to do good things.
The Miami Dolphins are on the clock, and the Miami Dolphins pick is in. Of course, they made what we call history earlier by drafting the first undrafted ranked player in the consensus.
They make up for it.
They make up for it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they make up for it. But it is Chris Bell, Louisville wide receiver. So a guy who somehow, despite the size, the speed, the ball skills, flew under the radar, in my opinion, this past season. I mean, Louisville sort of largely flew under the radar. But so let's make up for it. Ian, since you got to rain on their proverbial Merino parade so rudely, can't believe you did that. Chris Bell was also high on your board, 34th. So almost a first-round grade on Chris Bell. Getting him at 94 seems like we're making up for it, right?
For sure. I love you, Dolphins fans. I'm sorry. But Chris Bell, he's one of those guys I never would have expected that he went after Caleb Douglas, right? So that's kind of intriguing. But you look at Chris Bell, the torn ACL is probably the main reason that he's falling this far. Obviously, missed part of the year. To that, wasn't able to test. So you have that uncertainty whether you can get back to 100%. But being a guy who's 6'2", 227, obviously heading into the year, he had a lot of first-round aspirations. A lot of people anticipating that he would be a round 1 prospect, and some people saying that a top-end comp would be an A.J. Brown-esque player. I think he has a way to go before he reaches that max-end comp, right? I think he has room to keep expanding his route tree a little bit more, especially against press. The release package can improve. And then at the catch point, even though he's big and long-limbed and strong, there are instances where his hand technique can be a little bit better to avoid clap catches, late extensions. So, but at 6'2", 227, he's incredibly explosive in open field, a true size speed phenom with contact balance after the catch. I think for Malik Willis in that Bobby Slowick scheme, you can scheme him really easy, quick touches in the short range with drag routes and slants. You can also let him work up the seam, and there are flashes of good comeback routes and hip deceleration and sink as well on the outside. So upside is through the roof. We got to see him realize it, but I love this value with Chris Bell at this late pick in round 3.
Yes, so let's talk value here because we're going to get another tight end off the board. The Patriots trading up, sending pick 95 to the Steelers. The Steelers sending 95. We're backwards here. Steelers trading back, Patriots trading up. The tweet I'm reading is backwards. So 99 and 216 for 96. Patriots moving up here to draft Eli Raridan.
There you go.
Tight end from Notre Dame. So it seems like we're reverting back to where the tight end class should have been being drafted in this realm.
Yep.
A C grade overall for us here. 127 on your big board, Jacob. 105 on your big board, Ian. Maybe not necessarily just a blocker. 32 catches, 482 yards, a whopping 15.1 yards per catch this season for the Fighting Irish. Raridan, Jacob Infante. What do we like in this New England offense with him?
Yeah, so I mean, you see so many of these tight ends coming off the board early, and I think that speaks to how much these teams like this class. So to see Raridan go here, I know it's a little higher than where I have him on my board, but I think the value is a lot better than some of what you've seen earlier tonight. I think that, solid hands, but what really impresses me is, the size coming in. A guy's 6'6", 245 pounds, maybe, a little bit lanky, but at the same time, he accelerates well coming off the line of scrimmage. I think that, he sells the run fake well on play action is another thing, too, that I really like, where, he can engage in blocks well, get those chip blocks in and then, shed himself, work his way open, good deep speed for such a big, tall tight end. and he's shown the ability to, be able to exploit soft spots against zone coverage, which I think is a very valuable trait for a tight end in the passing game. He didn't have any touchdowns in the regular season in 2025. So you figure for such a tall tight end, maybe Notre Dame should have used him a little bit more. But then again, you can also point to the fact that he's a little skinnier than most 6'6" tight ends entering the NFL. The physicality of the catch point isn't quite where I'd want it to be at this point. But the athleticism, the size, the catch radius, all there. I think there's a lot of upside with this pick.
All right, so the trade we were reading was a little bit off. The Seahawks trading out with the Steelers. The Steelers moving up 3 spots, not with the Patriots, with the Seahawks. And the Steelers get a very Steelers pick, in my opinion, Jennings Dunker. So they move up. They send a pick 212 to what?
There you go.
There we go.
To get Jennings Dunker, a guy. Jacob, I'm gonna let you keep going because this gives us an A grade for the Steelers. The draft host, Pittsburgh Steelers, Jennings Dunker from Iowa. It looks like we have OT on the board here. We have OL actually on ours because I think we pegged him as a guard transition inside. They announced him as a guard, I believe. They're showing OT on their on each broadcast, but I believe it was announced as a guard. Jennings Dunker to the Steelers in A grade. Jacob, you had him 67th on your board.
Yeah, I think I had him at position 6-7, but
Stop. Ian, I'm going to go to you now on. Damn it! It doesn't help that he's number 67 for the Hawkeyes too. Keep going. You're allowed to pass.
6-7-ception. But yeah, a little fun story. He won the 20th annual hay bale toss at Solon Beef Days in Solon, Iowa, by throwing a bale of hay 12 feet and 6 inches into the air. He also has a mullet and a mustache. So, literally, that's in my notes. It says has a redhead, a ginger mullet, and a mustache. So hell yeah.
So hell yeah.
So that's what I have. That's what I have in my notes on Jennings Dunker.
Oh,
nastiness. That's what you're getting out of this guy. Quick, in short areas. I don't know if he has the length necessarily to thrive at tackle at the next level against bigger and longer edge rushers, but I like the physicality he plays with. He packs a nice punch at the point of attack. He's a determined lineman, capable of not a super punch. But
how was that super punch again last night? Now that you slept on it,
it wasn't good. I'll admit, it's better than Mellor.
All right.
But Dunker, the nastiness, the play strength really shines to me. The short area quickness, again, little stiff in the lower half. I think that can affect his leverage. That can affect his body control climbing to the second level. There's quickness there. I don't know if there's body control on a consistent level. But I think this is still really good value. Late in the 3rd round, he's a guy I think could eventually be a starter on that offensive line.
And this is awesome. You look at what that starting line might look like in the future. Maxi Hanachor, Troy Fatanu, Jennings Dunker, Mason McCormick, and then Zach Frazier. That's a good unit.
That's kind of huge.
That's a mauling unit, man.
That's
and
a
Jennings
pretty
Dunker.
If only they had a quarterback to throw the football.
Hey,
They have Drew Aller now.
They got Drew Aller, bro.
Yeah, the pride of Pennsylvania.
If only they had a quarterback to throw the football.
Oh my God. But hey, back to Dunker real quick, because I know he played tackle mainly at the collegiate level, 6'5", over 320, 34-inch arms. But I would tend to echo what Jacob said, is that there is some hip stiffness. I also think when it comes to playing square to his opponent on an island, right, there are times when that hip stiffness prevents him from fully unhinging against speed rushers, right? And when you can't unhinge fully or get proper depth on your kick, that's when they can get an angle advantage on you, and it's kind of tough for him to stay square. And because of that, the corner will shorten. So I think in a phone booth is where he fits very well with that linear explosiveness, with that power profile, having 34-inch arms. And then let's face it, at guard, I think is where the aura with the orange mullet and mustache fits a little bit better. I mean, that's a guard aura, man. It just
literally
is. So I like the fit a lot. The value is great because when we were doing a mock draft earlier today, I think we had him go round 2. So
I think so.
This is a very, very good value for the Steelers.
We're talking about aura. I guess you could say that with the mullet and the mustache, he's looks maxing.
He's looks maxing. Oh my god.
He's looks maxing on all of us.
Oh,
right now.
Tyler, mute his mic. We have our producer in the back here saying no cap.
Hey,
He's been converted. Let's
on
go.
God.
On God.
I'm done.
All facts, no printer.
It's a
Matthew,
movement.
could you please get another host for tomorrow? We'll need another host for tomorrow. I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm going to bring this back into the NFL draft on God. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock here, back-to-back picks. This is where we said if they don't walk out of day 3 with a corner and a safety, it feels like they've failed. or they're enacting some sort of grandiose day 3 plan that we're not privy to. So 97, 98 right here. Obviously, the needs are safety, cornerback. I mean, with the way that the board is going, Keith Abney is staring them in the face, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is this a no-brainer, slam dunk cornerback, one of these picks?
I would think so. At this point, anything's possible. This draft has been so surprising and so unexpected. And you've got Genesis Smith, Kamari Ramsey, Jalen Kilgore still on the board at safety as well. Like, there's a lot of talent, man. If it were me, I would double up at corner and safety and probably take Abney and Genesis Smith or Kamari Ramsey. We'll see what they do, but the value lined up really well for them here. So I feel like you have to capitalize. If they don't, then I don't know. We'll see if they can make it up on day 3, but that's the only remaining need, because I do love the pairing of Dominique Orange and Caleb Banks. I think that's the perfect interior pairing, along with Jalen Redmond as well, who's been an emergent player for them. They've addressed that. Let's hit the secondary now. Come on. Finally, can we do it, please?
This is,
We'll see.
I mean, they have to.
They
I
have
feel
to.
like they have to.
Yeah.
It's an absolute must. And this is not having picks being tipped. We just got it. It's not.
Well, I still love the
This is
pick.
okay.
Yeah,
I
but
This
still
is
love
good
the
this
pick.
is
value.
this is
That's
okay.
good
This is
value.
great value
They've
because
got
we
one
had
more
it
pick.
significantly higher. I wish we would be able to go back to back here. Just what are we waiting for here, folks? You know who's
Just
still
put them all
available.
both in at
Just
once.
put them both.
Yeah.
Let's go. I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
We got to sell ads and we got to show our highlights for Caleb Tiernan here. So let's talk Caleb Tiernan while we have the chance. Ian, I'll throw to you for Tiernan because you had him 46th overall on your final big board. So 46th, a tackle, moves really, really well in space.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
for
you
sure.
didn't get to see him because, let's be honest, nobody saw Northwestern play football this season. And if you did, you only saw him for about 40 plays on offense in a game. So,
Yeah.
Tiernan, what do you like the most here, Ian, going forward at that
Well,
value?
for Tiernan for the Vikings, I will admit I just caped for secondary for both picks, but I love Caleb Tiernan. He's a top 50 guy on my board. 6'8", sub 33-inch arms. So that right away, that's a very unorthodox build, right? Usually you want your tackles to be longer, but then also being that tall can affect leverage acquisition. But on film, guys, he is incredibly explosive. He's flexible, so he can acquire leverage and align his base properly. And then he's very technically sound too. In pass protection, you'll see him. He's got a great kick set. He's got great balance and knee bend, and he's got the advanced level of hand usage where he can bait edge rushers into overextending and prematurely extending and then capitalize. And then in the run game, he's rangy, he's physical. But I also think Brian O'Neill has an expiring contract after this year. Will Freese has not been great. There's been some durability issues as well. So maybe he kicks inside to guard or plays tackle. I think Tiernan can do either one, and I think he could be an impact starter at the next level. So big fan of that pick. This pick is pretty interesting. Jacoby Thomas from Miami. Cam, how's the board lining up here?
It doesn't. Knowing who's available, knowing what other needs we have, even with the positional boost of positional needs being at their highest for a safety, it does not affect our grade. Probably would have been a D minus. We're capping it at C minus here. 240 on your board, 209 on the consensus, 203 on Jacob's board. So Jacoby Thomas, national champion runner up, made multiple splash plays. This guy is seemingly all around the ball all the time. So I do like his catch point prowess. He's kind of a think artist for a safety, even though it's not really a think artist.
You used it. You got it. Hey.
Forced. I did not expect to be using it for Jacoby Thomas at this point, but here we are. Alas, so Jacoby Thomas, huzzah! 203. You had him a little bit higher. Jacob, quick about Jacoby Thomas for the Vikings. At least they get one of the safeties they needed.
That's true. They really needed a defensive back. I mean, Thomas, again, a little higher than I'd go here, but you're looking at a big dude, 6'1", 211 pounds. I think that not only are you going to have someone with physicality, somebody who can shoot downhill, someone who can lower the boom against the opposition, but I like what he brings to the table as a blitzer, honestly. I think he's one of the better blitzing defensive backs in this class. Good ball skills, attacks the ball well in the air, 9 career interceptions. Maybe he's not the most explosive defensive back laterally. Maybe he's not the fastest defensive back in this class, but he's physical, he's intelligent, he's versatile, and I think the versatility, especially for a Vikings defense that needs as much help along the secondary as they've seemingly done for themselves. I think that having a guy who can play a lot of different roles for that defense and on special teams as well, I think is beneficial. So might be too little, too late to address the secondary, but at least they made something. And I think Thomas, even if he doesn't become a starter, I think he'll be a really good backup and a good special teamer.
They don't pick again until 159
Ooh,
tomorrow.
That's a gap.
Oh.
That's a gap.
So-
I will say
They're screwed.
really quick. Wasn't close to my top overall safety remaining, but I understand why he was taken higher than we expected because he's experienced. He's got ball production. He can play single high and two high. He's got versatility, and he's pretty dutiful
All right.
in run support. I
And
can
we're
see why.
gonna go quickly through this here. Julian Neal, Ian, very high on your board, 63rd to the Seattle Seahawks, 99 overall.
Yeah.
He's the cornerback from Arkansas, and then we're getting Jalen Husky, cornerback from Maryland, to the Jaguars at 100. I believe that ends our round 3, and
Wow.
ends our night full of picks
It does.
at
It does.
100. So a cornerback
Bananas.
off the board.
Husky played safety.
Husky
for
played safety.
Maryland.
It's interesting that they're listing him as a corner here for the Jaguars. So let's talk really quick. Julian Neal was 63rd on your board, so he gets an A+, an A grade overall for us to the Seahawks. This feels very much like a Seahawks pick.
It's a perfect Seahawks pick. Around 6'1.5", I believe, 210, over 32-inch arms. He's got the length and physicality that Mike McDonald likes. He's got this run support ability. I think he's one of the best run support CVs in the class with his ability to properly engage blocks. Very sure tackler as well. And then he's got the short area twitch and I think enough fluidity for his size and explosiveness and enough vertical speed to contend on the boundary. He's a guy that's going to be – I think he's going to be able to spell Josh Jobe, right? I think he's going to be a guy who, when you have Devin Witherspoon in the slot, him and Jobe can man the boundary, and I think they can help disrupt receiver releases with their physicality and press man. But then he also has pretty decent route vision in zone too. So I think mainly a press man guy with some zone ability, and I think his ability to swivel his hips and play low in his stance and play with hip sync in spite of being a little bit taller helps him as well, playing in space and zone. So love the pick. I think it fits the MO of Mike McDonald's defense, and honestly, I would have taken him in round 2.
So a player you probably wouldn't have taken in round 2. Jacob, I want quick thoughts, and I'm going to break your heart again. So give me quick thoughts on Jalen Husky, a safety but listed at cornerback.
Yeah, so that's interesting because he started off as a cornerback at Bowling Green, former Bowling Green Falcon,
sir.
by the way.
Yes, sir.
Moved all over the place at Maryland. He's got good size, good length, 6'1". He measured in at 196. He weighed in, or at least was listed at 201 pound. I do like him best as a safety as opposed to the corner he was listed at, but maybe they have plans to play him in the nickel. He had 9, at least in this past season in 2025. He had 320 special teams reps, 9 total tackles on special teams as well. He's a willing hitter. He can lower the shoulder. He's more than capable of competing at the point of attack and wrapping up ball carriers rather. You see there he's experienced 34 career starts, 11 career interceptions. The ball skills show up, especially when he's defending. He's getting underneath a deep ball as well, as opposed to being the single high safety and being a rangier sort of center fielder type. I like when he's shooting downhill, and I think that'll benefit him if they do plan on having him as a slot corner. The ability, that longitudinal agility.
Longitudinal.
To be able to jump a route, to be able to get out in front
Longitudinal.
of it. And to
For
disrupt.
those of you that have not heard,
Absolutely.
Jalen Husky has longitudinal ability. All right,
does.
now I promise I'm going to break your heart. So a new feature in PFSN's NFL Draft HQ, and we're going to talk best available as we go into rounds for day 3 tomorrow.
Yes.
We have big board reaches, big board mock draft reach, and
no.
big board steals.
Oh no.
Okay, so the biggest big board steal, Emmanuel Pregnon, plus 39 from the big board, from where he was actually drafted. The biggest reach, however, is a landslide, Xavier Thomas, minus 186 on the big board from where he was drafted.
Yeah, that
So I didn't mean to rip your heart out, but thank you, Ben. Thank you, Tyler,
No.
for pulling this up as well.
No,
All the bottom left, far bottom left.
all the way. I mean,
That's
look,
not where you want to be.
That's not where you want to be at all. And look, early returns make me believe that this pick is donkey ass. I think that looking in the third round,
Isn't that rhetorical? Donkey ass.
donkey? Okay, well,
Or could you just say ass?
yeah, ass squared maybe.
Ass squared.
Is
Ass
redundant?
2X. Redundant, rhetorical,
yeah,
either one.
Redundant.
This is
It's
Ryan
late,
Poles.
Ian.
This
I'm
is
old.
Ryan Poles drafting in the third round since he became the general manager of the team in 2022. Velus Jones Jr., Zach Pickens, Karan Amagaji, Sam Roush, and Xavier Thomas.
Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong. I adore the Dylan Thieneman pick. I think Logan Jones may be a little bit of a reach. I think he's going to be a really good starter for the Bears in due time at center. But
In due time.
in due time. And I apologize to the people who are watching who aren't Bears fans that are watching me go on my tangent. But Roosh, as much as I like him, as physical of an inline blocker he is, as athletic as he is, there's a lot to like on tape with him. It's your tight end 3 on a defense that was, again, donkey ass in 2025.
Ass squared.
Ass squared. And then Xavier Thomas, you're talking about an unproven wide receiver who's undersized and can't run a full route tree. I don't know. There's speed. Don't get me wrong. There's speed.
Okay, so here, I have a question for you.
Yes.
We're gonna roll this into the best remaining prospects after this, but we're gonna talk now. I want to go rounds 1 through 3.
All right.
100 picks. We winners and losers so far. It's not the best exercise, but let's be a little bit irresponsible here.
Yeah.
I want to be irresponsible, and I want to start with the winners. So I want to go through PFSN's Draft HQ, and we have 2026 draft class rankings that are updated live as each pick is happening. I've got it on my computer, also on the mobile device.
If I can ask real quick, is that total? That's total? That's day 1 and day 2, right?
Day 1 and day 2.
Okay.
So we are live.
All right.
Of course, your teams with the top grades actually. The Atlanta Falcons and Indianapolis Colts did not draft round 1, but you have the Washington Commanders. So we have 3 A+.
Right.
So I want to hear from you guys. Are these your biggest winners so far? Atlanta Falcons drafting Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, and the value they have. Indianapolis Colts selecting C.J. Allen, stopping the fall, and then A.J. Halsey as well in that value spot. Yeah. Or the Washington Commanders being gifted Sonny Styles at 7, and then Antonio Williams at 71. Do those sound like a good roundabout 3 winners so far?
I would say they're the prime contenders for sure. I would also potentially throw the Jets in that conversation too. Getting David Bailey, it was a little early for me, but you address the edge position. You get Omar Cooper Jr. late in round 1, and then you get D'Angelo Pons, who I had as my 12th overall player in mid-round 2. I think you go back to the Commanders and the Colts. Both of them played the value of the board perfectly, right? The Commanders getting Sonny Styles at 7th overall, getting Antonio Williams in the mid-round 3. Again, this is a guy that I had in my top 50. I'm a big fan. And then the Colts getting what they got, C.J. Allen, and then their other player who I'm drawing a blank on his name. What was the second guy?
Who did I just say? C.J. Allen, A.J. Halsey.
A.J. Halsey, yes. The strong safety to complement Cam Bynum. Those are incredible value deals, both of which, at least a half round earlier, I would have taken those guys. So it lines up with what I was thinking. There haven't been too many classes that I've liked all the way through. A lot of the teams with more of the picks, I've liked like 3 of them, but the 2 of them, it's a big reach that's hard to reconcile. But again, we're going to see it all come full circle on day 3. We'll get to look at it from out.
So it is interesting. So I'll round out all the A's here that we have because the Jets have an A-. So they're in that top quadrant. The Carolina Panthers are the only team with an A. So that gives you we're on the screen. We're on the screen there as well. The Falcons A+, Colts A+, Commanders A+, only 2 picks apiece. Panthers A, 3 picks. The first team with more than 3 picks is the Cleveland Browns. A-. So credit to you in there, Tyler Sopcich. There's hope. Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, and then tonight they got Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and Austin
That's
Barber.
a really good class, actually.
So it almost feels like top to bottom.
That's the best 5 player, at least 5 player.
Absolutely.
Class,
and then you look at the Jets, Patriots, Buccaneers, and Titans, all with that A- as well. So the Jets, obviously, they're 4 picks. The Patriots with Caleb Lomu, Gabe Yakus, and Eli Raritan, and then you have the Buccaneers as well. So I love the Ruben Bain pick. I love the Josiah Chark pick, and I'm a huge fan of Ted Hurst.
The Titans as well. Getting Carnell Tate, getting Keldrick Falk, getting Anthony Hill. Those are 3 really good value deals, too. I think getting Keldrick Falk at the tail end of round 1, that's a guy that Robert Saleh will know how to use properly. And then Anthony Hill Jr., his top-end flashes are some of the best in the linebacker class. When you talk about the explosiveness, the range, the blitzing utility, and the coverage range, the playmaking in there, too. So they only had 3 picks, but I'm a big fan of what they've done as well.
So here's how good the Dylan Thieneman pick is for the Bears. Yeah. It's an A+ for the Bears. A roundabout B-, but then you look at the rest of your picks. A+ for Thieneman.
Yes.
D- for Logan Jones, C- for Sam Roush, and a C- for Xavier Thomas. However, that would be a large F if we weren't so nice to our round 3 grades. So they're a B-, they're right in the meat of that curve. However, Jacob, let's talk about losers then, I guess, because that's a fun thing to do. There's a very clear loser, in my opinion. It's a 4-pick Jacksonville Jaguars team who felt like we reached the biggest there. Nate Borkircher, Albert Regis, obviously making up for it with Emmanuel Pregnon, but then not making up for it very much with Jalen Husky. And then the other D+ on our draft board, the Rams with the most questionable pick of round 1, and Ty Simpson, Max Clare, and then Keegan Trost. So making up for it there a little bit. And the 49ers, Stribling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black. So not necessarily high graded. Of those, do you have another team that you would want to throw in that loop there, or the biggest loser.
I'd want to throw in the Vikings as well. I think that ignoring their secondary, that's a glaring weakness for as long as they did. Yeah, C-. I mean, that's a pretty low score, and it's warranted in my opinion. Caleb Banks, I mean, the first-round pick, we've touched on that. That's a guy who's had 2 broken feet in the last calendar year. Raw as a run defender. Upside's there. And then Jake Golday, it's like, all right, that's solid value, but still there's so much, good secondary value available on the board. I don't know why they ignored that. Golday's got potential, though, so at least I can justify that. Dominique Orange, they went with their second defensive tackle in their first 3 picks. And, it was a need, but Dominique Orange, I think, is an effective run stuffer. It's just how much is that going to do right away when you're getting torn to shreds, at the third level of your defense? I like the Caleb Tiernan pick.
That's the only reason they're probably not in that D range.
Yeah,
is Tiernan.
They drafted, finally drafted a defensive back, Jacoby Thomas. I thought the defensive back they did take was a little bit of a reach.
Now, I will counter just a bit. Because I do think pressure is boo.
I'm always right.
This is called football debate club. Okay?
It is.
Come on, man.
There you go.
Bringing it back home.
No, but the Vikings. I'm always of the stance that pass rush is a little bit more important than coverage, right? Because you have to get home quickly. If you can't get home quickly, then your coverage is left on an island, right? Coverage, you can cover for as long as you want, but if you can't get home, then eventually that coverage is going to fall through. So I've always felt that you need to address the defensive line. Yes, I would have liked them to address the defensive back group a little bit more, but I think Dominique Orange and Caleb Banks, if he can stay healthy, that's the big if for him. If he can stay healthy, they complement each other very, very well. You have a pure nose in Dominique Orange who can hold the fulcrum at 0 tech and 1 tech. Very good stack and shatter. Very good. He can 2-gap a little bit, but he can hold the point, draw double teams, and draw attention and isolate one-on-ones for a terror threat like Caleb Banks, who's got that elite athleticism, that length at 35-inch arms, 335-pound frame, and then the ability to pass rush with swim moves, spin moves from any particular alignment, right? So they complement each other perfectly. I can see the vision with that. You got to make it right on day 3 with corner picks, right? But again, I can see it. I
get it. I don't get it. I'm firmly in the other side where I need my coverage guys to be able to be as sticky as possible, because you're not always going to guarantee that you can get home with pressure quickly. As good as you can draft or as good as you can develop. They're both important.
They're both important.
Interior pressure, though.
The clock is dictated by how fast the pressure gets there.
I'll concede this point. Interior pressure is more important than exterior pressure.
For sure.
Interior pressure ruins an entire play, no matter what kind of play it is. All right, so now I want to go to the best remaining prospects for day 3, round 4, pick 101. With the Buffalo Bills on the clock, I'm going to go buy another table tonight for retribution and see if Ian can go to the table. No. So let's go to the board. We've talked about Jermon McCoy.
Can we talk about him a little bit more
overall? Let's talk Jermon McCoy. Obviously, a 14th overall on our big board, being available at pick 101. It feels very much like the medicals are tanked to stock.
I pulled up a report from a few days ago. It was sourced from Tom Pelissero. An update on Tennessee CB Jermon McCoy. Doctors are concerned that he will need another surgery to replace a bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect in his knee. So it's not specifically related to his ACL tear. It's different. But there are concerns that he might not even be available for most of his first season at the NFL level.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When the Buccaneers drafted Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame, was he not available most of his rookie season as well? He was coming back from multiple ACLs.
He was,
right?
yes, and I think that might have been the case. So I wonder if maybe there's worry that it's an implication even beyond that in terms of getting back to 100%.
Like Morrison was 64th, right? I believe, right there. So
yeah.
I'm very interested. So Keontae Scott, similar issue, maybe not as high on the board, but also it feels like we're talking injuries. Keith Abney, I'm not 100% certain on why we're sliding. I know. Have you ever seen him roller skate?
I have not, but I've heard he's very
Speed
good.
skater.
Yeah.
Really?
Was smoking dudes out there.
Wow.
As a teenager. So.
I think it might just be because he's small.
That might be it, but I mean,
I mean, they say they talk about some cornerbacks and be like, "Oh, that guy's got wheels." He's got actual wheels.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rim shot. Keith Abney. All right, so then we're talking Joshua Josephs, the edge, another Tennessee guy here. Connor Lew, obviously in ACL as well. Kamari Ramsey. There's no injury concerns here. There's no injury concerns for Sam Hecht, correct? And
Sam Hecht is still on the board.
It's Skylar Bell, Emmett Johnson,
Hyundai Genesis Smith. Not 100% certain why we're still talking about those guys. And then my favorite FCS prospect on the board still, Bryce Lance.
Caleb Proctor too.
Yeah.
Southeast Louisiana. Some of these guys are really surprising, and I know there were surprise picks, so that's going to bump guys down. But it goes to show, every year day 3 comes, you have good players available. That's why when we do mock drafts in February and March, people will scrutinize. And don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly fine with people scrutinizing mock drafts, right?
Yeah.
But we do these 7-round mocks, and people talk about round 1, round 2, like. Day 3 picks are important. You can find gems on day 3, and we're seeing that with the guys that are available. Obviously, there's a little more uncertainty, but some teams are going to benefit from this. All
right, I'm going to give my favorite prospect available. I don't want you guys to do the same thing. Mine's easy. Jaden Kennedy, Morgan, by Tulane via Ole Miss. Pure nickel at the next level, in my opinion, but a guy with incredible ball skills. A high IQ, great burst, very sticky no matter where he plays, and can cover anybody. So now, Ian Cummings, your favorite top remaining prospect?
Oh man, my favorite remaining prospect. I would lean Caleb Proctor, 6'3" or 6'2", around 290, 33-inch arms. So really good proportional length, really good natural leverage. Elite testing athlete, hyper elite testing athlete. Had 9 sacks, 13 tackles for loss this past year at the FCS level. Went on to the Shrine Bowl where he stood out there. You look at the film, man, and I think it's translatable. He's got the elite explosion. He's got the agility and the twitch to offset blocks and win with quick swim moves and also club rips. And then at the same time, too, the flexibility, I think, is really strong with him, where he's got the ankle flexion, he's got the torso flexibility to pry through blocks, and then that explosion helps him in run defense, too. Again, I feel like run defense is where he stands to improve the most. Again, there are times when he can get worked upright by more powerful blockers and needs to do a better job with gap discipline. But as a pass rushing 3-tech, especially in like a one-gapping, penetrating scheme, even front, odd front, working with a nose tackle, I think he's a phenomenal upside gamble. And then I'll throw in really quickly too, Kamari Ramsey, ultimate glue guy. You know, he can play nickel, safety at a high level. He can play in support. I think someone's getting a starter with him on day 3.
We're giving 2. I'm going to go Elijah Surratt as well as one of my favorites.
That's
So
a good
Jacob,
one.
your favorite remaining prospects for day 3?
I'm going to go Keontae Scott. I think you're looking at a guy who he plays like a bat out of hell. I'm genuinely surprised coming out of round 3 that he's still available. I mean, he's an older prospect. Maybe that plays a role in it, but also you have like Akeem Mesidor going, still in the first round, a hell of a player. But I don't see what the holdup is with Scott and why nobody's taking him here in the first 100 picks. I mean, you're looking at a guy, 2 interceptions for Miami this past year. Both of them got returned for touchdowns. 13 tackles for loss and 5 sacks as a defensive back. Ran a 4.33 40-yard dash. You turn on the tape, it's just a relentless motor. He's someone who's you see that closing speed come to fruition, the incredible downhill physicality, the ability to lower the shoulder and just pop guys as a tackler. Form can improve a little bit, but I like the instincts. I like the ball skills he showcases, and he has the athleticism and the creativity after he intercepts the ball to be able to make big plays, hence the 2 interception for touchdown that he had in 2025, leading the FBS in that regard, mind you. But I think he's someone, whether you have him as a safety, whether you have him as a nickel corner, and he's someone who's going to play in the box a lot as well in the NFL, I see just, a future starter. And when you have a future starter with that versatility, with that athleticism, I'm genuinely surprised he's still available going in round 4. So maybe there's something that, these NFL teams know. Obviously, they have access to information that we, in the outside don't necessarily always have. But to me, at least going off of the tape and the production and the testing numbers, Scott being available this late is baffling to me.
Arguably, I mean, even if you look at him from the entire class, one of the better run defending cornerbacks in this entire class. Like his play around the line of scrimmage is ridiculous.
Just needs to correct the missed tackles a little bit, but his trigger is his play recognition is extremely strong.
It is unbelievable. So we'll be back at it. The NFL teams will be back at it as well. We'll be right back here with you for day 3 at pick 101, and I will give I believe we're doing a day 3 mock draft as well. It's written on the website.
It'll be written on the website.
It'll be written on the website. We'll be here at noon. So the PFSN NFL mock draft simulator is updated with every single pick to date. So if you want to go out there and figure out who your team can get in day 3, if they can draft one of our top remaining prospects, it is there. ProFootballNetwork.com/mock draft. For our entire production team,
at the Football Debate Club live NFL Draft Show. Tyler Sopchak, our runner, John. Matthew Knott, our fearless CEO, over here clipping things as well. That pterodactyl makes an appearance finally. Matthew's gonna have lost his voice.
Show up.
It was like pent up. It was gonna come up. It was gonna come out at some point. Oh
It
my
hurts. Jurassic Park, the Football Debate Club episode. For Jacob Infante over there on the couch, Ian Cummings close to me here. I'm Cam Mellor, your host. We'll be right back here on Saturday for day 3 at noon Eastern. Be sure to check it back out. See ya. Thanks for watching.